The sound of a coffee cup hitting the floor echoed through the small café that winter afternoon. Every head turned toward the entrance where a young woman stood frozen, her long hair swept over the left side of her face, but it couldn't completely hide the burn scars that stretched from her forehead to her chin. The whispers started immediately. A mother pulled her child closer. Someone's fork paused midway to their mouth. They all wondered the same thing. What was she doing here? Meeting that single dad who could barely afford his rent? When the woman's breathing grew shallow and she turned to leave, ashamed. Blake Morrison stood from his corner table. He walked straight toward her, past the staring faces, past the uncomfortable silence. She braced herself for rejection, for the polite excuse, for the look of horror. Instead, Blake gently reached out and took her trembling hand in his. The room fell completely silent. No one moved, and for the first time in 18 months, Rachel Whitmore felt truly seen. But to understand how they arrived at that moment, we need to go back to where it all began. Before we continue, please tell us where in the world you are tuning in from. We love seeing how far our stories travel. The alarm clock's shrill cry cut through the darkness at 5 a.m., just like it had every morning for the past 4 years. Blake Morrison rolled out of his narrow bed, his feet hitting the cold linoleum floor of the one-bedroom apartment he shared with his 7-year-old daughter. At 34, he moved with the careful efficiency of a man who'd learned that every minute counted when you were running a household on your own. The Phoenix morning air carried the promise of another scorching day, but for now, it was mercifully cool. Blake padded to the tiny kitchen, stepping over Emma's art supplies scattered across the floor from the night before. She'd been working on a drawing of their family, stick figures of daddy and daughter holding hands under a rainbow with the words, "Best family ever," scrawled in purple crayon. The misspelling made his chest tight with both love and worry. Was he enough? Would he ever be enough? Blake opened the refrigerator, its motor humming loudly in the small space. Inside, he counted the items like a general taking inventory before battle. 3 slices of bread left, half a jar of peanut butter, a bruised apple, 2 juice boxes, enough for Emma's lunch with maybe a little left over for his own if he was careful. He pulled out the bread and began assembling his daughter's sandwich, spreading the peanut butter thin to make it last. His hands permanently stained with motor oil, despite multiple scrubbings worked with practiced precision. These same hands that rebuilt engines and fixed transmissions during the day became gentle instruments of care in these quiet morning moments. The routine was sacred to him. Make Emma's lunch, pack her backpack, set out her clothes, wake her with a gentle shake and a whispered good morning sunshine. Walk her to the bus stop, kiss her forehead goodbye. Watch until the yellow school bus disappeared around the corner carrying his entire world away for 8 hours. Blake's thoughts drifted as they often did during these early morning preparations to Carmen. His ex-wife had left when Emma was just 3 years old, walking out on a Tuesday morning with nothing more than a hastily scrawled note left on this very kitchen counter. "I can't live like this anymore," she'd written in her familiar handwriting. "The poverty, the struggle, the broken-down car, the bills we can't pay. I need more than this, Blake. I need more than you can give me." He'd found the note when he'd come home from his shift at Morrison's auto repair, still wearing his grease-stained coveralls, still believing he was coming home to his wife and daughter. Instead, he'd found Emma sitting on the living room floor, clutching her favorite stuffed elephant, asking in her tiny 3-year-old voice, "Where's Mommy? When is Mommy coming home?" Blake had never told Emma the truth about why her mother left. How could he explain to a child that sometimes love wasn't enough, that sometimes, despite working 2 jobs and sacrificing everything, a man could still be seen as insufficient? Instead, he'd crafted a gentler story about how Mommy had to go far away, how sometimes grown-ups made difficult choices, and how much Mommy loved Emma, even though she couldn't be here anymore. But in the dark hours before dawn, when he was alone with his thoughts and his endless worries about money, Blake carried the weight of Carmen's words like stones in his chest. "I need more than you can give me." The sentence played on repeat in his mind, a constant reminder of his inadequacy. If he hadn't been enough for Carmen, how could he ever hope to be enough for anyone else? The sound of small feet padding across the linoleum pulled Blake from his thoughts. Emma appeared in the kitchen doorway, her dark curls, so much like her mother's, sticking up at odd angles, her father's steady brown eyes still heavy with sleep. "Morning, Daddy," she said, wrapping her thin arms around his waist. At 7 years old, Emma Morrison had the kind of perceptiveness that children develop when they've had to grow up faster than they should. She noticed when her father skipped meals so she could have seconds. She noticed when he counted coins at the grocery store, his brow furrowed with concentration and worry. She noticed when he sat at the kitchen table after she'd gone to bed, surrounded by bills and calculators, rubbing his temples with those work-worn hands. "Morning sunshine," Blake said, lifting her onto the counter so she could watch him finish making her lunch. "Sleep well?" Emma nodded, then tilted her head in that way she did when she was thinking something important. "Daddy, are you sad?" The question hit Blake like a punch to the gut. He'd thought he'd been hiding it better than that. "Why do you ask, baby?" "You get this look sometimes," Emma said, her small finger tracing a pattern on the counter. "Like when you think I'm not watching. You look really tired, but not the kind of tired that sleep fixes." Blake's throat tightened. This child, his beautiful, intuitive daughter, saw too much, understood too much. He cupped her face in his hands, looking into those serious brown eyes that held more wisdom than any 7-year-old should possess. "Sometimes Daddy worries about things," he said honestly. "But you know what makes me feel better? What you. Every single day you make everything better just by being exactly who you are." Emma smiled, but there was something in her expression that told Blake she knew there were bigger worries he wasn't sharing. She wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered into his ear, "I love you more than all the dinosaurs that ever lived." It was their special phrase born from Emma's obsession with prehistoric creatures and her need to quantify just how much love could fit in one small heart. Blake hugged her tight breathing in the scent of her strawberry shampoo and the innocence that still clung to her, despite everything they'd been through. 20 minutes later, they were walking to the bus stop. Emma's small hand in his larger one, her backpack bouncing against her narrow shoulders. The Phoenix sun was already beginning its assault on the desert landscape, promising another day where the heat would shimmer off the asphalt in waves and make the simple act of existing feel like an endurance test. Blake's 2008 Honda Civic sat in the apartment complex parking lot, its faded blue paint job and dented rear bumper a testament to years of faithful service, despite minimal maintenance. He couldn't afford a newer car, could barely afford the repairs on this one, but it ran and it got them where they needed to go. That was enough. It had to be. As the school bus rumbled to a stop in front of them, Emma turned to her father one last time. "Have a good day at work, Daddy. I hope you fix lots of cars and make people happy." Blake kissed her forehead, tasting the sweetness of her childhood and the salt of his own unshed tears. "I love you, sunshine. Learn lots today. I love you more than all the dinosaurs." Emma called back as she climbed the bus steps, her voice carrying that pure joy that children possess before the world teaches them to guard it. Blake stood on the sidewalk watching the bus disappear around the corner, taking his entire reason for living to spend 8 hours in a place where other children had 2 parents and packed lunches that didn't require careful rationing. Then he walked back to his car, started the engine that protested with a grinding sound that would cost money he didn't have to fix, and drove to Morrison's Auto Repair, where he would spend the next 10 hours fixing other people's problems while his own remained stubbornly broken. But as he pulled into the garage's gravel parking lot, Blake Morrison had no idea that this day would be different. He had no idea that a 7-year-old's impulsive act of kindness toward a stranger would set in motion events that would challenge everything he believed about love, worth, and second chances. All he knew was that he was a 34-year-old single father with grease under his fingernails, bills he couldn't pay, and a heart that had been convinced it would never be enough for anyone to love. He was about to learn how wrong he could be. 18 miles away in a Scottsdale mansion that could have housed 50 families like the Morrisons, Rachel Whitmore began her morning ritual of careful concealment. At 22, she moved through her bedroom like a ghost haunting her own life, her bare feet silent on marble floors that cost more than most people's cars. The bedroom was enormous, decorated in soft whites and pale blues that her stepmother Margaret had chosen to be soothing and healing. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the desert landscape, but the heavy curtains remained drawn. Rachel hadn't opened them in 6 months. Light meant visibility, and visibility meant the possibility of being seen. She stood before her walk-in closet, bigger than Blake Morrison's entire bedroom, surveying the collection of clothes designed to hide rather than flatter. Oversized hoodies in dark colors, high-necked sweaters despite the Arizona heat, scarves that could be pulled up to cover half her face, medical masks that had become her security blanket long after the doctors said she no longer needed them. Rachel avoided the full-length mirror that dominated one wall of the closet, but she caught glimpses of herself in its peripheral reflection. The left side of her face, from temple to jawline, bore the permanent evidence of 18 months ago, raised, discolored skin that no amount of reconstructive surgery had been able to completely erase. The scars were a road map of that terrible moment when everything changed, when fire had reached through a broken car window and branded her with a new identity she'd never asked for. She selected a gray hoodie and dark jeans, clothes that would help her blend into backgrounds, become invisible, take up as little space as possible in a world that had made it clear she was no longer welcome in it. The morning routine continued with the careful application of concealer to the worst of the scarring, though she knew it did little good. The texture of the damaged skin couldn't be hidden, only slightly muted. The memories came without invitation, as they always did in these quiet moments. The car accident had happened on a sunny afternoon in October 18 months ago. Rachel had been 20 years old, then a college junior at Arizona State University, studying art history and dreaming of working in museums or galleries. She'd been beautiful in the conventional way people measured such things, the kind of pretty that opened doors, that made strangers smile, that had earned her homecoming queen and countless admissions of jealousy from friends. She'd been riding with her stepmother Margaret to a family charity gala, one of the endless social obligations that came with being Douglas Whitmore's daughter. They'd been talking about Rachel's upcoming engagement to Bradley Hampstead, the son of her father's business partner. The engagement ring had been sparkling on her finger, a 3-carat diamond that had made her friends swoon with envy. Her wedding dress had already been ordered from Paris. Her future had been laid out before her like a red carpet. Then, at the intersection of Scottsdale Road and Shea Boulevard, their world had exploded into chaos. The other driver, later determined to be under the influence, had run a red light and slammed into the passenger side of their Mercedes. The impact had crumpled the door, trapping Rachel in her seat, while fuel leaked from the damaged tank. Margaret had been screaming her name from the driver's seat, blood running down her face from a cut on her forehead, but otherwise miraculously uninjured. But Rachel couldn't respond. The door handle had been smashed, the window shattered, and flames were beginning to lick through the broken glass with hungry tongues. She'd felt the heat before she'd felt the pain. The fire had reached her face, her neck, her shoulder, burning through skin and tissue with merciless efficiency. She'd screamed until her voice was gone, had clawed at the door that wouldn't open, had prayed to any god who might be listening to make it stop. A truck driver had finally pulled her from the wreckage, but not before the damage was done. She'd spent 6 months in burn units, enduring skin grafts and reconstructive surgeries that promised improvement but could never promise restoration. When she'd finally looked in a mirror for the first time, the girl she'd known was gone. In her place was a stranger wearing her face, or half of it anyway. The physical scars were only part of the devastation. Bradley had broken their engagement with a phone call from Paris, where he'd been thinking things through. He'd used words like different circumstances and not what I signed up for, as if her accident had been a personal betrayal rather than a tragedy. Her friends had stopped visiting after the first few awkward attempts, unable to hide their horror behind forced smiles and empty encouragements. Even her father, who loved her desperately, had inadvertently made things worse. Douglas Whitmore was a man accustomed to fixing problems with money and power, but he couldn't fix his daughter's face, and he couldn't fix the way people stared at her. So he'd chosen to protect her the only way he knew how, by keeping her hidden. He'd told the press that Rachel was studying abroad. He'd declined social invitations on her behalf. He'd hired private tutors so she wouldn't have to return to college. He'd turned their home into a beautiful prison, believing he was sparing her from the world's cruelty, but all he'd accomplished was confirming her deepest fear, that she was now something shameful, something to be concealed. Rachel had withdrawn completely, becoming a shadow of herself in more ways than one. She'd stopped looking at herself in mirrors. She'd stopped going outside except for medical appointments. She'd stopped speaking above a whisper, as if her voice had been damaged along with her face. The confident young woman who'd once commanded attention at parties and given presentations without fear had disappeared into someone who moved through the world like a ghost, always trying to take up less space to disturb the universe as little as possible. The panic attacks had started 3 months after the accident. Crowded spaces became impossible. The sound of breaking glass could send her into a spiral of terror. Even the smell of gasoline, once nothing more than an unpleasant odor, could trigger flashbacks so vivid she'd find herself back in that burning car, feeling the heat on her face all over again. This morning, like every morning for the past 18 months, Rachel sat at her vanity and carefully arranged her long blonde hair to fall over the left side of her face. It was a style that looked casual, but had been practiced hundreds of times, each strand positioned to provide maximum coverage. She pulled on her medical mask, even though she had no medical reason to wear it, and slipped on oversized sunglasses that covered half her face. The reflection looking back at her was unrecognizable from the girl in her college graduation photos. This person was hidden, muted, apologetic for existing. This person whispered instead of speaking, it instead of living, existed instead of thriving. Rachel's bedroom door was always closed now. She rarely left it except to visit the kitchen late at night when the rest of the household was asleep. The mansion's staff had been instructed not to disturb her unless absolutely necessary. She was fed through trays left outside her door, like a patient in quarantine or a prisoner in solitary confinement. But today was different, though Rachel didn't know it yet. Today her stepmother Margaret had made a decision that would change everything. Rachel's sweetheart. Margaret's voice came through the bedroom door, accompanied by a gentle knock. "I was wondering if you'd like to come shopping with me today. Nothing big, just a trip to the mall. We could get lunch, maybe look at some books." Rachel's heart immediately began racing. The mall meant people. People meant stares. Stares meant whispers. Whispers meant feeling like a circus sideshow all over again. "I don't think so." Rachel called back, her voice barely audible through the door. "I have some reading to catch up on." Margaret was quiet for a moment, then said, "I understand. But Rachel, honey, you can't hide forever. The world is still out there, still beautiful, still worth seeing. You're still worth seeing." After Margaret's footsteps faded down the hallway, Rachel sat in her enormous bedroom, surrounded by luxury she'd never asked for and isolation she couldn't escape. She looked at the calendar on her nightstand. 18 months since the accident. 18 months of hiding. 18 months of existing without living. She had no way of knowing that across town, a 7-year-old girl named Emma Morrison was convincing her father to take her shopping for a friend's birthday present. She had no way of knowing that their paths would cross in a few hours, in a moment that would shatter the careful walls she'd built around herself. All Rachel knew was that she was 22 years old, living in a mansion that felt like a mausoleum, convinced that she was too damaged to deserve love, too broken to inspire anything other than pity or horror. She was about to discover how beautifully wrong she could be about the capacity of human hearts to see beyond surfaces, to find wholeness in brokenness, and to offer acceptance without conditions. But first, she would have to find the courage to leave her room. The Scottsdale Fashion Square buzzed with its typical Saturday afternoon energy. Families wandered between stores, teenagers clustered around the food court, and the sound of children's laughter mixed with the ambient noise of commerce and conversation. The mall's soaring glass ceiling let in streams of desert sunshine that illuminated the polished floors and created an atmosphere of organized chaos that most visitors found energizing. Blake Morrison did not find it energizing. He found it overwhelming and expensive and full of things he couldn't afford for his daughter. But Emma had been so careful in her request, so polite in her asking, that he couldn't bring himself to say no. "Please, Daddy," she'd said that morning over their breakfast of generic cereal and day-old bread, toasted to hide its staleness. "Sophia's birthday party is tomorrow, and I really want to get her something special. She's been my best friend since kindergarten, and her mom always gets me really nice presents." Blake had felt the familiar stab of inadequacy that came whenever Emma's words reminded him of everything he couldn't provide. Sophia's mother was a pediatric nurse married to an accountant. They lived in a house with a backyard and went on vacations and never had to count coins at the grocery store. When Sophia had birthday parties, they were elaborate affairs with themed decorations and goodie bags filled with toys that cost more than Blake made in a day. But Emma had never complained about the differences between their life and her friends' lives. She'd never asked why they lived in a one-bedroom apartment while her classmates had their own rooms. She'd never wondered aloud why Daddy worked 2 jobs and still couldn't afford the brand-name sneakers that would help her fit in better at school. So when she'd asked for this one thing, the chance to give her best friend a birthday present that wasn't from the dollar store, Blake had known he'd find a way to make it happen, even if it meant adding to the credit card debt that kept him awake at night. Now they walked through the bright, crowded mall hand in hand, Emma's excitement radiating like warmth beside him. She chatted about Sophia's love of art supplies and unicorns, trying to decide between a set of colored pencils and a small stuffed animal, calculating in her 7-year-old mind which gift would bring her friend the most joy. Blake tried to focus on his daughter's happiness rather than the prices he saw in every store window. $25 for a simple set of markers, $40 for a stuffed animal that would probably be forgotten within a week. His paycheck from the garage, after rent and utilities and groceries, left precious little room for luxuries like friendship gifts and childhood joy. They'd been browsing in the toy section of a department store for 15 minutes when Blake heard a voice he'd hoped never to hear again. "Well, well, look what the wind blew in." Blake's blood turned cold. He turned slowly, Emma's hand still in his to face Carmen Rodriguez, his ex-wife, the woman who'd walked out on their family 4 years ago with nothing more than a note and a forwarded address for her lawyer. She looked different than he remembered, older though she was, only 31. She wore expensive clothes that he recognized as brands far beyond his means, and her dark hair was styled in a way that suggested regular salon visits. She'd clearly found the more she'd been looking for when she'd left him and Emma behind. Carmen Blake said, his voice carefully neutral. He felt Emma's hand tighten in his, felt her small body press closer to his side. She didn't remember much about her mother. She'd only been 3 when Carmen left, but some instinct told her this woman represented danger. I heard through the grapevine that you were still in Phoenix, Carmen said, her eyes moving from Blake to Emma with an expression he couldn't quite read. Still working at that little garage, I assume? Still living in that tiny apartment? We're doing fine, Blake replied, though the words felt like ash in his mouth. He was acutely aware of his second-hand clothes, of Emma's shoes that were starting to show wear of the $10 budget he'd set for today's shopping trip. Carmen smiled, but there was something predatory in it, I'm sure you are. Listen, Blake, I was hoping I could see Emma for a bit. Take her for ice cream catch-up. I am her mother, after all. Emma practically crawled up Blake's side, her face pressed into his shirt. She might not remember Carmen clearly, but she understood enough to know that this woman represented a threat to the security of their small family unit. You gave up that right when you left? Blake said, his voice low but firm. You can't just show up after 4 years and expect to play mother whenever it's convenient. Carmen's expression hardened. Actually, I can. I've been getting my life together, Blake. I have money, now resources. I've been thinking that maybe Emma deserves better than whatever this is. She gestured dismissively at Blake's worn jeans and work-stained hands. The words hit Blake like physical blows. This was his worst nightmare, that someone would look at his life, his circumstances, his inability to provide luxury and deem him insufficient. That someone would decide Emma deserved better than her father, who loved her more than life itself, but couldn't give her everything she might want. We're happy, Emma said suddenly, her voice small but brave. Daddy takes good care of me. We don't need anything else. Carmen knelt down to Emma's level, her expression softening in a way that might have looked maternal to casual observers. Sweetheart, you don't know what you're missing. I could give you your own room, new clothes, toys, vacations. Wouldn't you like that? Emma looked at this stranger, who claimed to be her mother, then up at Blake's face, reading the fear and pain there with the intuitive understanding that children possess. She wrapped her arms around Blake's leg and said clearly and firmly, I want to stay with my daddy. Carmen stood up, her brief attempt at maternal warmth evaporating. We'll see about that, she said to Blake. I've got a good lawyer now. Money for a custody battle. Maybe it's time Emma had some stability in her life. Blake felt the world tilt on its axis. A custody battle. Lawyers. Legal fees he couldn't afford to fight someone who apparently now had the resources to take his daughter away from him. The fear that had lived in the back of his mind since the day Carmen left, that someday she might return and decide she wanted Emma back, was crystallizing into terrible reality. You can't just... Blake started, but he was interrupted by a small voice calling out, Daddy! Blake spun around, his heart stopping, as he realized Emma was no longer beside him. In the stress and fear of confronting Carmen, in the panic of hearing threats about custody battles, he'd lost track of his daughter's hand. She'd slipped away into the crowd of Saturday shoppers. Emma, Blake called out, his voice cracking with terror. He pushed through clusters of families, his head swiveling frantically as he searched for a small girl in a purple t-shirt and denim shorts. The mall suddenly felt enormous, full of endless places where a 7-year-old could disappear, full of dangers he couldn't control. Carmen was beside him now, her own face pale with concern. Whatever issues existed between them as adults, Emma was still her biological daughter, and the thought of a lost child in a crowded public space sent both parents into immediate panic mode. I'll check the food court, Carmen said, and for a moment they were just two terrified parents instead of enemies facing off over custody rights. Blake ran toward the toy section, calling Emma's name, his voice growing hoarse with fear. Other shoppers began to look around for a missing child, but the mall was busy and loud and full of distractions. A 7-year-old could be anywhere. Meanwhile, across the mall, near the fountain that served as the center court's focal point, Rachel Whitmore was having her own crisis. She'd finally worked up the courage to leave her bedroom to venture out into the world for the first time in 6 months. Margaret had been so gently persistent, so careful not to pressure, but so clearly hopeful that Rachel had forced herself to put on her armor of concealment and agree to a brief shopping trip. The plan had been simple: walk quickly through the mall, buy a book or two, maybe grab lunch in a quiet corner booth somewhere, then return home to the safety of her isolation. But the mall was busier than she'd expected, fuller of people and noise and chaos than she'd prepared for. Her breathing had grown shallow, her heart rate elevated, and the familiar signs of panic were beginning to creep in. She'd been standing near the fountain trying to calm herself with deep breathing exercises her therapist had taught her when she'd heard it, the sound of a child crying. Emma Morrison stood 30 feet away, tears streaming down her face, looking lost and alone and terrified. The crowd moved around her without stopping, too absorbed in their own shopping missions to notice one small girl's distress. Rachel watched as several adults glanced at Emma and kept walking, unwilling to get involved with someone else's problem. Everything in Rachel screamed at her to stay hidden, to keep her head down, to not draw attention to herself. She was wearing her usual uniform of concealment, oversized hoodie pulled up over her head, medical mask covering the lower half of her face, sunglasses hiding her eyes. She looked like someone to be avoided, someone suspicious, someone who had no business approaching a lost child. But as she watched Emma's shoulders shake with sobs, Rachel felt something stir inside her that had been dormant for 18 months. Compassion. The inability to witness suffering and walk away. The fundamental human instinct to help someone smaller and more vulnerable than herself. Rachel approached slowly, her heart hammering in her chest. When she was close enough, she knelt down to Emma's level and spoke softly. "Hey there. Are you okay? Are you lost?" Emma looked up at this hooded stranger, taking in the mask and sunglasses and carefully hidden features. Another child might have been frightened by Rachel's concealed appearance, might have been taught to be wary of strangers who hid their faces. But Emma Morrison had been raised by a father who'd taught her to see beyond surfaces, to recognize kindness in unexpected places. "I can't find my daddy," Emma said through her tears. "He was right there, and then he was gone, and there are so many people, and I don't know where to go." Rachel's heart broke for this child's terror. She understood what it felt like to be lost, to feel alone in a crowd of people who couldn't see you or chose not to. She also understood something else, that this little girl needed help, and Rachel was the only person who'd stopped to offer it. "It's okay," Rachel said gently. "We'll find your daddy. Can you tell me what he looks like?" As Emma described her father, tall brown hair, probably worried sick, Rachel felt her medical mask slip slightly. The movement was small, barely noticeable, but it exposed the edge of her scarring to the light. Rachel's hands flew up to adjust it, but not before Emma caught a glimpse of the damaged skin along her jawline. Rachel froze, waiting for the scream, for the fear, for the inevitable reaction she'd grown accustomed to when people saw her scars. Children especially were usually the most honest in their horror. Instead, Emma tilted her head slightly, studying Rachel's partially visible face with the frank curiosity of childhood. "Does it hurt?" Emma asked softly. The question was so gentle, so free of judgment or fear, that Rachel felt tears spring to her eyes behind her sunglasses. When was the last time someone had looked at her scars and felt concern for her pain rather than revulsion at her appearance? Sometimes Rachel whispered, "It used to hurt a lot more." Emma reached out with one small finger and gently touched the edge of the scarring that was visible above Rachel's mask. Her touch was feather light, careful, infinitely gentle. "You must have been very brave," Emma said, with the matter-of-fact wisdom that children sometimes possess. "My daddy says that when people have marks like that, it means they fought really hard and didn't give up. You look like someone who fought a dragon and won." Something inside Rachel shattered completely. She began crying behind her sunglasses. Not tears of shame or self-pity, but tears of recognition. This child, this beautiful, innocent 7-year-old, had looked at her scars and seen courage instead of damage. Had seen a warrior instead of a victim. "Thank you," Rachel managed to whisper. Emma, with the instinctive kindness of a child raised with love, put her small arms around Rachel's neck and hugged her. "It's okay," she said softly. "You're still pretty. You just look like you have a really good story to tell." That was when Blake found them. Blake had been running through the mall for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, his heart hammering against his ribs as he called Emma's name. Every parent's worst nightmare was playing out in real time. His daughter, missing in a crowd of strangers, disappeared in the space between one breath and the next. When he finally spotted her near the fountain, safe in the arms of a hooded stranger, his knees almost gave out with relief. His little girl was okay. She was alive, she was unharmed, and she was talking to someone who had clearly stopped to help rather than harm. Blake ran toward them, calling Emma's name, and she turned at the sound of his voice with a smile that could have powered the entire mall. "Daddy, I found you." "Well, actually, she found me." Emma gestured toward the woman kneeling beside her, and Blake got his first real look at their unexpected guardian angel. She was young, maybe early 20s, with long blonde hair falling over one side of her face. She wore an oversized grey hoodie, despite the Arizona heat, and a medical mask covered the lower half of her face. Dark sunglasses hid her eyes completely. Everything about her appearance suggested someone who preferred invisibility, who had reasons for staying hidden, but she had stopped to help his daughter when everyone else had walked past. "Thank you," Blake said, dropping to his knees beside Emma and pulling her into a fierce hug. His voice was rough with emotion and relief. "Thank you so much for keeping her safe." The woman, girl really, stood up quickly, her movements awkward and hurried. Blake could see her preparing to disappear back into the crowd, to fade away without acknowledgement or thanks. It was nothing she said, her voice barely above a whisper. She was just scared. I was glad to help. But Emma had other ideas. She grabbed the woman's hand with the determination that only 7-year-olds could muster when they'd made up their minds about something important. "Daddy? She's really nice," Emma announced. "And she's been hurt, but she's brave about it. Can we buy her hot chocolate? Please, she helped me, and you always say we should be grateful when people are kind." Blake looked at this stranger who'd aided his daughter. Noting the way she held herself, slightly turned away. The way her free hand had moved unconsciously to adjust her mask when Emma had spoken about her being hurt. Something in her posture spoke of pain that went deeper than physical damage, of someone who'd learned to expect rejection rather than acceptance. "I don't want to impose," the woman said quietly. "I should probably get going," "Please," Blake said, and he meant it. "It's the least we can do. I'm Blake Morrison, and this little force of nature is my daughter, Emma." The woman hesitated for so long that Blake thought she might refuse and disappear into the crowd. When she finally spoke, her voice was so soft he had to lean closer to hear her. "I'm Rachel Whitmore." Blake smiled, genuine warmth creeping into his expression. "It's nice to meet you, Rachel. Now about that hot chocolate. I know a place in the food court that makes it with real whipped cream. Emma's been talking about it all morning." The food court was busy but not overwhelming, and Blake managed to find a small table tucked into a corner where the noise level was manageable. Rachel sat across from him, and Emma, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, her body language screaming that she wanted to bolt. Blake noticed the way other shoppers' eyes lingered on their table, drawn by some instinct to stare at Rachel's concealed appearance. He also noticed how Rachel seemed to shrink into herself. With each curious glance, how her breathing grew more rapid, when a group of teenagers walked past and whispered to each other. Without making a big show of it, Blake casually shifted his position, angling his body so that he blocked the sightlines from the surrounding tables. It was a subtle movement, protective without being obvious, and Rachel noticed. Blake saw her shoulders relax just slightly, saw some of the tension leave her posture. Emma chattered happily as they waited for their drinks, completely unbothered by Rachel's unusual appearance. She talked about school and her friends, and her daddy's work at the garage, painting a picture of their small but happy life with the unconscious honesty of childhood. "Daddy fixes cars when they're broken," Emma explained to Rachel. "He says everything deserves a chance to work properly again, even when other people might think they're too damaged to fix. He's really good at making broken things whole." Blake felt heat rise in his cheeks at his daughter's innocent words, but when he glanced at Rachel, he saw something shift in her expression. Interest, maybe? Or recognition? When their hot chocolate arrived, 3 mugs topped with generous swirls of whipped cream, Rachel faced a moment of truth. She would have to remove her mask to drink, which meant exposing the scars she'd spent 18 months hiding from the world. Blake watched her internal struggle, saw the way her hands trembled as she reached for the mask's ear loops. He could see the fear in her posture, the expectation of rejection or horror that she carried like armor. "You know," Blake said conversationally, stirring his hot chocolate, "I've got scars too. Nothing as visible as yours might be, but they're there. Sometimes I think the scars we can't see are the hardest ones to live with." Rachel looked at him sharply, and Blake continued, his voice gentle but matter-of-fact. "My ex-wife left when Emma was 3. Told me I wasn't enough, that she needed more than I could give her. That kind of thing leaves marks that don't show up on the outside, but cut just as deep." Slowly, carefully, Rachel lowered her mask. The scarring was extensive, covering the left side of her face from temple to jaw. The skin was discolored, raised in places, clearly the result of serious burn damage. It was the kind of injury that would make people stare, that would elicit gasps and whispers and uncomfortable silence. Blake looked directly at her face, not just the unmarked right side, but all of it, and smiled. "Thank you for trusting us enough to let us see you," he said simply. Emma, with the beautiful oblivion of childhood, reached across the table and patted Rachel's scarred cheek gently. "See, I told you that you fought a dragon. That's so cool." For the first time in 18 months, Rachel laughed. It was a small sound, rusty from disuse, but genuine. The sound of someone remembering what joy felt like. They talked for nearly 2 hours. Blake was careful not to pry, but he asked gentle questions about Rachel's life, her interests, what she liked to do. He treated her exactly as he would treat any new acquaintance, with polite curiosity and genuine interest, but without the overwhelming sympathy or careful pity that Rachel had grown to expect. Rachel found herself opening up in ways she hadn't since the accident. She told them about her love of art and books, about the volunteer work she'd done before her life had changed, about the painting classes she'd taken in college. She didn't mention her father's wealth or the family name that opened doors throughout Arizona. She just talked about herself, her real self, for the first time in over a year. Blake told her about his work at the garage, about the satisfaction he found in diagnosing problems and finding solutions. He talked about Emma with the obvious pride and deep love of a devoted father. But he was also honest about the challenges of single parenthood, about the exhaustion and worry and constant fear that he wasn't enough. "It's terrifying," he admitted, "knowing that someone so perfect is depending on you to get everything right and feeling like you're failing half the time." "You're not failing," Rachel said, and there was conviction in her voice. "Look at her. She's confident, kind, curious about the world. She stops to help strangers and sees warriors where other people might see damage. That doesn't happen by accident. That's because of how you've raised her." Blake felt something warm unfold in his chest at Rachel's words. When was the last time someone had told him he was doing a good job? When had anyone looked at his life and seen success instead of struggle? Emma had been slowly migrating closer to Rachel throughout their conversation, and by the time they finished their drinks, she was practically sitting in Rachel's lap, showing her pictures on Blake's phone and asking for opinions about everything from her favorite books to her science project ideas. "You should come see my volcano," Emma announced as they prepared to leave. "I built it with Daddy, and it actually erupts with baking soda and vinegar. It's really cool." Blake started to apologize for his daughter's presumption, but Rachel spoke first. "I'd love to see your volcano," she said, her voice stronger than it had been all afternoon. "It sounds amazing." As they walked toward the mall exit, Blake noticed how other shoppers still stared at Rachel's visible scars, how some people did double takes or whispered to their companions. But he also noticed how Rachel held herself differently now. Not hiding exactly, but not apologizing for existing either. When they reached the parking lot, Emma threw her arms around Rachel's waist in an enthusiastic goodbye hug. "You're my favorite new friend," Emma declared. "And you look like a princess who fought a dragon and won. That makes you way cooler than the princesses in my books who just wait around to be rescued." Rachel knelt down to Emma's level, and Blake was struck by the transformation in her face. The careful mask of concealment had been replaced by genuine warmth, by someone who was remembering how to connect with the world. "Thank you, Emma," Rachel said. "You've been the best part of my day." Blake watched this exchange between his daughter and this wounded stranger, and something clicked into place in his chest. Something that felt like possibility, like the beginning of something important. "Would you like to get coffee sometime?" he asked Rachel, the words coming out before he could second-guess himself. "I mean, just to talk. Emma clearly adores you, and I'd like to get to know you better, too." Rachel looked up at him. Surprise and something that might have been hope flickering across her features. "I'd like that," she said softly. "I'd like that very much." As they exchanged phone numbers and made tentative plans, Blake Morrison had no idea that he'd just set in motion a chain of events that would challenge everything he thought he knew about love, family, and what it meant to be enough. He had no idea that Rachel's last name would soon become a complication that threatened to destroy the fragile connection they'd built. All he knew was that his daughter had found a friend he'd met, someone who made him think about possibilities beyond mere survival. And for the first time in years, the future felt like it might hold something more than just getting by. He was about to learn that sometimes the most beautiful stories begin with the most broken people finding each other at exactly the right moment. That evening in his study overlooking the desert landscape he'd helped develop, Douglas Whitmore reviewed security footage that would change everything. At 58, he'd built his empire through meticulous attention to detail and an unwavering belief that information was the most valuable currency in any transaction. He applied the same thoroughness to protecting his daughter that he'd used to destroy business competitors and acquire real estate worth billions. The call from his head of security had come at 6 p.m., just as Douglas was reviewing quarterly reports from his various holdings. "Sir, we have footage of Miss Rachel from this afternoon. She was at the Fashion Square Mall, and she made contact with 2 individuals, an adult male and a child." Douglas had felt his blood pressure spike immediately. Rachel hadn't left the house except for medical appointments in over 6 months. For her to venture out at all was unprecedented. For her to interact with strangers was alarming. Now, watching the enhanced digital footage on his laptop screen, Douglas felt a mixture of relief and concern that twisted his stomach into knots. Relief because his daughter was clearly unharmed and had even appeared to be enjoying herself. Concern because she'd been in public with unknown individuals who could pose any number of threats to her safety or her inheritance. The first clip showed Rachel approaching a crying child near the mall's central fountain. Douglas watched his daughter kneel beside the little girl, saw the moment when her mask slipped and exposed her. Scarring witnessed the child's reaction of acceptance rather than fear. His throat tightened, watching Rachel's shoulders shake with what he recognized as tears of emotional release. The second clip showed the arrival of the adult male, tall, lean, dressed in clothes that screamed working class. Douglas watched him embrace the child with obvious relief and gratitude. He noted the man's work boots, his slightly worn jeans, the way he carried himself with the careful dignity of someone who'd learned to be proud of honest labor. The final clips showed all three of them in the food court, talking and laughing like old friends. Douglas zoomed in on Rachel's face as she removed her mask, watched her actually smile and engage in conversation for what appeared to be hours. It was the first time he'd seen his daughter look truly happy since before the accident. But Douglas Whitmore hadn't become a billionaire by trusting in coincidences or accepting surface appearances. Beautiful young women from wealthy families were targets for fortune hunters, con artists, and kidnappers. The fact that Rachel was vulnerable due to her injuries only increased the potential for exploitation. Within 20 minutes of seeing the footage, Douglas had his private investigator on the phone. "I need a complete background check on someone," he said, without preamble. "Blake Morrison, probably in his early 30s, appears to work manual labor. Has a daughter approximately 7 years old. I want to know everything about him by morning. Employment history, financial records, family background, criminal history, if any associates, everything. How deep do you want me to go?" "Mr. Whitmore, assume he's planning to kidnap my daughter for ransom money. Dig accordingly." The investigator who'd worked for Douglas for over a decade knew better than to question his employer's methods. Douglas Whitmore paid top dollar for thoroughness, and he expected results that could stand up in court if necessary. By 8 a.m. the following morning, a comprehensive file lay on Douglas's desk. Blake Morrison, 34 years old, divorced father of one daughter employed at Morrison's Auto Repair for the past 6 years. No criminal record beyond a few minor traffic violations. Credit score in the low 600s due to medical debt from his daughter's birth and subsequent financial struggles following his divorce. Douglas read through the financial records with growing dismay. Blake was drowning. His ex-wife had left him with debt from her spending habits and no child support, forcing him to work double shifts just to afford a one-bedroom apartment in a mediocre neighborhood. His credit cards were maxed out. His bank account rarely held more than a few $100s at any given time. His car was 8 years old and had over 150,000 miles on it. Everything about Blake Morrison's life screamed desperation. And desperate people in Douglas's experience were capable of justifying almost any action if the potential payoff was large enough. The investigator had also included character references from Blake's employer and neighbors. The garage owner praised his work ethic and integrity. His apartment complex manager noted that he was quiet, paid his rent on time when possible, and was clearly devoted to his daughter. His child's teacher described Blake as engaged and caring, always volunteering for school events despite his work schedule. But Douglas had learned long ago that people could maintain elaborate deceptions when millions of dollars were potentially at stake. Blake Morrison might genuinely be a devoted father and honest mechanic. Or he might be a very good actor who'd recognized an opportunity when a scarred billionaire's daughter had shown kindness to his child. Douglas closed the file and made his decision. He would meet with Mr. Morrison directly and make his position clear. Rachel was vulnerable emotionally and psychologically. She was worth more money than Blake could comprehend, and she was protected by a father who had the resources to destroy anyone who threatened her well-being. The conversation would be brief, definitive, and final. Douglas Whitmore had not amassed his fortune by allowing unknown variables to threaten his family's security. Blake Morrison represented exactly such a variable, and Douglas intended to eliminate the threat before it could develop further. 2 hours later, he was standing in Morrison's auto repair, surrounded by the smell of motor oil and the sound of pneumatic tools, feeling as out of place as a peacock in a junkyard. His $1,000 suit and Italian leather shoes marked him as clearly as if he'd worn a sign saying "billionaire on hostile territory." The other mechanics had stopped working to stare at this obvious outsider, sensing the tension that seemed to radiate from the well-dressed stranger like heat from a forge. When Douglas asked to speak with Blake Morrison, the resulting silence was thick enough to cut with a welding torch. Blake emerged from under the hood of a pickup truck, wiping his hands on a shop rag, his face questioning but not yet alarmed. He was taller than Douglas had expected, broader through the shoulders, with the kind of quiet strength that came from years of physical labor and personal resilience. "I'm Blake Morrison," he said, extending a clean hand. "Can I help you with something?" Douglas ignored the offered handshake. "You can stay away from my daughter." The garage went completely silent. Every tool stopped moving, every conversation ceased, every pair of eyes focused on the drama unfolding between the billionaire and the mechanic. Blake's hand dropped slowly to his side, his expression shifting from confusion to understanding to something that looked like controlled anger. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about," Blake said carefully, though Douglas could see in his eyes that he knew exactly what this was about. "Rachel Whitmore is my daughter," Douglas said, his voice carrying clearly through the sudden quiet. "I know you spent yesterday afternoon with her. I know she helped your child when she was lost. And I'm here to make sure that interaction doesn't lead to any misunderstandings about ongoing contact." Blake straightened to his full height, and Douglas was reminded that physical intimidation worked both ways. The mechanic had several inches and probably 50 pounds on him, along with the kind of muscle that came from real work, rather than expensive gym memberships. "With respect, sir, your daughter is an adult," Blake said, his voice steady despite the obvious tension. "She can make her own decisions about who she spends time with." Douglas smiled, but there was nothing warm in the expression. "Can she?" "Because from where I stand, she's a vulnerable young woman who's been through significant trauma, and you're a divorced father with overwhelming debt who just happened to encounter her at precisely the right moment to play the hero." The words hit their target. Douglas saw Blake's jaw tighten, saw the flash of pain that crossed his features before he could hide it. "I'm not playing anything," Blake said quietly. "Rachel was kind to my daughter. I was grateful. That's all there is to it. Is it?" Douglas stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Blake could hear him. "Because I've done my research, Mr. Morrison. I know about your financial problems. I know about your ex-wife leaving you with debt you can't pay. I know you work 2 jobs and can barely afford the apartment you're living in." Blake's hands clenched into fists at his sides, but he kept his voice level. "My financial situation has nothing to do with Rachel." "Doesn't it?" Douglas's voice was silk over steel. "My daughter is worth more money than you've seen in your entire lifetime. Are you telling me that didn't cross your mind when you learned her last name?" "I'm telling you that I don't care about her money," Blake said, and there was heat in his voice now. "I care about the fact that she's kind and intelligent, and that my daughter adores her. I care about the fact that she's been hurt, and deserves to be treated with respect, not hidden away like she's something to be ashamed of." Douglas felt his own anger rise at the implied criticism. "Don't presume to lecture me about my daughter's welfare. Everything I've done has been to protect her." "Have you?" Blake asked, and the question carried more challenge than Douglas was accustomed to hearing from anyone. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've convinced her she's something that needs hiding." The accusation hung in the air between them, and Douglas felt something dangerous stir in his chest. This mechanic, this nobody with dirty fingernails and a failing credit score, was questioning his judgment about his own daughter. "Let me be very clear," Douglas said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "If you contact Rachel again, if you so much as drive past her neighborhood, I will destroy you. I will buy this garage and shut it down. I will make sure you never work in this city again. I will tie you up in legal proceedings that will cost more than you make in 5 years. And if necessary, I will have your daughter removed from your custody on the grounds that you're exposing her to dangerous situations with unstable people." The threat about Emma hit Blake like a physical blow. Douglas saw the man's face go white, saw the moment when the reality of their power imbalance became crystal clear. Blake Morrison might be bigger, stronger, younger, but Douglas Whitmore had resources that could crush him like an insect. More importantly, Blake had something precious to lose: his daughter, and Douglas was willing to use that leverage without hesitation. "I understand," Blake said quietly, his voice hoarse. "I thought you would," Douglas replied. He turned to leave, then paused. "My daughter has been through enough trauma. I won't allow you to add to it by offering her hope for something that can never happen." Douglas walked out of the garage without looking back, leaving Blake standing among his co-workers' stunned silence, knowing he'd just been given an ultimatum that would force him to choose between his growing feelings for Rachel and his ability to provide for his daughter. That evening, Blake sat at his kitchen table after Emma had gone to bed, staring at his phone and the text message he'd drafted to Rachel, explaining that he couldn't see her again. His thumb hovered over the send button as he wrestled with the impossible choice between following his heart and protecting his child. He had no way of knowing that across town Rachel was having her own crisis of faith, or that her father's protective instincts were about to collide head-on with his daughter's desperate need to reclaim her life. All Blake knew was that for one brief afternoon he'd felt like maybe he could be enough for someone, and now that hope was being taken away by forces completely beyond his control. Rachel had spent 3 days choosing what to wear for coffee with Blake and Emma. 3 days of standing in front of her enormous closet, trying on outfit after outfit, attempting to find something that would cover her scars without making her look like she was hiding. Which she was, of course, but she didn't want it to be obvious. The burgundy sweater with the high neckline seemed like the best option. It was soft, comfortable, and the color made her feel slightly less like she was trying to disappear into the background. She'd paired it with dark jeans and boots that gave her confidence when she walked. Her hair fell over the left side of her face in the carefully practiced style she'd perfected over the past 18 months. Standing outside Copper Canyon Coffee, Rachel felt her resolve wavering for the 10th time that morning. The coffee shop was busier than she'd expected, filled with the usual Saturday morning crowd of families, students, and professionals grabbing their weekend caffeine fixes. Through the large windows, she could see people chatting, laughing, existing in the world without fear or shame. She'd almost turned around 3 times on the drive over. Her hands had shaken so badly while parking that she'd had to sit in her car for 15 minutes practicing the breathing exercises her therapist had taught her before she could summon the courage to get out. Now, standing on the sidewalk outside the cafe, Rachel could feel her chest tightening with the familiar symptoms of panic. Her breathing grew shallow. Her palms were sweating despite the January chill. Every rational part of her mind screamed that this was a mistake, that she should get back in her car and return to the safety of her bedroom. But Blake and Emma were in there waiting for her. Sweet, kind Emma, who'd looked at her scars and seen a dragon fighter. Blake, who'd treated her like a normal person who'd asked gentle questions and listened to her answers without pity or discomfort. For 3 days, Rachel had replayed their conversation at the mall, examining every word, every gesture, looking for signs that their kindness had been performance rather than genuine care. She'd found none. Blake's warmth had felt real, his interest authentic, his treatment of her natural rather than forced. Taking a deep breath that did nothing to calm her racing heart, Rachel pushed open the coffee shop door, The effect was immediate and devastating. Every head in the cafe turned toward her as if pulled by invisible strings. The cheerful buzz of conversation stuttered and stopped. Coffee cups paused halfway to lips. A woman near the counter gasped audibly. Rachel stood frozen in the doorway, acutely aware of every eye fixed on her face, every whispered word, every poorly concealed stare. She'd forgotten how cruel public spaces could be, how her appearance turned casual Saturday morning coffee into a spectacle. A mother sitting with 2 young children pulled them closer to her side, as if scarring might be contagious. A teenage boy at a corner table raised his phone, clearly preparing to take a photo, until his girlfriend slapped his hand down. An elderly man near the window craned his neck to get a better look, his expression a mixture of morbid curiosity and poorly hidden revulsion. "Oh my God," someone whispered loud enough for Rachel to hear. "What happened to her face?" "Don't stare," another voice hissed, which only drew more attention to the fact that everyone was indeed staring. Rachel's vision began to tunnel. Her breath came in short, sharp gasps that she couldn't seem to control. The cafe suddenly felt enormous and suffocating at the same time, full of hostile faces and cruel whispers, and the kind of attention that made her want to crawl out of her own skin. This had been a mistake, a terrible, naive mistake. She didn't belong in public spaces, didn't belong among normal people living normal lives. She was a curiosity, a tragedy, a conversation starter for strangers who would go home and tell their families about the poor, scarred girl they'd seen that morning. Rachel turned toward the door, ready to flee back to her car, back to her bedroom, back to the isolation that hurt less than this public humiliation. She'd call Blake later and make excuses. Tell him she'd gotten sick, had a family emergency, anything other than the truth, that she wasn't brave enough to exist in a world that looked at her like a freak show attraction. Rachel. Blake's voice cut through the noise and whispers like a lifeline thrown to a drowning person. Rachel turned and saw him standing at a corner table where he'd clearly been waiting for her. Emma sat beside him, her face lighting up when she spotted Rachel near the entrance. But what happened next was what changed everything. Instead of staying safely at his table, instead of waiting for Rachel to navigate the gauntlet of stares and whispers, Blake Morrison stood up and walked toward her. Not away from the spectacle, but toward it. He crossed the entire coffee shop, while every person in the place watched, their attention shifting from Rachel's scars to this man who was voluntarily approaching the woman everyone else was treating like a pariah. His stride was confident, unhurried, purposeful. His expression was warm and welcoming, completely unbothered by the audience of strangers judging his choice to associate with someone they saw as damaged. When Blake reached Rachel, who stood trembling in the doorway like a deer caught in headlights, he did something no one in that cafe expected. He smiled. Not the careful, pitying smile that people sometimes offered when they wanted to appear kind while secretly feeling superior. Not the nervous smile of someone trying to hide discomfort. A genuine smile of pleasure at seeing someone he was happy to meet. "I'm so glad you came," Blake said, his voice warm and steady, and completely audible to every person straining to hear their interaction. Then Blake Morrison did something that would be burned into Rachel's memory for the rest of her life. He reached out and gently took her cold, trembling hand in his. The coffee shop went completely silent. Not the kind of quiet that falls when people are trying to eavesdrop, but the absolute stillness that occurs when an entire room of people collectively holds its breath. No one moved. No one spoke. No one seemed to even blink as they watched this ordinary man in worn jeans and work boots take the hand of a woman whose scars marked her as someone to be avoided. Someone to pity, someone to whisper about rather than approach. Blake held Rachel's hand gently but firmly, his calloused fingers warm against her cold skin. He looked directly into her eyes. Not at her scars, not at the damaged skin that drew everyone else's attention, but into her eyes, like she was exactly what he'd been hoping to see, when he walked into this coffee shop. "We saved you a seat," Blake said, loud enough for the entire cafe to hear. "Right by the window where Emma insisted you'd want to sit so you could watch the people walking by." For a moment that stretched like eternity, Rachel couldn't speak, couldn't think, could barely breathe. This man, this near stranger, had just publicly claimed her as someone worth knowing. Someone worth sitting with, someone whose company he valued enough to cross a room full of staring strangers to welcome. The simple gesture of taking her hand, done without hesitation, without the careful choreography that most people employed when they had to touch her scarred skin, was the most radical act of acceptance Rachel had experienced since her accident. Tears began streaming down her face, but for the first time in 18 months, they weren't tears of shame or self-pity. They were tears of recognition, of gratitude, of something that felt dangerously close to hope. "Thank you," Rachel whispered, her voice barely audible. Blake squeezed her hand gently and began walking toward their table, keeping pace with her slower, more hesitant steps. "Thank you for being brave enough to come," he said quietly. "Emma's been talking about you all week. I think she's planned out your entire conversation already." As they moved through the cafe still holding hands, the other customers began to return to their own conversations and coffee, though Rachel could feel occasional glances still following them. But the hostile energy had shifted somehow. Blake's public acceptance of her had changed. The dynamic in the room turned her from a curiosity to be stared at into simply half of a couple meeting for coffee. Emma bounced in her seat when they approached the table, her excitement radiating like warmth. "Rachel, you came. Daddy said you might be nervous, but I told him you were brave because you fought a dragon so coffee wouldn't scare you." Blake pulled out Rachel's chair with old-fashioned courtesy, waiting for her to sit before taking his own seat. The gesture was small, but significant, treating her like someone deserving of respect and care, rather than someone to be managed or endured. "I brought you something," Emma announced, pulling a folded piece of paper from her backpack. "I drew you a picture." Rachel unfolded the drawing with trembling fingers. It was a crayon masterpiece depicting 3 stick figures standing under a rainbow. 2 tall figures labeled Daddy and Rachel flanked a smaller figure labeled Me. All 3 figures were smiling, and the Rachel figure had long yellow hair and what appeared to be a crown. "See, I drew you as a princess," Emma explained proudly. "Because you're really pretty and you fought a dragon and won, which makes you the best kind of princess, the kind that saves herself." Rachel's throat closed completely. She stared at the drawing through blurring tears, overwhelmed by this child's simple, pure acceptance. Emma had drawn her not as a victim or a tragedy, but as a hero, as someone strong and worthy of crowns and fairy tale endings. "This is the most beautiful drawing anyone has ever given me," Rachel managed to say. "Can I keep it forever?" "Of course, I made it special for you." Emma paused, studying Rachel's face with the frank curiosity of childhood. "Are you crying because you're sad or happy?" Rachel wiped her eyes, laughing through her tears. "Happy. Definitely happy. I don't think anyone has ever drawn me as a princess before." Blake watched this exchange between his daughter and Rachel, and something warm unfurled in his chest. Emma's natural compassion, her ability to see beyond surfaces to the person underneath, was one of the things he was most proud of as her father. Watching her gift that acceptance to someone who clearly needed it reminded him why he'd fallen in love with being a parent in the first place. When their coffee arrived, hot chocolate for Emma lattes for the adults, Rachel faced the familiar moment of decision about whether to remove her mask. Blake noticed her hesitation and spoke casually while stirring his drink. "You know, I was thinking about what you said the other day about scars," he said. "About how some are visible and some aren't. I've been carrying around invisible scars from my divorce for years, And sometimes I think those are harder to heal because no one can see them or acknowledge them. Rachel looked at him over her untouched latte. What do you mean? Blake considered his words carefully. When Carmen left, that's my ex-wife, she told me I wasn't enough, that she needed more than I could give her. That kind of rejection, it leaves marks that don't show up on the outside, but cut just as deep. Sometimes I think visible scars might be easier because at least people can see what you've survived. Slowly, Rachel lowered her mask. The scarring was extensive, covering the left side of her face from temple to jaw. The skin was discolored, raised in places, clearly the result of serious burn damage. Several other customers glanced over when she revealed her face, but Blake's eyes never left hers. "Thank you for trusting us enough to let us see you," Blake said simply, the same words he'd used in the mall. "All of you." Emma, oblivious to the significance of the moment, immediately launched into a detailed explanation of her science project about volcanoes, complete with hand gestures that nearly knocked over her hot chocolate. Her easy chatter filled any awkward silence and helped Rachel relax into the conversation. As the morning progressed, Rachel found herself laughing more freely than she had in months. Blake had a dry sense of humor and a way of telling stories about his work at the garage that made even mundane car repairs sound like adventures. Emma provided running commentary on everything from her teacher's new haircut to her friend's pet hamster's alleged escape attempts. "So then Mrs. Rodriguez says we're going to learn about fractions?" Emma continued her school saga, and Tommy Henderson starts crying because he thinks fractions are when you break your arm, and it takes like 10 minutes for her to explain that it's just math about pieces of pie. Rachel dissolved into laughter at the image, and Blake felt his heart skip at the sound. Her laugh was musical genuine, the kind that made everyone around her want to laugh too. It transformed her entire face, making the scars seem incidental rather than defining. "What about you, Blake?" asked Rachel during a brief lull in Emma's storytelling. "What do you do when you're not rescuing lost children at malls?" Rachel's expression grew more serious. "I used to study art history. I was going to work in museums or galleries, help people understand the stories behind beautiful things." She paused, unconsciously touching the edge of her scarring. "After the accident, I stopped going to classes. Stopped doing most things, really." Why, Emma asked with the blunt directness of childhood. Rachel considered how to explain years of isolation and fear to a 7-year-old. Sometimes when people get hurt, they forget how to be around other people. They start thinking they don't belong in the world anymore. Emma frowned, processing this information. "But that's silly. Just because you look different doesn't mean you don't belong. My friend Marcus has a wheelchair because his legs don't work, but he still belongs at school and playground and everywhere else. Different isn't the same as wrong." The wisdom of children. Blake thought, watching Rachel's eyes fill with tears again. Emma had just articulated in one simple sentence what teams of therapists had probably been trying to help Rachel understand for months. "You're very smart, Rachel," told Emma, "and very kind. Your daddy must be proud of you." "He is," Emma said matter-of-factly. "He tells me every day. Even when I mess up or make mistakes, he says he's proud because I keep trying to be good." She paused, then added with devastating innocence, "I think someone should tell you they're proud of you too. You seem like someone who keeps trying to be good even when it's hard." Blake watched Rachel's composure completely crumble at his daughter's words. She put her face in her hands and sobbed. Not the quiet, controlled tears she'd shed earlier, but deep, cathartic sobs that seemed to come from somewhere profound and long suppressed. Without hesitation, Emma got up from her chair and wrapped her small arms around Rachel's shoulders. "It's okay," she said softly. "Sometimes crying helps wash away the sad parts, so there's more room for happy parts." Blake felt his own eyes burning as he watched his daughter comfort this wounded stranger with the natural empathy that seemed to be hardwired into her DNA. This was why he'd fought so hard to be the kind of father who raised children with open hearts rather than closed fists, who saw pain as something to heal rather than weakness to exploit. When Rachel finally composed herself, she looked at Blake with wonder in her eyes. "How did you raise someone so incredible?" Blake smiled, feeling pride and humility in equal measure. "I can't take all the credit. She came into the world with a capacity for love that amazes me every day. I just try not to mess it up." They stayed at the coffee shop for almost 3 hours, talking about everything and nothing. Rachel told them about her love of painting, about the classes she'd taken before the accident, about the art supplies that sat unused in her bedroom. Blake shared stories about the satisfaction he found in diagnosing automotive problems, about the puzzle-solving aspect of repair work that kept his mind engaged despite the physical demands. Emma appointed herself as conversation facilitator, asking questions that adults might consider too personal, but that helped all three of them understand each other better. She wanted to know about Rachel's favorite colors, blue and gold, her favorite books, anything about art or history, and whether she'd ever seen a real volcano. No, but she'd love to. As they finally prepared to leave, other customers had cycled in and out of the cafe, but the three of them had created their own bubble of warmth and connection that felt separate from the outside world. Rachel realized with surprise that she'd stopped being conscious of her scars hours ago, stopped monitoring every glance and whisper, stopped apologizing for existing in public space. "Thank you," she said to Blake as they gathered their coats. "For today, for not treating me like I'm made of glass, for letting Emma be herself around me." "Thank you for giving us the chance to know you," Blake replied. "Both of you. The person you were before your accident and the person you're becoming now. They're both pretty remarkable." As they walked toward the parking lot, Emma skipped between them, chattering about her plans for the following week and asking when they could all have hot chocolate again. Rachel felt something she hadn't experienced in 18 months, the desire to make future plans, to have something to look forward to rather than simply endure. Blake walked her to her car, a luxury vehicle that was clearly worth more than he made in several years, though he didn't comment on it. When Rachel was settled in the driver's seat, he leaned down to her window. "I know this might seem forward," he said, "but would you like to have dinner with us next week? Nothing fancy, just homemade spaghetti and Emma's endless commentary on everything. But I'd really like to see you again." Rachel's heart hammered against her ribs. I'd love that she said meaning it completely. I'd really love that. As she drove home through the Phoenix suburbs, Rachel caught glimpses of herself in the rear-view mirror and realized something had fundamentally shifted. For the first time since her accident, she wasn't hiding from her reflection. She was looking at herself, scars and all, and seeing someone worth knowing, someone worth spending time with, someone worthy of kindness and acceptance. Blake Morrison and his extraordinary daughter had given her something she'd thought was lost forever. The belief that she could still be seen as human rather than as a collection of injuries, that connection was still possible, that she didn't have to spend the rest of her life apologizing for taking up space in the world. She had no idea that across town her father was reviewing security footage of their coffee date and making phone calls to private investigators. She had no idea that Blake was about to face pressure that would test everything they'd begun to build together. All Rachel knew was that for 3 hours that morning, she'd felt like herself again. And for the first time in 18 months, that self felt worth fighting for. The next Monday morning dawned clear and cold in Phoenix, with the kind of desert air that promised brutal heat by afternoon, but offered a brief reprieve in the early hours. Blake arrived at Morrison's auto repair at 6 a.m., an hour before the shop officially opened, to catch up on paperwork and prepare for what promised to be a busy week. He'd been thinking about Rachel almost constantly since their coffee date Saturday morning. The way she'd laughed at Emma's stories, the gradual relaxation in her posture as the hours passed, the moment when she'd stopped hiding behind her carefully constructed barriers and allowed them to see her completely. There had been something magical about those 3 hours, something that made Blake believe in possibilities he'd thought were permanently closed to him. He'd even begun planning the dinner he'd impulsively invited her to, mentally cataloguing ingredients and considering whether he could afford to buy decent wine to go with his homemade spaghetti. For the first time in years, Blake found himself looking forward to something beyond just getting through another day. The sound of expensive car doors slamming in the gravel parking lot pulled Blake from his thoughts. Through the office window, he watched 3 figures emerge from a black town car that probably cost more than his annual salary. 2 men in expensive suits flanked a third man who was clearly their leader. Older, silver-haired, radiating the kind of authority that came from decades of having his orders followed without question. Blake felt his stomach drop even before the men pushed through the shop's front door. This was about Rachel. It had to be. Nobody this wealthy, this powerful-looking had any legitimate business at Morrison's Auto Repair. The other mechanics hadn't arrived yet, leaving Blake alone to face whatever this was. He set down his coffee and stood up from the office desk, trying to project calm confidence despite the alarm bells clanging in his head. The silver-haired man entered first, his cold eyes sweeping the garage with obvious distaste. He wore a charcoal suit that probably cost more than Blake's monthly rent, and his polished shoes clicked against the concrete floor with the sharp precision of someone accustomed to commanding attention. "You're Blake Morrison," the man said. It wasn't a question. "I am Blake," replied carefully. "Can I help you with something?" The man's smile was winter cold and twice as dangerous. "I'm Douglas Whitmore. I believe you know my daughter." Blake's heart hammered against his ribs, but he kept his voice level. "If you're talking about Rachel, then yes, we've met. She's a lovely person." "Is she?" Douglas stepped closer, his attorneys flanking him like bodyguards. "Because from my perspective, my daughter is a vulnerable young woman who's been through significant trauma, and you're a divorced mechanic with overwhelming debt who conveniently happened to be in the right place at the right time to play the hero." The words hit Blake like physical blows, each one precisely calculated to wound. Douglas had done his research clearly, and he was laying Blake's failures and inadequacies out in the open like evidence in a court case. "I didn't play anything," Blake said quietly, though he could hear the defensiveness creeping into his voice. "Rachel helped my daughter when she was scared and lost. I was grateful. That's all there is to it." Douglas laughed, but the sound held no humor. "Is it because I've had you investigated, Mr. Morrison? I know about your ex-wife leaving you with debt you can't pay. I know about your credit score, your maxed-out credit cards, your second job cleaning offices just to afford your 1-bedroom apartment. I know exactly how desperate your situation is." Blake felt heat rise in his face, a mixture of shame and anger that made his hands clench into fists at his sides. Everything Douglas was saying was true, which made it cut deeper than any lie could have. "My financial situation has nothing to do with Rachel," Blake said. "Doesn't it?" Douglas's voice was silk over steel. "My daughter is worth more money than you've seen in your entire lifetime. Are you honestly telling me that didn't cross your mind when you learned her last name?" "I'm telling you that I don't care about her money," Blake said, heat creeping into his voice now. "I care about the fact that she's kind and intelligent and that she's been hurt and deserves better than being hidden away like she's something to be ashamed of." Douglas's expression darkened. "Don't you dare lecture me about my daughter's welfare. Everything I've done has been to protect her." "Have you?" The question came out sharper than Blake had intended, but he was beyond caring about diplomacy. "Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you've convinced her she's something that needs hiding. When I met her, she was so afraid of being seen in public that she was wearing a mask and sunglasses in a mall. That's not protection, that's imprisonment." The accusation hung in the air between them like a gauntlet thrown down. Blake saw something dangerous flash in Douglas's eyes, and realized he'd crossed a line that wealthy, powerful men weren't accustomed to having challenged. "Let me be very clear about something," Douglas said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "If you contact my daughter again, if you so much as drive past her neighborhood, I will destroy you completely." Blake opened his mouth to respond, but Douglas continued his words, coming faster, more pointed, like bullets fired from close range. "I will buy this garage and shut it down, putting you and everyone who works here out of a job. I will make sure you never work as a mechanic in this city again, or any city for that matter. I will tie you up in legal proceedings that will cost more money than you make in 5 years' proceedings you can't afford to fight, even if you wanted to." Blake felt the world tilting on its axis as the scope of Douglas's threat became clear. This wasn't just about him anymore. This was about every person who worked at the garage, every family that depended on Morrison's auto repair for their livelihood. Blake might be willing to risk his own financial destruction, but he had no right to gamble with other people's jobs. But Douglas wasn't finished. "And if all of that isn't sufficient to make my position clear," he continued, his voice now quiet enough that Blake had to lean forward to hear him, "I will have your daughter removed from your custody on the grounds that you're exposing her to dangerous situations with unstable individuals." The threat about Emma hit Blake like a sledgehammer to the chest. His vision actually grayed at the edges as the implications crashed over him. Emma, his sunshine, his reason for living his entire world, taken away because he'd dared to care about someone beyond his social class. Blake understood with crystal clarity that Douglas Whitmore wasn't making idle threats. This was a man with unlimited resources, unlimited connections, unlimited power to reshape other people's lives according to his will. He could absolutely do everything he'd promised to do, and Blake had no defense against that level of wealth and influence. "I have an entire team of attorneys who specialize in custody cases." Douglas continued reading Blake's terror with obvious satisfaction. "They're very good at demonstrating how single fathers with unstable employment and questionable judgment pose risks to their children, especially when those fathers are pursuing relationships with mentally unstable women who might present dangers to innocent children." The description of Rachel as mentally unstable sent fresh rage coursing through Blake's veins, but the fear for Emma's safety overwhelmed everything else. He couldn't fight Douglas Whitmore, couldn't afford lawyers who could go toe-to-toe with billionaire legal teams, couldn't risk everything he'd built with his daughter on a relationship that had barely begun. "I understand," Blake said quietly, the words tasting like ashes in his mouth. "I thought you would." Douglas replied, "You seem like an intelligent man, despite your circumstances. I trust this will be the end of any contact between you and my daughter." Douglas turned toward the door, his attorneys following like obedient shadows, but then paused and looked back at Blake. "For what it's worth, Mr. Morrison, I don't think you're a bad person. You're simply someone who doesn't understand the realities of the world my daughter lives in. Rachel has been through enough trauma without being given false hope for something that could never work. I'm doing both of you a favor by ending this before it causes more pain." With that, Douglas Whitmore walked out of Morrison's auto repair, leaving Blake standing alone in the early morning silence, understanding that his brief glimpse of something beautiful had just been ripped away by forces completely beyond his control. Blake's hands were shaking as he sat back down at the office desk. He pulled out his phone and stared at Rachel's number, thinking about the text he would have to send, the explanation he would somehow have to craft for why he couldn't see her again. How do you tell someone that you're not brave enough to risk everything for them? How do you explain that love, or whatever this was becoming, wasn't enough when it went up against unlimited money and power? How do you break the heart of someone who was just learning to hope again? Blake began typing several different messages, deleting each one before it was finished. Every approach felt inadequate, cruel, cowardly. But what choice did he have? Douglas Whitmore had made it clear that pursuing a relationship with Rachel would cost Blake everything. His job, his future, and most importantly, his daughter. He was still staring at his phone 20 minutes later when it rang in his hands. Rachel's name appeared on the screen, and Blake felt his heart break just a little bit more. "Hello," he answered, trying to keep his voice normal. "Blake, it's Rachel." Her voice was warm, happy, completely unaware that their brief connection was about to be severed. "I wanted to thank you again for Saturday. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed myself that much." Blake closed his eyes, memorizing the sound of her voice, knowing this would probably be the last time he heard it. "I enjoyed it too," he said honestly. "I was calling about dinner this week," Rachel continued. "I know you mentioned homemade spaghetti, but I was wondering, would you and Emma like to come to my house instead? I have this huge kitchen that I never use, and I thought maybe we could cook together. Emma mentioned she likes science experiments, and I could show her how to make pasta from scratch. It's kind of like chemistry in a way." The invitation was so sweetly offered, so full of genuine enthusiasm and care for Emma's interests, that Blake had to bite back a sound of pain. Rachel was thinking about his daughter planning activities that would engage and delight her, opening her home to them despite her own struggles with isolation and fear. Rachel, Blake started, then stopped. How could he do this? How could he destroy something so good, so pure, so healing for all of them? "Is everything okay?" Rachel asked, and Blake could hear the concern creeping into her voice. "You sound strange." Blake thought about Douglas Whitmore's threat, about Emma being taken away, about the garage being shut down, and putting innocent people out of work. He thought about the impossible chasm between his world and Rachel's, about the futility of believing that love could bridge gaps that money and power had carved into canyons. "I can't," he said quietly. "I can't do dinner this week. I'm sorry." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Oh. Okay. Maybe next week then." The hope in her voice nearly undid him completely. "Rachel, I think maybe we should slow things down. Take a step back." Another pause, longer this time. When Rachel spoke again, her voice was smaller, more careful. "Did I do something wrong? If I came on too strong, or if being seen with me in public was embarrassing?" "No," Blake said quickly, urgently. "God, no. You didn't do anything wrong. You're incredible, Rachel. That's not what this is about." "Then what is it about?" Blake stared out the office window at the empty parking lot, searching for words that could explain the impossible situation he'd been put in without revealing Douglas's threats or making Rachel feel like the cause of problems she hadn't created. "It's complicated," he said, finally, knowing it was inadequate but unable to offer anything better. "I see." Rachel's voice had gone flat, distant. "I think I understand." "Rachel, please, no, it's okay. I get it. This was fun for a while, but reality is setting in. I'm not exactly what most people are looking for in terms of, well, anything. I just thought, maybe—" "Never mind what I thought." The pain in her voice was like a knife twisting in Blake's chest. She thought he was rejecting her because of her scars, because of her appearance, because of the very things that made her believe she was unworthy of love. She had no idea that her father had threatened to destroy Blake's entire life if he continued to see her. "It's not what you think," Blake said desperately. "You're amazing, Rachel. You deserve everything good in this world, just not with you." The quiet statement hung between them like a death sentence. Blake wanted to deny it, wanted to tell her about Douglas's threats, wanted to explain that walking away was the hardest thing he'd ever done and had nothing to do with her worth as a person. But he couldn't. Telling Rachel about her father's ultimatum would only cause her more pain, more family conflict, more reasons to blame herself for situations she hadn't created. Better to let her think he was shallow and cruel than to burden her with the truth about how far her father was willing to go to keep them apart. "I'm sorry," Blake said, meaning it more than any words he'd ever spoken. "I'm so sorry, Rachel." "Me too," she whispered, and then the line went dead. Blake sat in the empty garage office, staring at his phone, understanding that he'd just broken the heart of someone who'd had enough heartbreak for several lifetimes. For her own good, he told himself, to protect his daughter, to prevent worse pain down the road when the reality of their different worlds became impossible to ignore. But as he sat there in the growing morning light, Blake Morrison knew that he'd just made the worst decision of his life, and the fact that it was probably the only decision he could make didn't do anything to ease the crushing weight of regret that settled on his chest like a stone. 20 minutes later, when his co-workers began arriving for the day shift, they found Blake at his workstation attacking a brake repair job with the kind of intensity usually reserved for personal vendettas. He worked without speaking, without breaking for lunch, without even looking up when people tried to engage him in conversation. None of them asked what was wrong. The haunted look in Blake Morrison's eyes made it clear that whatever had happened, it wasn't something that could be fixed with small talk or friendly concern. It was the kind of brokenness that came from having your heart ripped out while being told it was for your own good. And every mechanic in that garage recognized the symptoms even if they didn't know the cause. 4 days had passed since Blake's phone call. 4 days during which Rachel had barely left her bedroom, except to reassure Margaret that she was fine, just tired, maybe coming down with something. 4 days of telling herself that she'd been naive to think someone could look past her scars and see something worth loving. The rejection shouldn't have surprised her. It shouldn't have hurt as much as it did. She'd had 18 months to get used to people finding her too difficult to be around, too uncomfortable to look at, too damaged to deserve normal human connection. But Blake had been different. Or she'd thought he was different. He'd looked directly at her scars without flinching. He'd taken her hand in a crowded coffee shop without shame. He'd treated her like someone worth knowing rather than someone to be pitied or avoided. Apparently she'd been wrong about all of that. Rachel sat in her bedroom on Thursday evening, staring at the drawing Emma had made for her. The stick-figure princess with the crown standing between daddy and daughter under a rainbow. She'd taped it to a vanity mirror where it served as a reminder of the brief moment when she'd felt like someone's fairy tale instead of someone's nightmare. The winter storm that had been threatening Phoenix for days finally arrived that evening, bringing the kind of cold rain that turned the desert into something grey and hostile. Rachel watched the water streak down her bedroom windows and felt it matching the tears that hadn't stopped falling since Blake's phone call. She'd replayed their conversation hundreds of times, analyzing every word, every pause, every inflection in his voice. There had been something in his tone that didn't match his words. Pain, maybe, or reluctance. But that could have been her imagination, her desperate need to believe that his rejection wasn't about her fundamental inadequacy as a potential partner. "Rachel, sweetheart." Margaret's voice came through the bedroom door, accompanied by her usual gentle knock. "There's someone here to see you." Rachel's heart leaped with irrational hope. Blake. It had to be Blake coming to explain, to take back his words, to tell her that whatever was wrong could be worked out. "Who is it?" Rachel called back, already moving toward her closet to find something to cover herself properly. "It's your father. He says it's important." Rachel's brief hope crashed back to earth. Douglas rarely visited her room anymore, respecting her need for privacy and space. For him to come here directly meant something significant had happened. "Come in," Rachel said, settling back onto her bed and pulling a throw blanket around herself like armor. Douglas entered carefully, his expression uncharacteristically gentle. He looked around her room, the drawn curtains, the untouched art supplies, the general atmosphere of someone existing rather than living, and his face tightened with concern. "How are you feeling, sweetheart?" he asked, sitting in the chair beside her bed. "Margaret says you've been under the weather." "Just tired," Rachel said automatically. "I'm fine." Douglas studied her face with the attention to detail that had made him successful in business. He noted the red-rimmed eyes, the pale complexion, the way she held herself, like someone bracing for another blow. "I know about Blake Morrison," he said quietly. Rachel's blood turned to ice water. "What do you know? I know you've been seeing him. I know about the coffee date, the time you spent together at the mall. I know he called you earlier this week to end whatever was developing between you." Rachel felt exposed, violated, furious. "You've been having me watched. I've been having you protected," Douglas corrected. "There's a difference." "No, there isn't." Rachel's voice rose higher than it had in months, anger finally breaking through the careful numbness she'd cultivated. "You've been spying on me like I'm a child, like I'm not capable of making my own decisions about my own life." Douglas remained calm in the face of her fury, which only made Rachel angrier. "You're 22 years old, and you've been through significant trauma. You're vulnerable to people who might want to take advantage of that vulnerability." "Like Blake," Rachel laughed bitterly. "Blake Morrison, who works 2 jobs to support his daughter, who treated me like a human being instead of a victim, who made me feel normal for the first time in 18 months. That Blake Morrison." "Yes," Douglas said simply. "Exactly that Blake Morrison." Rachel stared at her father in shock. "You don't even know him." "I know enough. I know he's drowning in debt. I know his ex-wife left him because he couldn't provide the life she wanted. I know he's exactly the kind of desperate person who might see a relationship with you as an opportunity to improve his circumstances. He didn't even know who I was when we met." Rachel said hotly. "He didn't know about the money, the family name, any of it. He helped Emma and was grateful when I helped her back. That's all there was to it." Douglas sighed, his expression softening slightly. "I'm sure that's how it seemed to you. But people like Blake Morrison are very good at recognizing opportunity when it presents itself. People like Blake Morrison," Rachel's voice was dangerously quiet now. "You mean poor people, working-class people, people who didn't have the advantages you were born with. I mean desperate people," Douglas said firmly. "And desperation makes people capable of justifying actions they might not otherwise consider." Rachel felt tears of rage burning behind her eyes. "So you threatened him?" Douglas didn't deny it. "I made the situation clear to him. The differences between your worlds, the impossibility of building anything lasting across such a vast economic divide, the potential for someone to get badly hurt when reality inevitably set in." "You threatened him," Rachel repeated, her voice breaking. "You destroyed the first good thing that's happened to me since the accident. I protected you from someone who would have hurt you far worse than I ever could," Douglas said. "Someone who would have used your loneliness and your gratitude to exploit your feelings until you gave him access to resources he could never earn on his own." Rachel was crying openly now, but they were tears of fury rather than sadness. "You don't know anything about him. You don't know about his character, his kindness, the way his daughter looks at him like he hung the moon. You just saw his financial situation and decided he wasn't good enough for your daughter." "I saw his financial situation and recognized a threat," Douglas corrected. "I've spent decades learning to identify people who see our family as a solution to their problems rather than people they genuinely care about." "And what if you're wrong?" Rachel demanded. "What if he was exactly what he seemed to be? A good man, going through a difficult time, who saw something in me worth caring about? What if you just destroyed the only chance I'll ever have at normal human connection because you can't tell the difference between protection and control?" Douglas was quiet for a long moment, and Rachel saw something flicker across his features that might have been doubt. "Even if I'm wrong about his motives," Douglas said finally, "I'm not wrong about the practical realities." You live in different worlds, Rachel. He works with his hands in a garage. You've never had to worry about money or wonder where your next meal is coming from. Those kinds of differences create pressures that destroy relationships, no matter how strong the initial feelings might be. So you decided for me that it wasn't worth trying, Rachel said. You took away my choice to find out for myself whether those differences could be overcome. I spared you the pain of discovering they couldn't be. Rachel stood up abruptly, the blanket falling away from her shoulders, her scarred face flushed with anger and grief. You spared yourself the discomfort of watching me make my own mistakes. You've kept me locked in this house like a prisoner since the accident, convincing me that I'm too damaged, too vulnerable, too broken to make my own decisions. And the one time someone treats me like I'm still a whole person, you destroy it before I can even find out what it might become. Douglas rose as well, his own composure beginning to crack. Everything I've done has been to protect you. The isolation, the privacy keeping you away from people who would stare and whisper and hurt you. All of it has been because I love you and can't bear to watch you suffer. But I was suffering, Rachel shouted. I've been suffering for 18 months believing that I'm unlovable, that I'm too horrible to look at, that I deserve to spend the rest of my life hidden away like a shameful secret. And when someone finally shows me that maybe that's not true, you make sure they disappear before I can believe it. The words hung in the air between them, raw and honest, and devastating in their truth. Douglas stared at his daughter, really looked at her, and saw not a patient to be protected or a problem to be managed, but a young woman who'd been systematically taught to see herself as less than human. I never meant for you to feel that way, Douglas said quietly. Then why did you hide me away? Rachel's voice broke completely. Why did you tell everyone I was studying abroad? Why did you make sure I never had to appear in public, never had to face the world, never had the chance to learn that maybe I could survive other people's reactions? Douglas felt the foundations of his certainty beginning to crumble. For 18 months he'd convinced himself that isolation was kindness, that protection meant preventing his daughter from experiencing any additional pain. But looking at her now, seeing the damage that kindness had caused, he began to understand that he might have been wrong about everything. I thought I was giving you time to heal, he said. You were giving me time to convince myself I was too broken to deserve love, Rachel replied. And just when I was beginning to think maybe that wasn't true, you made sure I'd never get the chance to find out. Douglas sat back down heavily in his chair, looking older than his 58 years. What do you want me to do, Rachel? I can't undo what I've already done. Rachel wiped her tears away with the back of her hand, but more kept coming. I want you to leave Blake alone. I want you to stop treating me like I'm made of glass. I want you to let me make my own choices about my own life, even if those choices lead to heartbreak or disappointment or failure. And if Blake Morrison is exactly what I think he is, Douglas asked, if he's using your feelings to gain access to our wealth, then I'll deal with that when it happens, Rachel said firmly. I'll learn from it and move on and make better choices next time. But I won't learn anything locked in this bedroom, afraid to face the world, convinced that I'm too damaged to deserve normal human experiences. Douglas was quiet for a long time, processing his daughter's words and the undeniable truth they contained. Finally he spoke. I made him promise not to contact you again. And what did you threaten him with to get that promise? Douglas hesitated, then admitted. His job, his custody of his daughter, legal proceedings he couldn't afford to fight. Rachel felt fresh rage surge through her. You threatened his daughter. You threatened to take away the little girl who treats me like I'm normal, like I'm someone worth knowing. I threatened to expose him as an unfit parent if he continued to pursue a relationship that could endanger both you and his child. How would our relationship endanger Emma? Rachel demanded. Douglas realized he didn't have a good answer for that question. I was trying to protect you both from something that couldn't work. You were trying to control something that scared you because you couldn't control it. Rachel corrected. You can buy companies and destroy competitors and manipulate stock prices, but you can't manipulate human feelings. So when I started developing feelings for someone you didn't approve of, you eliminated the threat. The accuracy of her assessment hit Douglas like a physical blow. She was right, of course. He'd used his wealth and power to destroy something that challenged his control over his daughter's life, and he'd convinced himself it was protection rather than manipulation. What can I do to fix this? Douglas asked quietly. Rachel looked at her father, really looked at him, and saw not the controlling billionaire who'd threatened Blake, but a scared parent who'd lost his way while trying to protect his child. Call him, Rachel said. Apologize for what you did. Tell him that you were wrong, that you'll leave him alone if he wants to see me again. And if he doesn't want to see you again, if his feelings weren't as strong as yours. Rachel felt her heart break a little more at the possibility, but she forced herself to face it. Then at least I'll know it was his choice instead of yours. At least I'll know I was brave enough to try. Douglas nodded slowly. I'll make the call. Tonight, Rachel said. Before you lose your nerve or convince yourself you were right all along. Tonight, Douglas agreed. As her father left her room to make what was probably the most difficult phone call of his life, Rachel sat on her bed and held Emma's drawing in her hands. She didn't know if Blake would forgive her father's interference. She didn't know if his feelings for her had been strong enough to survive Douglas's threats and the days of silence that had followed. But for the first time in 18 months, Rachel Whitmore felt like someone who deserved to find out. The storm continued to rage outside her windows, but inside her chest, something that felt like hope was beginning to bloom again. Blake was under the hood of a 1998 Ford pickup truck, trying to diagnose a coolant leak that had stumped 2 other mechanics when his phone rang. The garage was busy with its usual Thursday afternoon chaos, pneumatic tools hissing radios playing conversations, shouting over the noise, so Blake almost didn't hear it. When he saw Douglas Whitmore's name on the screen, his blood pressure spiked immediately. The billionaire was probably calling to make sure Blake understood the seriousness of his threats, to remind him what would happen if he contacted Rachel again. Blake wiped his hands on a shop rag and answered the call with resignation. Blake Morrison. Mr. Morrison, this is Douglas Whitmore. I'm calling to apologize. The words were so unexpected that Blake wondered if he'd misheard them over the garage noise. I'm sorry what I'm calling to apologize, Douglas repeated. For threatening you, for interfering in your relationship with my daughter, for using my wealth and power to manipulate a situation I didn't understand. Blake stepped outside the garage into the late afternoon desert air, needing quiet to process what he was hearing. I don't understand. I spoke with Rachel tonight. She made me realize that everything I thought I was doing to protect her has actually been controlling her, isolating her, convincing her that she doesn't deserve normal human connection. Douglas's voice was heavy with regret. She's been suffering for 18 months because I was so focused on shielding her from potential pain that I caused her actual pain. Blake leaned against the garage wall, his head spinning. Why are you telling me this? Because my daughter is in love with you and she believes you were developing feelings for her until I interfered. Because she deserves the chance to find out if those feelings can survive my mistakes. The words hit Blake like a physical blow. Rachel was in love with him. The connection he'd felt, the growing warmth between them, hadn't been one-sided or imaginary. She'd been falling for him the same way he'd been falling for her until her father's threats had forced him to walk away. She thinks I rejected her because of her scars, Blake said quietly. Because I couldn't handle being seen with someone who looks different. I know, and that's my fault. I put you in an impossible position, and then allowed her to believe the worst possible explanation for your withdrawal. Blake closed his eyes, remembering the pain in Rachel's voice during their last phone call, the resignation of someone who'd become accustomed to rejection and disappointment. "Mr. Whitmore, you threatened to take away my daughter. You threatened to destroy my life completely. I can't pretend that didn't happen just because you're having second thoughts. I'm not asking you to pretend anything Douglas said. I'm asking you to consider giving Rachel another chance. Not me. I don't deserve forgiveness, and I don't expect it. But Rachel didn't know about my threats. She didn't ask me to interfere. She spent the last 4 days believing that you looked at her and decided she wasn't worth the effort." Blake felt his chest tighten with guilt and regret. While he'd been protecting himself and Emma from Douglas's threats, Rachel had been torturing herself with the belief that she was fundamentally unlovable. "She wants to see me again?" Blake asked. "She wants the chance to find out if what you had was real, or if it was just kindness that she mistook for something deeper. She wants to make her own choice about whether the differences between your worlds can be overcome." Blake thought about Emma, who'd asked about Rachel every day since their coffee date. His daughter had drawn 3 more pictures featuring the Dragon Princess and had planned elaborate activities they could do together if Rachel ever visited their apartment. Emma had been almost as heartbroken as Blake when their tentative relationship had ended. "If I call her Blake," said slowly, "if we try to build something together, will you interfere again?" "No. I give you my word for whatever that's worth after what I've done. I'll stay out of your relationship completely. Whatever happens between you and Rachel will be your choice and hers alone." Blake wanted to trust Douglas's promise, but the memory of those threats still burned like acid in his chest. "And if things don't work out between us naturally, if we try and fail because the differences are too great to overcome, then you'll both learn something valuable about yourselves and what you need in life. But you'll learn it by choice, through experience, not because I decided what was best for both of you." Blake stood in the desert afternoon watching the sun sink toward the horizon and painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, trying to decide if he was brave enough to risk his heart again. Trying to decide if he was brave enough to let Rachel risk hers. "I'll call her tonight," Blake said finally. "Thank you," Douglas said, and his relief was audible. "Mr. Morrison, I need you to understand something. I may disagree with your economic situation. I may worry about the practical challenges you'll both face, but I've seen what my daughter looks like when she talks about you. I've never seen her that happy, not even before the accident. If you can give her that happiness, if you can help her remember what it feels like to be fully alive, then I'll learn to live with my concerns about everything else." After the call ended, Blake stood outside the garage for a long time, gathering courage for a conversation that could change everything. Around him, the desert evening was beginning its transformation from day to night, the temperature dropping with the sun, the mountains in the distance turning purple against the darkening sky. Inside the garage, his co-workers were finishing up their shifts, cleaning tools, completing paperwork, preparing to go home to their families. Blake thought about his own small family. Emma probably doing homework at Mrs. Chen's apartment, waiting for him to pick her up and take her home for dinner and bedtime stories. For 4 days he'd been going through the motions of normal life while feeling like something essential had been ripped out of his chest. Emma had noticed his mood, had asked repeatedly if he was sad, had offered to share her favorite stuffed animals to help him feel better. His 7-year-old daughter had been trying to comfort him through a heartbreak she didn't understand. Blake pulled out his phone and dialed Rachel's number before he could lose his nerve. She answered on the second ring, her voice cautious guarded. "Hello, Rachel. It's Blake. I just spoke with your father." There was a long pause. "He told you about our conversation. He told me about his threats, about why I really stopped calling you. And he told me that you've been blaming yourself for something that was never your fault." Blake heard Rachel's intake of breath, heard what might have been tears starting. "I thought—" Rachel's voice was small, broken. "I thought you looked at me and decided I was too much work, too damaged, too difficult to be around. God, no!" Blake's voice was fierce with conviction. "Rachel, you're one of the strongest, kindest, most incredible people I've ever met. These past 4 days have been hell because I've been missing you and Emma's been asking about you constantly, and I couldn't explain why we couldn't see you anymore. Emma's been asking about me every day. She's drawn you about 6 more pictures and planned a dozen activities for the next time she sees you. She thinks you've been sick, which is why you haven't visited." Rachel was crying openly now. "I've missed her so much. I've missed both of you so much." "We've missed you too," Blake said, "which is why I'm calling. Your father says you want another chance, a real chance this time, without interference or manipulation or threats." "I do," Rachel said immediately. "I know this might not work. I know the differences between our lives are huge and complicated, but I want to try. I want to find out if what we started was real or just something I imagined, because I was so starved for human connection." Blake felt something loosen in his chest, something that had been clenched tight with fear and regret for 4 days. "It was real, Rachel. At least for me. I've been falling for you since that first day at the coffee shop. Maybe since the first moment I saw you helping Emma at the mall. Really, really. And if you're willing to take the risk, if you're willing to navigate whatever challenges come up, then I'd like to try too." "Yes," Rachel said immediately. "Yes, I want to try." They made plans to meet the following evening at Blake's apartment. Rachel's suggestion, because she wanted to see where he and Emma lived, wanted to understand his world the way he was trying to understand hers. They would cook dinner together, let Emma show off her volcano science project, and start rebuilding what Douglas's interference had nearly destroyed. Rachel said before they hung up. "I'm sorry my father threatened you. I'm sorry he made you choose between me and Emma. That should never have happened." "It's not your fault," Blake said. "You didn't know about it and you didn't ask for his protection. We both got caught in the middle of his good intentions gone wrong. Still, I'm sorry. For all of it." "Me too," Blake said. "But maybe we can start over. Maybe we can build something strong enough to survive whatever else gets thrown at us." "I'd like that," Rachel said softly. "I'd really like that." After they hung up, Blake realized that something fundamental had shifted. Not just in his relationship with Rachel, but in his understanding of what was possible when 2 people cared enough about each other to fight for their connection, despite the obstacles. He was still scared. The practical challenges were still real. The differences in their backgrounds, the potential for media scrutiny, the reality of trying to blend their vastly different worlds. But Douglas's threats were off the table, and Rachel knew the truth about why Blake had pulled away. For the first time in 4 days, Blake felt like hope was possible again. As he drove to pick up Emma from Mrs. Chen's apartment, Blake found himself actually looking forward to the conversation with his daughter. He could finally explain that Rachel hadn't forgotten about them, that she wanted to see them again, that the Dragon Princess would be visiting their apartment tomorrow night. Emma was going to be ecstatic. And for the first time since Douglas Whitmore had walked into his garage with threats and ultimatums, Blake Morrison allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, fairy tales were possible in real life, even for mechanics and burn survivors and 7-year-old girls who believed in dragons and happy endings. The media explosion began 12 hours later. Blake woke up Friday morning to the sound of his phone ringing repeatedly. Half asleep, he reached for it, assuming it was the garage, calling about some emergency, or Emma's school with a sick day notification. Instead, it was a number he didn't recognize, and when he answered, a woman's voice immediately began rapid-fire questions about his relationship with Rachel Whitmore, about whether they were engaged, about how long they'd been seeing each other. Blake hung up, confused and alarmed. The phone rang again immediately. This time he let it go to voicemail, but the calls kept coming. His phone buzzed constantly with incoming calls from numbers he didn't recognize. Text messages from reporters asking for interviews and voicemails that all seemed to be about his personal life. Blake got dressed quickly and looked out his apartment window. 3 news vans were parked across the street, their satellite dishes extended cameramen setting up equipment on the sidewalk. His phone rang again. This time, thankfully, it was Rachel. "Blake, I'm so sorry," she said immediately. "Someone leaked photos of us from the coffee shop. They're everywhere. Online, in newspapers, on television. I think my father's trying to control the story, but it's too late." Blake felt his stomach drop. What kind of photos? Pictures of us holding hands, talking, laughing. Pictures of Emma with us. They're calling it a secret romance between the billionaire's scarred daughter and her working-class boyfriend. Blake sank onto his couch, the implications crashing over him. "The media knows where I live. There are news trucks outside my building. I know. I'm so sorry. I should have realized that being seen with me would make you a target. I should have warned you about what dating someone from my family would mean." Blake could hear the guilt and self-recrimination in Rachel's voice, and he realized she was already preparing to walk away again, already convincing herself that she'd brought nothing but trouble into his life. "Rachel, stop," Blake said firmly. "This isn't your fault. You didn't ask for media attention any more than I did. We'll figure out how to handle it together." Together. Blake confirmed. "If you still want there to be a together." "I do," Rachel said immediately. "But Blake, it's going to be intense. The attention, the questions, the speculation about our relationship. People are going to say terrible things about both of us. Are you sure you're ready for that?" Blake thought about Emma, who would have to deal with photographers and reporters at school. He thought about his co-workers, who would probably be fielding questions about his personal life. He thought about the complete loss of privacy that apparently came with dating someone from one of Arizona's wealthiest families. Then he thought about Rachel, who'd been living under media scrutiny her entire life, and had spent the last 18 months hiding from it because of her scars. "Are you ready for it?" Blake asked. Rachel was quiet for a moment. "I'm terrified," she admitted. "But I'm also tired of hiding. Tired of letting fear control my choices. Maybe it's time to stop caring what strangers think about my appearance or my choices." "Then we'll face it together," Blake said. "But I think we need to be smart about it. Talk to Emma. Prepare her for what's coming. Maybe get some advice about how to handle media attention. My father has a public relations team. I could ask them for guidance." Blake felt his old resistance to accepting help from Douglas Whitmore, but he pushed it aside. This wasn't about his pride anymore. This was about protecting Emma and building something real with Rachel, despite the circus that was apparently going to surround them. "Okay," Blake said. "Let's do this right." By that evening, the story had exploded across social media and entertainment news sites. Photos of Blake and Rachel at the coffee shop were everywhere, accompanied by speculation about their relationship and invasive details about both their lives that had somehow been uncovered in a matter of hours. The comments sections were brutal. People calling Rachel desperate for dating beneath her social class, calling Blake a gold digger looking for an easy payday, making cruel jokes about her scars and his financial situation. There were also supporters, people defending their right to date. Whoever they chose, people praising Blake for seeing past Rachel's injuries, people celebrating what they saw as a real love story. But the negative comments were vicious enough to make Blake understand why Douglas had been so protective of Rachel, why she'd spent 18 months hiding from public view. Blake had given one statement to the local news brief and dignified. "Rachel Whitmore is a kind, intelligent woman who deserves privacy and respect. What we have is between us, not the public." He'd refused to elaborate, refused to answer questions about their future plans, refused to provide the kind of juicy details that would feed the media frenzy. Rachel, meanwhile, had made her own statement through her father's publicist. "I'm grateful to have met someone who sees me as a person rather than a collection of injuries. I hope the media will respect our private privacy as we get to know each other." The statements only intensified the speculation, but they also established that both Blake and Rachel were going to maintain their dignity despite the attention. That night, as Blake sat in his apartment with Emma, who was fascinated by the news trucks and kept asking if she was going to be on television, his phone rang with Rachel's number. "How are you holding up?" she asked. "Better than expected, actually. Emma thinks this is the coolest thing that's ever happened to our family. She keeps asking if the reporters want to hear about her volcano project." Rachel laughed, and Blake felt his chest warm at the sound. "I've been reading the online comments. They're intense." "Yeah, I saw some of them. Are you okay?" "I'm surprised by how okay I am," Rachel said thoughtfully. "For 18 months I've been terrified of people talking about me, staring at me, having opinions about my appearance. And now it's happening on a massive scale, and while it's unpleasant, it's not destroying me the way I thought it would. Maybe you're stronger than you realized." "Maybe we both are," Rachel said. "Blake, I know this complicates everything. The attention, the pressure, the way people are going to scrutinize every aspect of our relationship. If you want to slow down, take a step back until things calm down." "Do you want to slow down?" Blake interrupted. "No," Rachel said immediately. "I want to keep moving forward. I want to find out what we can build together, media circus or no media circus." "Then that's what we'll do," Blake said. "Besides, I have a feeling Emma would never forgive me if I let the Dragon Princess disappear again just because some reporters are asking nosy questions. Is dinner tomorrow night still on?" "Absolutely. Emma's already planning the menu. Fair warning, she's very excited about showing you how to make her famous grilled cheese sandwiches. And by famous, I mean they're the only thing she knows how to cook." Rachel laughed again, and Blake realized that despite the chaos, despite the media attention and the online comments and the complete disruption of their quiet lives, he was happy. For the first time in years, he was genuinely, deeply happy. Because Rachel was in his life, and she was choosing to stay, despite the complications. Because Emma was excited about their growing family unit. Because they were building something real and worth protecting, something that could survive external pressure if they were brave enough to fight for it. The media storm would eventually die down. The online comments would move on to other targets. But what he and Rachel were building together, that was just beginning. And Blake Morrison was finally ready to believe that some things were worth fighting for, no matter how impossible they seemed from the outside. The media frenzy died down after 2 weeks, just as Douglas had predicted it would. Entertainment reporters moved on to fresher scandals, social media found new targets for outrage and speculation, and the story of the billionaire's daughter and her mechanic boyfriend became yesterday's news. What remained was something quieter but more substantial. The slow, careful work of building a relationship across the vast differences in their backgrounds, complicated by the attention they'd received, but strengthened by having survived it together. Rachel's first visit to Blake's apartment became the template for how they would navigate their different worlds with humor, patience, and Emma as their enthusiastic cultural ambassador. "This is where Daddy and I live," Emma announced proudly, giving Rachel the full tour of their modest one-bedroom apartment. "It's small, but we like it because it's cozy, and Daddy says cozy is better than big and empty." Rachel looked around the space that Blake and Emma called home. The worn furniture carefully arranged to maximize the small space, the kitchen table that served as homework desk and dinner table and art studio. The living room where Blake slept on a pull-out couch so Emma could have the bedroom to herself. Everything was clean organized and obviously loved. Family photos covered one wall. Pictures of Blake and Emma at various ages documenting their journey together as a family of 2. Emma's artwork was displayed with the same care that museums showed masterpieces taped to the refrigerator and framed on side tables. I love it, Rachel said sincerely. It feels like a real home. Blake watched Rachel take in his humble living situation, waiting for signs of discomfort or judgment. He'd been nervous about her seeing how he lived, worried that the reality of his financial limitations would make their different backgrounds feel impossible to bridge. Instead, Rachel seemed genuinely interested in everything Emma showed her. The reading corner, where they did bedtime stories, the small balcony where they grew herbs in recycled containers, the kitchen where Blake had taught himself to cook through trial and error, and YouTube videos. Can you really make pasta from scratch? Emma asked Rachel as they prepared dinner together. Like actual noodles I can, Rachel said, rolling up her sleeves. It's one of the few useful things I learned from all those cooking classes my stepmother insisted on. Want to help? Blake watched from the counter where he was preparing salad as Rachel and Emma worked together. Flour scattered across his small kitchen table, both of them laughing when the pasta dough proved more challenging than expected. Rachel was patient with Emma's questions, encouraging of her efforts, and completely unbothered by the mess they were creating. This is harder than science experiments, Emma declared, wrestling with the pasta machine Rachel had borrowed from her own kitchen. Most good things are hard at first, Rachel said, but that's what makes them worth doing. As they worked, Rachel told Emma stories about learning to cook in her stepmother's enormous kitchen, about the professional chef who'd tried to teach her knife skills and kitchen organization. She made it sound funny, rather than boastful. Focusing on her mistakes and disasters, rather than the luxury of having private cooking lessons. Emma in turn told Rachel about their grocery shopping adventures, about how she and Daddy planned meals around sales and coupons, about the time Blake had tried to make Thanksgiving dinner for just the two of them, and accidentally bought a turkey that was too big for their oven. Blake found himself relaxing as he listened to their easy conversation. Rachel wasn't performing charity work or slumming with the poor people. She was genuinely enjoying herself, learning about their life while sharing appropriate pieces of her own. Daddy's really good at fixing things. Emma continued her narrative. Not just cars, but everything. When my desk chair broke, he made it better with duct tape and wood glue, and now it's stronger than before. That's a useful skill, Rachel said, glancing at Blake with warmth in her eyes. Being able to repair things instead of just throwing them away. Daddy says everything deserves a chance to work properly again, Emma said, unknowingly, echoing the words she'd spoken to Rachel months ago at the coffee shop. Even when it looks broken, there's usually a way to fix it if you're patient and careful. Rachel met Blake's eyes across the small kitchen, and something passed between them. Understanding recognition, the acknowledgement that they were both people who'd been broken in different ways and were learning to believe in the possibility of repair. Dinner was a success, despite the unconventional pasta shapes that emerged from their collaborative cooking efforts. Rachel praised Emma's contribution enthusiastically, asked intelligent questions about Blake's work at the garage, and shared stories about her own tentative return to painting after months of creative paralysis. I started with small things, Rachel explained when Emma asked to see her artwork. Just sketches at first, then watercolors. Nothing ambitious, just practice to remember how it felt to create something beautiful. Will you bring some paintings next time? Emma asked hopefully. I want to see Dragon Princess art. Rachel laughed. I haven't painted any dragons yet, but maybe I should. What do you think a dragon princess would look like? Emma considered this seriously. Strong and kind. And probably with really good armor because fighting dragons is dangerous work. Blake watched this exchange and felt something settle into place in his chest. This was what family looked like. Not perfect or without challenges, but real and warm and full of the kind of love that saw potential rather than problems. After dinner, Emma insisted on showing Rachel her bedroom, proudly displaying her rock collection, her books arranged in careful order, and the bulletin board where she'd started displaying Rachel's letters and phone calls between visits. This is the picture you drew for me, Emma said, pointing to the stick figure. Princess with the crown. And this is the one I drew of our first dinner together. And this is the one where we're all at the zoo, which we haven't done yet, but I'm planning it. Rachel studied Emma's artwork with the attention she'd once given to museum masterpieces. These are incredible, Emma. You're a real artist. Do you think so? Daddy always says nice things about my drawings, but he has to, because he's my dad. I don't have to say nice things, Rachel pointed out gently. And I think these show real talent, real imagination. The way you use color and tell stories through your pictures. That's what real artists do. Blake leaned against the doorway, watching Rachel encourage his daughter's creative spirit with genuine enthusiasm rather than patronizing adult praise. This woman who'd grown up surrounded by wealth and privilege was treating Emma's 7-year-old artwork with the same respect she'd give professional pieces. As the evening wound down, Emma fell asleep between them on the couch during movie time, her head on Rachel's lap, completely comfortable and secure. Rachel stroked Emma's hair gently, careful not to wake her, looking down at the sleeping child, with an expression of pure tenderness. "She's amazing, Rachel," whispered to Blake. "You've done such a beautiful job raising her." "She makes it easy," Blake whispered back. "Most of the time." "No, this doesn't happen by accident," Rachel said, still stroking Emma's hair. "Children don't develop this kind of empathy and confidence and kindness without consistent love and guidance. She trusts the world because you've taught her it's safe to trust. She sees the best in people because you've shown her how to look for it." Blake felt his throat tighten with emotion. "Sometimes I worry I'm not enough for her, that I can't give her everything she deserves." Rachel looked at him directly, her voice firm despite its whisper. "Blake, you've given her everything that matters. Love Security values the confidence to be exactly who she is. The rest is just details." As Blake carried Emma to her bedroom and tucked her in, Rachel cleaned up the dinner dishes, moving around his small kitchen with the ease of someone who belonged there. When he returned to the living room, she was sitting on his couch, looking comfortable and settled in a way that made his chest warm. "Thank you for tonight," Blake said, sitting beside her, "for cooking with Emma, for treating our life like it matters, for not making me feel like I have to apologize for how we live." Rachel turned to face him, surprise flickering across her features. "Why would you apologize? This is a beautiful life, Blake. This apartment is full of more love and warmth than houses 10 times its size. Emma is one of the most remarkable children I've ever met. Your relationship with her is something most parents would envy. But it's not what you grew up with," Blake said. "The financial limitations, the small space, the way we have to budget for everything." Rachel was quiet for a moment, choosing her words carefully. "You're right, it's not what I grew up with. I grew up with money, but not much genuine warmth. Beautiful houses that felt like museums. Everything perfect on the surface, but lacking the kind of love I saw tonight between you and Emma." She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers. "Blake, I've spent 18 months believing I wasn't worth loving. You and Emma have shown me that worth isn't about money or status or even physical perfection. It's about kindness, connection, the way you treat each other and the people around you." Blake squeezed her hand, feeling some of his insecurity begin to dissolve. "I've been worried that the differences between us are too great to overcome." "They're significant," Rachel acknowledged honestly. "We're going to have to navigate challenges that most couples never face: media attention, family pressure, the practical realities of very different financial situations." "But Blake, I've learned something important these past few months." "What's that?" "The most important differences between people aren't about money or background. They're about character values, how you treat others when no one's watching. And in all the ways that actually matter, we're not that different at all." Blake leaned closer, studying her face in the soft lamplight. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I want to keep building this, whatever it becomes. I want to meet the challenges together instead of letting them scare us apart. I want to find out if two people who care about each other can create something strong enough to survive the differences in their backgrounds. Blake kissed her, then soft and careful, and full of promise. When they broke apart, he rested his forehead against hers. "I love you, Rachel," he said quietly. "I probably shouldn't say that so soon, but I can't help it. I love your strength, your kindness, the way you see the best in people. I love watching you with Emma. I love the woman you're becoming as you learn to trust the world again." Tears spilled down Rachel's cheeks, but she was smiling. "I love you too," she whispered. "I love your integrity, your dedication to Emma, the way you make me feel like I'm worth something. I love that you see me as a whole person instead of a collection of scars." They held each other on Blake's worn couch in his small apartment, and Rachel thought about the journey that had brought her here. From hiding in her bedroom to sitting in this man's living room, planning a future together, despite the obstacles they would face. It wasn't the life she'd planned, wasn't the fairy tale ending she'd dreamed of as a child. It was something better, real and complicated, and worth fighting for. As Blake walked her to her car later that evening, Rachel looked back at the small apartment building where he and Emma lived their quiet, love-filled life. Same time next week, Blake asked, opening her car door. "Absolutely," Rachel said. "But next week we're cooking at my place." Emma mentioned wanting to see where the Dragon Princess lives. Blake laughed. "Fair warning. She's going to want to explore every room and ask about everything she sees." "I'm counting on it," Rachel said. "I want her to understand all the pieces of who I am, just like I want to understand all the pieces of who you both are." As Rachel drove home through the Phoenix night, she thought about the extraordinary evening she'd just experienced. For the first time since her accident, she'd felt like part of a family, not as someone to be protected or hidden, but as someone who belonged, someone whose presence added value rather than complication. Blake Morrison and his daughter had given her something she'd thought was lost forever. The belief that she could be loved completely. Scars, and all by people who saw her strength rather than her damage. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new obstacles to navigate as they built their relationship across the vast differences in their backgrounds. But tonight, Rachel felt like the luckiest woman in the world. Because sometimes love wasn't about finding someone who completed you. Sometimes it was about finding someone who saw you as already complete, already worthy, already enough exactly as you were. And in Blake Morrison's small apartment, surrounded by his daughter's artwork and his quiet, steady love, Rachel Whitmore had finally learned what it felt like to be enough. 3 months into their relationship, Blake began to notice the nightmares. Rachel would fall asleep peacefully enough during their movie nights on his couch. Emma curled between them, all three of them wrapped in the domestic contentment they'd been building week by week. But sometime in the early hours of morning, Rachel would begin to thrash and whimper in her sleep, her breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. The first time it happened, Blake had gently woken her, offering water and quiet comfort until she'd settled back into uneasy sleep. Rachel had brushed it off the next morning, claiming she didn't remember the nightmare, that it was probably just stress from work or too much caffeine before bed. But the nightmares continued becoming more frequent as their relationship deepened. Blake started to recognize the pattern. Rachel would be fine during their evenings together, laughing with Emma, cooking dinner, sharing stories about her day. But as relaxation set in, as her guard dropped, the dreams would come. Always the same fragments when she talked in her sleep. I'm sorry, I should have said, stop, I should have made her slow down." Blake began to piece together that these weren't just dreams about the accident itself, but about something deeper, some burden of guilt that Rachel carried like a stone in her chest. Something she hadn't shared with him, hadn't shared with anyone, judging by the raw pain in her sleeping voice. The breakthrough came on a Thursday night in March when the nightmares were particularly severe. Rachel woke up, gasping, tears streaming down her face, her hands clawing at the air as if trying to escape something. "Rachel, hey, you're okay," Blake said softly, pulling her into his arms. "You're safe. You're here with me." But this time Rachel couldn't stop crying. The tears came in waves, deep cathartic sobs that seemed to come from somewhere she'd been holding closed for 18 months. "I killed her," Rachel whispered against Blake's chest. "I killed Margaret. I killed myself. It's all my fault." Blake felt his blood run cold. "What are you talking about? Margaret survived the accident. She has some scars, but she's fine." "But she could have died," Rachel said, her voice breaking. "And it would have been my fault because I told her to drive faster. I told her to take the shortcut. I was impatient and selfish, and I caused everything." Blake held Rachel closer, understanding beginning to dawn. For 18 months, she'd been carrying the belief that she was responsible for the accident that had changed her life. Not just a victim of circumstances beyond her control, but the architect of her own destruction. "Tell me what happened," Blake said gently. "All of it, from the beginning." Rachel took shaking breaths, gathering courage to voice the guilt she'd been carrying alone. "We were running late for the charity gala," she began. "I'd spent too long getting ready, changing outfits, being vain about how I looked. Margaret was already in the car, waiting, being patient the way she always was." Blake listened without interruption, feeling the weight of the secret Rachel had been carrying. "When I got to the car, I was stressed about being late. You know how my father is about punctuality, about appearances. I told Margaret we needed to hurry, that we couldn't be late to his event. I suggested taking Scottsdale Road instead of the highway because I thought it would be faster." Rachel's breathing grew more labored as she continued. "She said maybe we should stick to the original route, but I insisted. I was in the passenger seat checking my makeup in the mirror, telling her to drive faster. 'Come on, Margaret, we're already 20 minutes late. Dad's going to be furious if we miss the opening remarks.'" Blake's chest tightened as he began to understand the depth of Rachel's self-blame. "The last thing I said before the impact was, 'Can't you go any faster?' And then that car ran the red light and slammed into us, and the door jammed and the fire started. And I realized that if I hadn't been so worried about being late, if I hadn't made her take that route, if I hadn't told her to speed up, none of it would have happened." Rachel pulled back to look at Blake, her face ravaged by guilt and grief. "Don't you see, Margaret could have died because I was impatient. I destroyed my own life because I was selfish. Every day for 18 months I've looked at these scars and known that I deserved them, that they were punishment for being careless with someone else's safety." Blake felt rage building in his chest, not at Rachel, but at the system that had failed her so completely. How had no one addressed this guilt? How had therapists and doctors and family members allowed her to carry this burden alone? "Rachel, look at me," Blake said, cupping her face in his hands. "You didn't cause that accident. The person who ran the red light caused that accident. The person who was driving under the influence caused that accident. But if you hadn't..." "What?" "Asked to take a different route, worried about being late." "Those are normal human responses, Rachel. You weren't driving recklessly. You weren't making dangerous choices. You were a passenger who suggested an alternate route." Blake could see that his words weren't penetrating the wall of guilt Rachel had built around this trauma. "Even if you had never gotten in that car," Blake continued, "that drunk driver would still have run that red light. He would have hit someone else, some other family. The accident happened because he made the choice to drink and drive, not because you made the choice to take Scottsdale Road." Rachel shook her head, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. "You don't understand. I've lived with this knowledge for 18 months. I've had time to think about every detail, every choice I made that led to that moment. If I had just been more patient, more considerate, more psychic. Blake interrupted gently. Rachel, you're describing a level of responsibility that no human being can carry. You're expecting yourself to have predicted the actions of a drunk stranger who ran a red light. That's not realistic, and it's not fair to yourself. Blake held her as she cried, understanding now why she'd been so convinced that she was unworthy of love, why she'd hidden herself away for 18 months. She hadn't just been recovering from physical trauma, she'd been punishing herself for what she believed was her role in causing that trauma. Have you ever told anyone else about this guilt? Blake asked. Rachel shook her head. How could I? Everyone already saw me as a victim, someone to be pitied and protected. If they knew I was actually responsible for the accident, they'd realize I deserved everything that happened to me. Blake felt his heart break for the 18 months of self-torture this woman had endured. Rachel, that's not how responsibility works. You didn't deserve to be burned. You didn't deserve to lose your sense of self-worth. You didn't deserve to spend a year and a half believing you were fundamentally unlovable. But I am, Rachel whispered. How could anyone love someone who's capable of such selfishness, such thoughtlessness? Blake tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his eyes. I love someone who suggested taking a different route because she was worried about being late to her father's important event. I love someone who was trying to be considerate of other people's expectations. I love someone who has spent 18 months torturing herself over choices that any reasonable person would have made. Blake, I love you, Rachel. Not despite your perceived flaws, not in spite of your guilt, but including all of it. I love your capacity for deep feeling even when it turns against yourself. I love your sense of responsibility even when it's misplaced. I love your humanity, which includes making normal human choices that sometimes have unforeseeable consequences. Rachel stared at him through her tears, and Blake could see the war between her ingrained guilt and his unwavering acceptance. What if you're wrong? She whispered. What if I really am responsible? Then I love you anyway, Blake said without hesitation. But Rachel, I need you to consider the possibility that you've been carrying guilt that doesn't belong to you, that you've been punishing yourself for 18 months for something that wasn't your fault. Blake made a decision that would change everything. I'm going to find out exactly what happened in that accident. The police report the investigation, all of it. Not because I don't trust your memory, but because sometimes trauma makes us remember things differently than they actually happened. Blake, you don't have to. Yes, I do, Blake said firmly. If we're going to build a life together, I need you to be free of this guilt that's been eating you alive. And if that means proving to you that you're not responsible for your own trauma, then that's what I'm going to do. The next morning, Blake called in a personal day at the garage and began making phone calls to the Phoenix Police Department, to the prosecutor's office, to anyone who might have records related to Rachel's accident. His mechanic's approach to problem-solving served him well. Identify the issue, gather information, find the solution. What he discovered made him physically sick. The police report had been sealed at Douglas Whitmore's request, buried under legal maneuvers that protected Rachel from media scrutiny, but also prevented her from accessing the truth about her own accident. The official investigation had concluded within weeks, but Rachel had been in a medically induced coma during that time, and by the time she was conscious enough to ask questions, the family had decided it was better not to burden her with details. Blake spent the entire day fighting through bureaucracy and legal obstacles, using every contact he'd made through years of working on police vehicles to access information that should have been available to Rachel from the beginning. By evening, he had a complete picture of what had actually happened on that October afternoon 18 months ago. The drunk driver who'd caused the accident had a blood alcohol level of 0.15, nearly twice the legal limit. He'd been drinking at a sports bar for 3 hours before getting behind the wheel. Security cameras showed him stumbling to his car, clearly intoxicated. More importantly, traffic cameras had captured the entire sequence of events. The footage showed Margaret driving normally at legal speeds, with no indication of reckless or hurried behavior. The drunk driver had run the red light at full speed, with no attempt to brake or swerve. There had been no way to predict or prevent what happened. No amount of patience or consideration on Rachel's part could have changed the outcome. If they'd been 30 seconds earlier or 30 seconds later, they would have avoided the collision entirely. But there was no way anyone could have calculated that timing. Most devastating of all, Blake discovered that the alternate route Rachel had suggested, Scottsdale Road instead of the highway, had actually been the safer choice. The highway had experienced a multi-car accident that same afternoon, 20 minutes after they would have been traveling through that area if they'd taken Rachel's original route. Rachel's suggestion to take Scottsdale Road hadn't caused their accident. It had potentially saved them from a worse one. When Blake returned to Rachel's house that evening with a folder full of official documents, police reports and traffic camera stills, he found her in her art studio, a room she'd recently started using again, working on a painting with shaking hands. "I have something to show you," Blake said gently. For the next hour, Blake walked Rachel through every detail of the official investigation, every piece of evidence that contradicted her memory of being responsible for the accident. He showed her the traffic camera footage on his laptop, let her read the police report in her own hands, explained how the drunk driver's choices were the sole cause of the collision. Rachel sat in silence for a long time after Blake finished his presentation, staring at documents that shattered 18 months of carefully constructed self-blame. "I don't understand," she said finally. "If none of this was my fault, why do I remember it differently? Why do I remember being demanding and impatient?" Blake reached for her hands, choosing his words carefully. Because trauma affects memory. Because guilt is easier to carry than helplessness. Because blaming yourself gave you the illusion that you had some control over what happened to you. Rachel looked up at him, confusion and dawning relief warring in her expression. "You mean I've been torturing myself for 18 months over something I didn't cause?" "That's exactly what I mean," Blake said. "And I think the people who love you have been so focused on protecting you from additional pain that they never made sure you understood it wasn't your fault." Tears began streaming down Rachel's face again, but these were different tears. Tears of release rather than guilt. Tears of recognition rather than self-hatred. "I thought I deserved everything that happened to me," she whispered. "I thought the scars were punishment, that the pain was justice, that being alone was what I had earned by being careless with someone else's life." Blake pulled her into his arms, feeling the weight of her guilt beginning to lift for the first time in 18 months. "You deserved none of it," he said fiercely. "You were innocent. You were a victim of someone else's terrible choices, and you've spent over a year punishing yourself for something that was never your responsibility." Rachel cried for what felt like hours. 18 months of suppressed grief and misplaced guilt pouring out of her in waves. Blake held her through all of it occasionally, offering water or tissues, but mostly just providing the steady, accepting presence she needed to finally release the burden she'd been carrying alone. When the tears finally stopped, Rachel pulled back to look at Blake with wonder in her eyes. "How did you know to look for this? How did you know I was carrying this guilt?" Blake smiled sadly. "Because I love you. Because I've been watching you punish yourself in ways that didn't match the woman I was getting to know. Because no one develops the level of self-hatred you carried without believing they'd done something to deserve it." Rachel stared at the documents scattered across her coffee table. Official proof that her 18 months of self-torture had been based on false memory and misplaced guilt. "What do I do now?" she asked. How do I learn to live without this guilt that's been the center of everything for so long? Blake took her hands in his, looking directly into her eyes. You learn to forgive yourself for being human. You learn to accept that sometimes terrible things happen to good people for no reason at all. And you learn to live like someone who deserves love, because that's exactly who you are. For the first time since her accident, Rachel Whitmore looked at herself and saw not a woman being punished for her sins, but a woman who had survived something terrible and was finally ready to start healing. The journey wouldn't be easy. 18 months of ingrained guilt couldn't be erased overnight. But with Blake beside her, and the truth finally revealed, Rachel could begin the real work of learning to live again. The confrontation between Rachel and her father happened the next morning over breakfast in the mansion's formal dining room. Douglas sat at the head of the polished mahogany table, reading financial reports on his tablet, while Margaret quietly arranged fresh flowers from their garden. Rachel entered the room carrying Blake's folder of documents, her expression determined in a way Douglas hadn't seen since before the accident. She'd spent the night processing Blake's revelations, working through 18 months of misplaced guilt and reaching some hard conclusions about the ways her family had failed her. "We need to talk," Rachel announced, setting the folder on the table with enough force to make the fine china rattle. Douglas looked up from his tablet, immediately noting the change in his daughter's demeanor. For 18 months, Rachel had moved through their house like a ghost, speaking in whispers, apologizing for existing. This morning she radiated anger that was both foreign and familiar, echoing the strong-willed young woman she'd been before the accident. "Of course, sweetheart. What's on your mind?" Rachel opened the folder and spread police reports, traffic camera stills, and official investigation documents across the expensive table. "Why didn't you ever show me these?" Douglas's expression grew wary as he recognized the documents. "I don't understand the question." "These are the official reports from my accident. The police investigation, the blood alcohol tests, the traffic camera footage. Evidence that proves I had nothing to do with causing what happened to me." Margaret looked up from her flower arrangement, understanding dawning in her eyes. She'd been in the car that day, had witnessed Rachel's self-blame developing during the early days of recovery, but she'd assumed therapists were addressing the issue. "Rachel, sweetie, we never wanted you to have to relive those details. You let me believe it was my fault." Rachel interrupted, her voice rising. "For 18 months I've been living with the guilt of believing I caused our accident, that my impatience and selfishness led to me being burned and you being injured." Douglas set down his tablet, his expression shifting from confusion to concern. "That was never our intention. We were trying to protect you from additional trauma by letting me torture myself with guilt that didn't belong to me." Rachel's hands shook as she held up a traffic camera photo. "This shows Margaret driving at normal speed, well within the legal limit. This shows the drunk driver running a red light at full speed with no attempt to brake. This proves that nothing we did caused the accident." Douglas felt the foundations of his protective strategy beginning to crumble. "You were so traumatized in the hospital. You kept asking if it was your fault if you had hurt Margaret. The doctors said you needed to focus on physical healing, that emotional processing would come later. And when later came, when I was out of the hospital and still blaming myself, when I started hiding in my room because I thought I deserved to be isolated." Margaret moved closer to the table, her own guilt evident in her expression. "We thought the therapists were helping you work through those feelings." "Dr. Morrison assured us you were making progress." Rachel laughed bitterly. "Dr. Morrison was helping me cope with being a burn victim. But no one ever addressed my belief that I was responsible for becoming one. No one ever showed me evidence that I was wrong about my role in the accident." Douglas reached for the documents, studying them with the attention to detail that had made him successful in business. As he read, his face grew progressively paler. "My God," he said quietly. "You really believed you caused this?" I remember telling you to drive faster, Rachel said to Margaret. I remember suggesting we take Scottsdale Road. I remember being impatient about being late for Dad's gala. Margaret's eyes filled with tears. Honey, you made perfectly reasonable suggestions about our route. You were concerned about being late, which was considerate of your father's event. There was nothing wrong with anything you said or did. But I've been living with the belief that my choices led to both of us being hurt, Rachel said. I convinced myself that my scars were punishment, that isolation was what I deserved, that being unlovable was justice for being careless with someone else's safety. Douglas felt sick as the scope of his failure became clear. In his determination to protect Rachel from external pain, he'd allowed her to create internal pain that was far more devastating. Why didn't you tell us about this guilt? He asked. Rachel stared at her father with disbelief. Because you'd already decided I was too fragile to handle difficult truths. Because every time I tried to ask questions about the accident, you changed the subject or said we'd discuss it later when I was stronger. We were trying to give you time to heal physically before dealing with emotional trauma. You were making decisions about my emotional processing without asking me what I needed, Rachel corrected. You decided that ignorance was better than truth, that protection was more important than understanding. Douglas set down the police report with shaking hands. I thought keeping these details from you would spare you additional suffering. Instead, you allowed me to create suffering that didn't need to exist, Rachel said. Blake spent one day investigating what really happened and found proof that would have prevented 18 months of self-hatred. Margaret wiped away tears that had begun flowing freely. Rachel, we never meant for you to blame yourself. I thought you understood that the other driver was at fault. How could I understand that when no one ever showed me the evidence? When every time I asked questions you told me not to worry about it, that what mattered was moving forward. Douglas felt the weight of his mistakes settling on him like a physical burden. I was so focused on protecting you from the world's cruelty that I never made sure you weren't being cruel to yourself. You were so determined to control my recovery that you forgot to include me in decisions about my own healing. Rachel said, You treated me like a patient to be managed rather than a person who deserved to understand what happened to her own life. The dining room fell silent except for the sound of Margaret's quiet crying. Douglas looked at his daughter, really looked at her, and saw not the fragile victim he'd been protecting, but a strong woman who'd been systematically undermined by his well-intentioned interference. What can I do to fix this? Douglas asked quietly. Rachel gathered the documents back into the folder, her anger giving way to exhaustion. You can stop making decisions about what I can and can't handle. You can trust me to process difficult information like the adult I am. You can ask me what I need instead of assuming you know what's best for me. And Blake Douglas asked, understanding that this conversation was connected to his earlier threats against Rachel's boyfriend. Blake figured out in one day what you could have helped me understand 18 months ago, Rachel said. He saw my self-blame and investigated until he found the truth. He loved me enough to fight for my healing, even when it meant confronting difficult realities. Douglas felt the sting of accurate criticism. Blake Morrison, the working-class mechanic he'd tried to destroy, had done more for Rachel's emotional healing than all of Douglas's money and protective instincts combined. I owe him an apology, Douglas admitted. You owe us both more than that, Rachel said. You owe us the respect of allowing us to make our own choices about our relationship, our future, our ability to handle whatever challenges come up. Margaret spoke for the first time in several minutes, her voice thick with tears and regret. Rachel, honey, I'm so sorry. I should have realized you were blaming yourself. I should have insisted that someone address those feelings instead of assuming they'd resolve naturally. Rachel's expression softened slightly as she looked at her stepmother. You were hurt too, Margaret. You were dealing with your own trauma from the accident. But going forward, I need all of us to be honest about what happened and what I need to heal completely. Douglas stood up from the table, his usual commanding presence diminished by the weight of his mistakes. I need to call Blake. I need to apologize for threatening him and acknowledge that he's been better for your healing than my protection ever was. Dad. Rachel said, her voice gentler now. I know you were trying to take care of me. I know your protection came from love. But I need you to understand that the best way to take care of someone isn't always to shield them from reality. Douglas looked at his daughter and saw not the broken victim he'd been treating her as, but the strong, intelligent woman she'd always been and was becoming again. I was so afraid of losing you completely that I tried to control every aspect of your recovery, he admitted. I thought if I could manage all the variables, I could guarantee you'd be safe. But you can't guarantee that, Rachel said. Safety comes from being strong enough to handle whatever happens, not from being protected from everything that might happen. Blake helps you feel strong, Douglas said. And it wasn't a question. Rachel smiled. The first genuine smile Douglas had seen from her since before the accident. Blake sees me as someone who's strong already. He doesn't treat my scars as damage that needs hiding or trauma as weakness that needs protecting. He sees my survival as evidence of strength. Douglas felt something shift in his understanding of his daughter's relationship. And I've been treating you as evidence of damage. You've been treating me as evidence of your failure to prevent something terrible from happening to me, Rachel corrected gently. But Dad, some things can't be prevented. Some pain can't be avoided. The goal isn't to prevent all suffering. It's to support each other through the suffering that happens. Margaret reached across the table and took Rachel's hand. How do we support you now? How do we help you heal from the guilt you've been carrying? Rachel squeezed her stepmother's hand, feeling closer to her family than she had since before the accident. By trusting me to know what I need. By asking instead of assuming. By treating me like someone who's capable of handling difficult truths. And by accepting Blake as part of your life, Douglas added, understanding that this was a non-negotiable condition for rebuilding their relationship. Blake is part of my healing, Rachel said. He's part of my future. He's part of who I'm becoming as I learn to live again instead of just surviving. Douglas nodded, recognizing that his daughter had made her choice, and that fighting it would only cause more damage to their relationship. I'll call him today, Douglas promised. I'll apologize for my threats and my interference. I'll ask him what I can do to support your relationship instead of undermining it. Rachel stood up from the table, gathering the documents that had finally freed her from 18 months of misplaced guilt. Thank you, both of you, for listening, for understanding, for being willing to change how we do this. As she left the dining room, Douglas and Margaret sat in silence, processing the conversation and the changes it would require from both of them. We almost lost her, Margaret said quietly. We almost lost her to guilt that never should have existed. Douglas agreed. Blake Morrison saved her from something we didn't even know was destroying her. Maybe Margaret said thoughtfully, we should be grateful to him instead of threatened by him. Douglas looked at the police reports still scattered on the table, evidence that his daughter's suffering had been largely unnecessary, prevented by information he'd kept from her in the name of protection. Maybe, he said slowly, we should learn to trust Rachel's judgment about what she needs to heal, starting with her choice to love someone who sees her strength instead of her damage. For the first time since Rachel's accident, Douglas Whitmore began to understand that protection and control weren't the same thing, and that sometimes the most loving thing a father could do was step back and let his daughter choose her own path to healing. Even if that path led her into the arms of a working-class mechanic who'd done more for her recovery in 3 months than 18 months of wealth and privilege had accomplished. Blake was installing new brake pads on a 2015 Chevy Malibu when the process server found him at Morrison's Auto Repair. The official-looking man in a cheap suit stood out among the grease stains and toolboxes like a tax auditor at a birthday party. Blake Morrison. Blake straightened up, wiping his hands on a shop rag, immediately sensing trouble. In his experience, people who served legal papers rarely brought good news. "That's me." The man handed Blake a manila envelope with the efficient indifference of someone who'd done this hundreds of times. "You've been served." Blake's stomach dropped as he opened the envelope and scanned the legal documents inside. Petition for Emergency Custody Modification. Filed by Carmen Rodriguez Morrison, seeking immediate custody of Emma Morrison based on claims of substantial change in circumstances and exposure to harmful individuals. The blood drained from Blake's face as he read the allegations Carmen's lawyer had crafted, that Blake's relationship with Rachel Whitmore exposed Emma to an unstable individual with severe psychological trauma, and that the media attention surrounding their relationship created an unsafe environment for a minor child. "Dad, what is it?" Emma's voice came from behind him. Blake spun around to see his daughter standing in the garage entrance, her backpack over her shoulder, having just gotten off the school bus. Blake's co-workers had stopped working, sensing crisis from their friend's expression. The garage fell silent except for the hiss of the air compressor and Emma's sneakers squeaking against the concrete as she approached. "It's nothing, sunshine," Blake said, automatically folding the papers and shoving them back into the envelope. "Just boring paperwork." But Emma had inherited her father's ability to read people, and she could see the fear and anger warring in Blake's expression. "Are you in trouble?" Blake looked down at his daughter, his brilliant, perceptive, loving daughter who was about to become the center of a legal battle she didn't understand, and felt rage building in his chest like a pressure cooker. "No, baby, I'm not in trouble. But we need to go home and talk about some things." "Okay." The drive to their apartment was the longest 15 minutes of Blake's life. Emma chatted about her day at school, oblivious to the crisis that was about to explode their quiet life. Blake responded automatically, his mind racing through legal scenarios and financial calculations he couldn't afford to make. Custody battles required lawyers. Lawyers required money Blake didn't have. Carmen apparently had both now, plus a legal strategy that attacked his relationship with Rachel as grounds for removing Emma from his care. Once they reached this apartment, Blake sat Emma down at their small kitchen table and tried to explain the situation in terms a 7-year-old could understand. "Do you remember your mom? Emma Carmen?" Emma nodded seriously. "She came to the mall that day when I got lost. She wanted me to have ice cream with her, but I wanted to stay with you." Blake felt his chest tighten. "Well, she's filed some papers with the court saying that she wants you to come live with her instead of with me." Emma's face went white. "Why, did I do something wrong?" "No, sunshine, you didn't do anything wrong. Nobody did anything wrong. Sometimes adults make decisions that don't make sense to kids." "But I don't want to live with her," Emma said, tears starting to gather in her eyes. "I want to live with you. This is my home. You're my daddy." Blake pulled Emma into his lap, holding her close, while his own emotions threatened to overwhelm him. "I want you to live with me too, baby. We're going to fight this, okay? We're going to make sure you get to stay home where you belong." "Is it because of Rachel?" Emma asked with the intuitive understanding that sometimes made Blake forget she was only 7. "Does she think Rachel is bad for me?" Blake chose his words carefully. "Some people don't understand that Rachel makes our family happier. They think because she looks different, because she's been hurt, that might not be good for you." Emma pulled back to look at Blake with the fierce expression she got when defending something important to her. "That's stupid. Rachel is nice and kind, and she teaches me things, and she makes you smile more. She's not bad for me. She's good for our family." Blake felt tears burning behind his eyes. His 7-year-old daughter understood what Carmen's lawyers apparently couldn't, that Rachel's presence in their lives was healing, not harmful. "I know that, sweetheart, and you know that, but sometimes courts have to decide these things based on rules that don't always make sense." Emma was quiet for a moment, processing this information with the gravity of a child who understood that adult decisions could reshape her entire world. "Daddy, what happens if the court says I have to live with her?" Blake's voice was rough when he answered. "That's not going to happen. I promise you, Emma, I will do everything in my power to make sure you stay with me." But even as he made the promise, Blake knew he might not be able to keep it. Carmen had money, now resources lawyers, who specialized in proving that single fathers with unconventional relationships posed risks to their children. Blake had love stability and a 7-year relationship with his daughter. But the legal system didn't always prioritize those things over financial resources and social conformity. That evening after Emma was asleep, Blake called Rachel to explain the situation. "They're using me against you," Rachel said immediately, her voice thick with guilt and anger. "They're saying Emma isn't safe around me because I'm psychologically unstable." "It's not your fault," Blake said firmly. "Carmen is grasping for any ammunition she can find to take Emma away from me. If it wasn't you, it would be something else." "But it is me," Rachel insisted. "My scars, my trauma, my father's wealth making our relationship newsworthy. All of that is being used to attack your custody of Emma." Blake could hear Rachel beginning to withdraw, beginning to convince herself that walking away would protect him and Emma from legal consequences. "Rachel, don't you dare blame yourself for this. Carmen left Emma when she was 3 years old. She's been absent for 4 years, and now she wants to play mother because she has money and thinks she can win. This isn't about you. It's about her. But if I wasn't in your life, she wouldn't have ammunition to use against you. If you weren't in my life, Emma and I would still be barely surviving instead of actually living," Blake said fiercely. "You've made us happier, stronger, more complete. No court is going to take Emma away because her father fell in love with someone who's been through trauma." But Blake's confidence was shakier than his voice suggested. He'd already called 3 lawyers, gotten quotes for representation that would cost more than his annual salary, been told that custody battles involving wealthy opponents could drag on for months or years. The next morning brought worse news. Carmen had filed for emergency temporary custody, claiming that Emma was in immediate danger due to Blake's relationship with a mentally unstable individual and the media attention that compromised the child's safety and privacy. The emergency hearing was scheduled for the following Friday, 5 days away. Blake took another personal day from the garage and spent it frantically calling lawyers trying to find someone who would represent him on a payment plan or pro bono basis. Most were sympathetic, but couldn't take on a case against well-funded opponents without significant upfront payment. By Wednesday, Blake was sitting at his kitchen table with legal documents spread around him, trying to figure out how to represent himself in a custody battle he couldn't afford to fight professionally. That's when the doorbell rang. Blake opened the door to find Douglas Whitmore standing in his hallway looking uncomfortable but determined. "Mr. Morrison, may I come in?" Blake stepped aside, too exhausted to feel his usual wariness around Rachel's father. "If you're here to tell me that walking away from Rachel would solve my legal problems, you're probably right. But I'm not doing it." Douglas looked surprised. "Actually, I'm here to offer to help you fight this custody battle." Blake stared at the billionaire standing in his small living room, not sure he'd heard correctly. "I'm sorry what Carmen Morrison is using my daughter's trauma and our family's public profile to attack your relationship with your child," Douglas said. "She's essentially arguing that association with our family makes you an unfit parent. I take that very personally." Blake sank into a chair, his brain struggling to process this development. "You want to help me keep custody of Emma? I want to help you destroy Carmen's legal strategy completely," Douglas said. "I've been investigating her claims, her finances, her sudden ability to afford high-powered attorneys." "Want to know what I found?" Blake nodded, not trusting his voice. "She's being bankrolled by Richard Hampstead." Douglas continued. My daughter's former fiancé, the one who broke their engagement after her accident. He's paying for Carmen's legal fees as part of a systematic campaign to force Rachel back into isolation. Blake felt the room tilt on its axis. What Douglas sat down across from Blake, his expression grim. Richard never got over being dumped by a billionaire's daughter. He's been spreading rumors about Rachel's mental stability, her appearance, her worthiness as a partner. When you came along and proved that she could be loved, could be happy, could move on from their relationship, he decided to destroy what you've built together. How do you know all this? Because I have resources for investigation that make police work. Look, amateur, Douglas said. Richard has been funding Carmen's legal challenge specifically to force you to choose between Emma and Rachel. He believes that if he can cost you custody of your daughter, you'll blame Rachel and end the relationship. Blake felt rage building in his chest that was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He's trying to destroy my family to get revenge on Rachel. He's trying to force Rachel back into the isolation and self-hatred that made her feel unworthy of love. Douglas confirmed. Using your daughter as a weapon against both of you. Blake stood up and began pacing his small living room, his hands clenched into fists. What kind of monster uses a 7-year-old child as ammunition in a revenge scheme? The kind that my family has unfortunately encountered before. Douglas said, which is why I'm here to offer my help. Legal representation, private investigators, whatever resources you need to destroy this attack on your family. Blake stopped pacing and looked directly at Douglas. Why? Why would you help me? You've made it clear you don't approve of my relationship with Rachel. Douglas was quiet for a moment, choosing his words carefully. Because I've watched my daughter transform over the past 6 months. She's stronger now, happier, more like the woman she was before the accident. That transformation is because of you and Emma. So I'm not going to let someone destroy the healing you've given her just because I have concerns about the practical challenges of your relationship, Douglas said. Whatever my feelings about class differences and long-term compatibility, Richard Hampstead is not going to use my daughter's trauma to hurt innocent people. Blake felt something loosen in his chest. Not trust exactly, but the recognition that Douglas's motives aligned with his own, at least in this crisis. What are you proposing? I'm proposing that we bury Carmen's legal challenge so completely that she never considers attacking your custody again, Douglas said. And I'm proposing that we expose Richard Hampstead's involvement publicly enough that he thinks twice before targeting our families again. Blake looked at Douglas Whitmore, sitting in his modest living room, offering to use his vast wealth and resources to protect Blake's relationship with his daughter. There's going to be a price for your help, Blake said. There always is. Douglas nodded. The price is that you stop treating me like an enemy and start letting me be part of Rachel's support system. Not to control her choices, but to support them, including her choice to build a life with you. Blake studied Douglas's face, looking for signs of manipulation or hidden agendas. He found only a father who'd made mistakes, but was trying to do better. Okay, Blake said finally. Let's destroy them. Douglas smiled, and for the first time Blake saw where Rachel got her determination when she decided to fight for something important. Good, Douglas said. Because I've been looking forward to this conversation with Richard Hampstead for months, and after what he's tried to do to Emma, it's going to be particularly satisfying. As they began planning their legal counterattack, Blake realized that sometimes the most unexpected alliances form when people who care about the same person are willing to fight for her happiness. Carmen and Richard had picked a fight with the wrong family. They were about to discover what happened when you threatened a mechanic's child and a billionaire's daughter at the same time. News of Blake's custody battle spread through Morrison's auto repair like wildfire. By Thursday morning, every mechanic in the garage knew about Carmen's legal challenge, and the general consensus was that their friend was being royally screwed by people with more money than sense. Tony Martinez, the garage's most senior mechanic, was the first to approach Blake when he arrived for his shift. "This is bullshit," Tony announced without preamble. "That little girl belongs with you, and anyone with half a brain can see it." Blake managed a weak smile while pulling on his coveralls. "Thanks, Tony, but custody courts don't always make decisions based on common sense." "Maybe not, but they do listen to character witnesses," Tony said. "And you've got plenty of people who can testify about what kind of father you are." Over the course of the morning, Blake discovered that Tony was right. His co-workers had been quietly organizing, reaching out to everyone who knew Blake as a parent, gathering support for the custody hearing, says. Chen, his elderly neighbor who'd watched Emma countless times, appeared at the garage during Blake's lunch break, with a handwritten letter for the court. "I've been watching you raise that little girl for 4 years, she told Blake. "Best single parent I've ever seen. Patient, loving, always puts her first. Anyone says different is lying." Emma's second-grade teacher, Mrs. Rodriguez, called that afternoon to offer her own testimony. "Emma Morrison is one of the most well-adjusted children in my class," she told Blake. "She's confident, kind, academically strong. That doesn't happen by accident. That happens because she has a parent who's doing everything right." By Friday morning, Blake had a folder full of character references that painted a picture of devoted single parenthood that would be hard for any court to dismiss. His co-workers had written letters. His neighbors had provided statements. Emma's teachers and school counselors had documented her emotional stability and academic success. The emergency custody hearing was scheduled for 2 p.m. at the Maricopa County Superior Court. Blake arrived 30 minutes early with Douglas Whitmore's attorney, a sharp-eyed woman named Sarah Chen, who specialized in family law and had a reputation for destroying weak custody challenges. Carmen was already there with her legal team, dressed in expensive clothes that made her look more prosperous than Blake had ever seen her. Her lawyer was a slick-talking man in a $1,000 suit who'd clearly done his homework on making working-class fathers look inadequate. Blake felt his stomach churn as he watched Carmen playing the role of concerned mother for the court staff, asking about visitation schedules and expressing worry about Emma's well-being. "Remember," Sarah Chen whispered to Blake as they took their seats, "she has to prove that your current situation is harmful to Emma. We just have to prove that it isn't, and we have a lot more evidence on our side than they do." The hearing began with Carmen's lawyer presenting their case. Blake's relationship with Rachel Whitmore exposed Emma to someone with severe psychological instability. The media attention from dating a billionaire's daughter compromised Emma's privacy and safety, and Blake's obsession with this inappropriate relationship demonstrated poor judgment in protecting his child. Blake listened to his life being twisted into something unrecognizable. His love for Rachel became obsession. Emma's friendship with Rachel became exposure to harmful influences. The media attention they'd all handled maturely became compromised safety. When it was Sarah Chen's turn to respond, she methodically dismantled every argument Carmen's lawyer had made. "Your Honor, the plaintiff is asking this court to remove a child from a loving stable home because her father has fallen in love with someone who survived trauma. Ms. Whitmore has no history of violence addiction or criminal behavior. She has no documented mental health issues beyond the normal psychological response to surviving a serious accident." Sarah Chen pulled out the stack of character references Blake's community had provided. These letters from teachers, neighbors, co-workers, and childcare providers all paint the same picture. Blake Morrison is an exemplary single parent who has raised a confident, well-adjusted child. Emma Morrison is thriving academically, socially, and emotionally in her father's care. Blake watched the judge read through the testimonials, her expression growing increasingly skeptical of Carmen's claims. Furthermore, Sarah Chen continued the plaintiff's sudden interest in seeking custody after 4 years of voluntary absence raises questions about her motives. Ms. Rodriguez Morrison has had minimal contact with her daughter since leaving the family when Emma was 3 years old. She has provided no financial support and has made no effort to maintain a relationship with the child she now claims to want to protect. Carmen's lawyer objected, but the judge overruled him. Finally, Your Honor, we have evidence that this custody challenge is being funded by a third party with his own agenda against Ms. Whitmore. Sarah Chen presented Douglas's investigation into Richard Hampstead's financial backing of Carmen's legal fees, his documented harassment of Rachel, and his obvious motive for wanting to destroy her new relationship. This is not a genuine custody dispute, Your Honor. This is a harassment campaign disguised as parental concern, using a 7-year-old child as a weapon against adults who have committed no crime other than falling in love. Blake watched Carmen's face go pale as the truth about her financial backing was exposed. Her lawyer began whispering urgently in her ear, clearly not having been informed about Richard's involvement. The judge called a 30-minute recess to review all the evidence presented by both sides. Blake spent the time in the hallway with Sarah Chen Douglas and Rachel, who had arrived to provide moral support, despite knowing her presence might be used against Blake. "How do you think it's going?" Blake asked Sarah. "I think Carmen's lawyer just realized his client lied to him about her motives and her funding," Sarah said. "That's never good for the plaintiff's case." When court resumed, the judge's decision was swift and definitive. After reviewing all evidence and testimony, this court finds no grounds for emergency custody modification. The plaintiff has failed to demonstrate that the child is in immediate danger, or that Mr. Morrison's parenting has become inadequate in any way. Blake felt his knees nearly give out with relief. Furthermore, the judge continued, "This court is concerned about the motivations behind this custody challenge. Using the legal system to harass parents who are providing adequate care for their children is an abuse of judicial resources." The judge looked directly at Carmen. "Ms. Rodriguez Morrison, if you wish to pursue expanded visitation with your daughter, this court would encourage supervised visits with a family counselor. However, any future custody challenges will require substantial evidence of actual harm to the child, not speculation about lifestyle choices." Carmen's lawyer gathered his papers quickly, clearly wanting to distance himself from a case that had just exploded in spectacular fashion. As they left the courthouse, Blake felt like he could breathe freely for the first time in a week. "It's over?" he asked Sarah Chen. "It's over," she confirmed. "Carmen would need new evidence of actual harm to challenge your custody again, and after today's performance, no reputable lawyer is going to take that case." Douglas pulled Blake aside as they reached the parking lot. "There's one more thing we need to address," Douglas said. "Richard Hampstead's funding of this attack. What are you going to do?" Douglas smiled, and Blake was reminded that the man hadn't become a billionaire by accepting attacks on his family lying down. "I'm going to make it very clear that targeting my daughter or anyone she cares about will have consequences." "He can't afford," Douglas said. "Richard made this personal when he went after Emma. Now he gets to learn what happens when you threaten a child to get revenge on her father's girlfriend." That evening, Blake, Rachel, and Emma celebrated with pizza at their apartment. Emma was thrilled that she didn't have to live with the scary lady from the mall, and she'd already started planning activities for the weekend. "I told you the Dragon Princess wasn't bad for us," Emma said to Blake, while Rachel helped clean up their dinner dishes. "Some grown-ups just don't understand about families that choose each other instead of starting with the same last name." Blake looked at his daughter, then at Rachel washing dishes in his kitchen, like she'd been part of their family for years instead of months, and realized that Emma was absolutely right. They were a family that had chosen each other, and no amount of legal harassment or social disapproval could change that fundamental truth. "You know what, sunshine," Blake said, pulling Emma into his lap. "You're the smartest 7-year-old I know." "I know," Emma said, matter-of-factly. "That's why you should listen to me more often." Rachel laughed from the kitchen, and Blake felt the last of his stress from the custody battle finally release. They'd survived the attack, emerged stronger as a family unit, and proven that love really could overcome the obstacles that money and manipulation tried to create. Carmen would go back to whatever life she'd built without Emma. Richard Hampstead would learn to leave Rachel alone or face Douglas Whitmore's particular brand of consequences. And Blake, Rachel, and Emma would continue building something real and lasting together. Sometimes the most important victories weren't the dramatic ones that made headlines. Sometimes they were the quiet ones that happened in courtrooms and kitchens, where ordinary people stood up for each other and refused to let their families be destroyed by people who couldn't understand what they were fighting for. 2 months after the custody battle ended, Blake found himself standing in Tiffany & Co., staring at engagement rings and feeling like the most out-of-place person in Arizona. The saleswoman, polite but clearly sizing up his worn jeans and work boots, hovered nearby with the kind of smile reserved for customers who probably couldn't afford the merchandise. Blake had been saving for 3 months, setting aside money from every paycheck, skipping lunches, and avoiding any unnecessary expenses. The ring he could afford wasn't the biggest or most elaborate in the display case, but it was beautiful. A simple solitaire with a classic setting that he thought Rachel would love. This one, Blake said, pointing to the ring he'd been considering for weeks. The saleswoman's smile became more genuine when Blake produced cash for the purchase. Excellent choice. Would you like it? Gift wrapped. As Blake walked out of the jewelry store with the small velvet box in his jacket pocket, he felt excitement and terror in equal measure. He was about to propose to a woman whose previous engagement ring had cost more than his annual salary, whose father could buy and sell entire companies on a whim. But more than that, Blake was proposing to cross a divide that felt insurmountable. Rachel's world of charity galas and family foundations and houses with more rooms than some people had possessions. His world of overtime shifts and grocery store sales and apartments where the living room doubled as a bedroom. They'd been talking about the future more seriously lately. Rachel had mentioned wanting to move in together, had asked about Emma's thoughts on combining their living situations. She'd even toured a house with Blake, a modest 3-bedroom in Emma's school district, that would give them all more space while staying within his budget range. But every conversation about their future made Blake more aware of what he couldn't provide. Rachel had grown up with private chefs and housekeepers and never having to check her bank balance before making a purchase. How could he ask her to move into a rental house with laminate floors and a kitchen barely bigger than her walk-in closet? The doubts had been growing for weeks, fed by small moments that highlighted their different realities. Rachel casually mentioning art pieces that cost more than Blake's car. Her surprise when he'd calculated the tip on their restaurant bill instead of just doubling the tax. The way she'd apologized for forgetting that not everyone could just write a check to solve financial problems. Blake knew Rachel didn't mean to make him feel inadequate. She was trying to understand his world, to adapt to different ways of doing things. But every difference felt like evidence that he was asking her to settle for a life that was smaller than what she deserved. By the time Blake got home from the jewelry store, he'd talked himself out of proposing 3 times and back into it twice. Emma was at the kitchen table working on homework when he walked in, and she immediately noticed his distracted state. "Are you okay, Daddy? You look worried." Blake sat down beside his daughter, the ring box feeling heavy in his pocket. "Just thinking about grown-up things, sunshine. Nothing for you to worry about." But Emma had inherited Blake's ability to read people, and she could see that this was more than ordinary adult stress. "Is it about Rachel? Are you guys fighting?" "No, we're not fighting," Blake said honestly. "I'm just trying to figure out how to ask her an important question." Emma's eyes lit up with understanding. "Are you going to ask her to marry us?" The phrase marry us hit Blake right in the chest. Emma didn't see this as Blake marrying Rachel. She saw it as Rachel joining their family unit, becoming part of their team. Maybe, Blake said. Would you like that? If Rachel became your stepmom officially, Emma's response was immediate and enthusiastic. Yes, then she could live with us all the time instead of just some of the time. And we could have family movie nights every night instead of just weekends. Blake smiled despite his anxiety. What if I'm not enough for her, Em? What if I can't give her the kind of life she's used to having? Emma tilted her head with the serious expression she got when adults said things that didn't make sense to her. Daddy Rachel already knows how we live. She comes here all the time and she likes it. She helps me with homework at our little table, and she cooks dinner in our little kitchen, and she watches movies on our little couch. If she wanted a different kind of life, she would be living it instead of being here with us. The wisdom of children never failed to surprise Blake. Emma was right, of course. Rachel chose to spend her time at their apartment, chose their modest dinners over expensive restaurants, chose their quiet evenings over whatever social activities were available to her. Besides, Emma continued, love isn't about having the biggest house or the fanciest car. Love is about wanting to be together and taking care of each other and making each other happy. You and Rachel do all that already. Blake pulled his daughter into a hug, amazed once again by her insight. When did you get so smart? I've always been smart, Emma said, matter-of-factly. You just forget sometimes because I'm little. That evening, Blake called Rachel to invite her over for dinner. He'd planned to cook her favorite meal to create the perfect romantic atmosphere for a proposal. Instead, he found himself overthinking every detail, second-guessing every choice. Rachel arrived with flowers from her garden and a bottle of wine that probably cost more than Blake's monthly grocery budget. She kissed him hello and immediately started helping with dinner preparations, chatting about her day while chopping vegetables for the salad. This was what Blake loved most about her, the way she fit into their ordinary life, as if it was exactly where she belonged. But tonight, instead of feeling grateful for her ease in his world, Blake found himself fixated on the differences between them. How was your day? Rachel asked while setting the table. Blake told her about work, about the transmission repair that had taken longer than expected, about Tony's ongoing complaints about the new management policies. Normal, everyday details of a working-class life that felt suddenly inadequate when shared with someone whose father owned buildings instead of working in them. During dinner, Emma entertained them with stories from school, but Blake found himself distracted, the ring box in his pocket feeling heavier with every passing minute. You're quiet tonight, Rachel observed after Emma had gone to bed. Everything okay? Blake looked at the woman he loved sitting on his second-hand couch in his small living room, and the words stuck in his throat. How could he ask her to marry him when he couldn't even afford to give her an engagement ring that matched what she'd had before, when he couldn't promise her the kind of life she'd grown up with? Rachel, do you ever think about what you're giving up to be with me? Blake asked. Rachel's eyebrows drew together in confusion. What do you mean, your father's world? The charity galas, the social events, the lifestyle you grew up with, the financial security, the ability to travel anywhere you want, to buy anything you need without thinking about it. Rachel set down her wine glass and turned to face Blake fully. Where is this coming from? Blake struggled to articulate the doubts that had been eating at him for weeks. I can barely afford to take you out to dinner at places you're used to. I live in a one-bedroom apartment with my daughter. I drive a car that's held together with prayer and duct tape. What kind of future can I really offer you? Rachel stared at him for a long moment, and Blake saw hurt flicker across her features. Are you breaking up with me? She asked quietly. No, Blake said quickly. God, no. I'm trying to understand why you'd choose this life over everything else you could have. Rachel was quiet for several minutes, choosing her words carefully. Blake, do you remember what I was like when we met, hiding in my room, afraid to be seen in public, convinced I was too damaged to deserve love? Blake nodded. That world you think I'm giving up. That world where money solves everything and status matters most. That world had decided I was worthless because my face wasn't perfect anymore. I had lost my place in it the moment I stopped being beautiful enough to be a proper ornament. Rachel's voice grew stronger as she continued. This life with you and Emma, this is the first time since my accident that I've felt valued for who I am instead of what I look like or how much money my father has. This is the first time I've felt like I belonged somewhere, because I was wanted, not because I was expected to be there. Blake felt something shift in his chest as Rachel's words sank in. You want to know what I'm giving up? Rachel asked. I'm giving up loneliness. I'm giving up the constant performance of being the perfect daughter with the perfect life. I'm giving up relationships based on social obligation instead of genuine connection. She reached for Blake's hands, holding them tightly. What I'm choosing is a man who sees my scars and thinks I'm beautiful anyway. A daughter who treats me like family from day one. A life where love matters more than appearances, where dinner around a small table with people who care about each other is better than eating alone in a mansion. Blake felt tears burning behind his eyes. I just want to be enough for you. Blake, Rachel said firmly. You already are. You and Emma are more than enough. You're everything. You're the family I never thought I'd have, the home I never thought I deserved. The life we're building together is exactly what I want. Blake looked at this incredible woman who'd chosen him and Emma over wealth and status and social expectations, and realized that his doubts had been about his own insecurities, not about her choices. I love you, Blake said, his voice rough with emotion. I love you too, Rachel replied. All of you. The man who works 2 jobs to support his daughter, who saves money for weeks to buy me flowers, who makes me feel like the luckiest woman in the world just by wanting me in his life. Blake reached into his pocket and pulled out the small velvet box, his hands shaking slightly. In that case, he said, dropping to one knee beside the couch. Rachel Whitmore, will you marry me? Will you let Emma and me be your family officially? Will you build a life with us that's based on love instead of money, on choice instead of obligation? Rachel's hands flew to her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Yes, she whispered. Then louder. Yes, yes, yes. Blake slipped the ring onto her finger, and Rachel admired it with the same joy she might have shown for a diamond worth millions. It's perfect, she said, kissing him through her tears. It's absolutely perfect. From the hallway they heard Emma's excited whisper. I told you she'd say yes. Blake and Rachel laughed as Emma ran into the living room and threw herself at both of them, wrapping her arms around their necks in a group hug that sealed their commitment to becoming a real family. We're getting married, Emma announced, as if she was personally responsible for orchestrating the whole thing. We are, Rachel confirmed, looking at her ring and then at Blake. We're going to be a family. As the 3 of them sat together on Blake's second-hand couch in his small living room, Blake realized that Emma had been right all along. Love wasn't about having the biggest house or the most expensive things. Love was about choosing each other every day, about finding joy in ordinary moments, about building something together that was stronger than the obstacles trying to tear it apart. Rachel had chosen him not despite his limitations, but because of the life they could create together. And Blake finally understood that sometimes being enough wasn't about what you could provide financially. It was about what you could offer emotionally, spiritually, as a partner and as a family. They were enough for each other exactly as they were. And that was all that mattered. Douglas Whitmore stood in the parking lot outside Morrison's Auto Repair, gathering courage for a conversation he'd never imagined having. 3 months had passed since the custody battle, 6 months since he'd last threatened Blake Morrison, and Douglas was finally ready to admit that he'd been wrong about everything. The morning was crisp, with the kind of desert air that promised another scorching Phoenix day, but offered a brief respite in the early hours. Through the garage windows, Douglas could see Blake working under the hood of a pickup truck, his movements efficient and sure, his co-workers moving around him with the easy familiarity of people who'd learned to work as a team. Douglas had spent weeks preparing for this conversation, reviewing everything he knew about Blake Morrison and everything he'd observed about his relationship with Rachel. The private investigator's report sat on his desk at home, full of details that painted a picture of integrity, dedication, and genuine love that Douglas could no longer dismiss or explain away. Blake looked up when Douglas entered the garage, surprise and wariness flickering across his features. The other mechanics stopped working clearly, recognizing the expensive suit and commanding presence as someone significant, though they probably couldn't have guessed this was the billionaire who'd once threatened their co-worker. "Mr. Morrison, do you have a few minutes to talk?" Douglas asked. Blake wiped his hands on a shop rag, studying Douglas's expression for signs of threat or manipulation. Finding neither, he nodded toward the garage office. "Sure, let's go where it's quieter." The office was small and cluttered with automotive parts catalogs stacked on metal shelves, and a coffee pot that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the previous decade. Douglas sat in a plastic chair across from Blake's desk, feeling as out of place as he had during his previous visit, but for different reasons. "I owe you an apology," Douglas began without preamble. "Several apologies, actually." Blake leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "I'm listening. I was wrong to threaten you when you first started dating Rachel. I was wrong to assume your motives were financial. I was wrong to try to control my daughter's recovery and her choices about her own life." Douglas paused, choosing his words carefully. "Most importantly, I was wrong about what Rachel needed to heal. I thought protection meant isolation, that keeping her safe meant keeping her hidden. You proved that what she actually needed was someone who could see her strength instead of her damage." Blake's expression remained carefully neutral. "What changed your mind?" "Watching her transform," Douglas said honestly. "When Rachel talks about you and Emma, her whole face lights up. She smiles, more laughs, more engages with the world, more than she has since before the accident. The woman you've helped her become is more like who she was before her trauma than anything my protection ever accomplished." Douglas reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila folder. "I've been investigating your relationship for months, trying to find evidence that would prove my suspicions about your motives." Blake's jaw tightened. And I found evidence that I was completely wrong." Douglas opened the folder and pulled out photographs. "These are surveillance photos from the past 6 months. You and Rachel grocery shopping with you, carefully calculating prices and using coupons. You and Emma at her school science fair, with Rachel cheering louder than any parent there. Rachel helping you change a tire on your car instead of calling for roadside assistance." Douglas set the photos on the desk between them. "These aren't the actions of someone using my daughter for financial gain. These are the actions of people building a real life together, navigating real challenges, making sacrifices for each other." Blake looked at the photos, seeing his relationship with Rachel documented by strangers, and felt violated and vindicated at the same time. "You had us followed." "I did," Douglas admitted. "And what I saw made me realize that my daughter found something with you that no amount of money could buy. Genuine partnership with someone who loves her completely." Douglas pulled out another document. "This is a financial analysis of your relationship with Rachel. In 6 months, you've accepted exactly 0 financial help from her or from our family. You've paid for every date, every meal, every gift. You've insisted on contributing equally to any shared expenses, even when it clearly stretched your budget. Blake felt heat rising in his cheeks. You investigated our finances. I investigated whether you were using Rachel to access our wealth, Douglas corrected. What I found was a man so determined to maintain his independence and integrity that he's actually putting financial strain on himself to avoid any appearance of taking advantage of my daughter. Douglas leaned forward, his expression earnest. Blake, that's not the behavior of a gold digger. That's the behavior of a man with principles, a man who loves my daughter for herself rather than for what she could provide him. Blake was quiet for a long moment, processing this admission from a man who'd once threatened to destroy his life. Why are you telling me this now? Because I want to rebuild my relationship with my daughter, and I can't do that while treating the man she loves as an enemy, Douglas said. Because you've proven that you're good for her, that you make her happy in ways I couldn't manage with all my resources and good intentions. Douglas stood up and extended his hand. I'm asking for a fresh start. Not as an adversary trying to protect Rachel from you, but as her father trying to support the choices that make her happy. Blake looked at the offered handshake, then at Douglas's face, seeing something he'd never expected to find there. Genuine respect. Blake stood and clasped Douglas's hand firmly. A fresh start sounds good. Douglas smiled with obvious relief. There's something else. I know you and Rachel have been looking at houses together, trying to find something that works for your family within your budget constraints. Blake nodded, wondering where this was leading. I have a proposition. Not charity, not a handout, but a business arrangement that could benefit all of us. Douglas pulled out another folder. I own several rental properties in Emma's school district, houses I've kept as investments. There's a 3-bedroom on Maple Street that's been sitting empty because the rental market in that price range is slow. Blake felt his guard go up immediately. Mr. Whitmore. Hear me out, Douglas said. I'm not offering to give you anything. I'm offering to rent you a house at fair market value for the neighborhood. You'd pay rent just like any other tenant, sign a standard lease, be responsible for utilities and maintenance just like any other rental situation. Blake looked at the photos Douglas had handed him. A modest but well-maintained house with a small yard, updated kitchen, and plenty of space for their growing family. What's the catch, no catch, Douglas said. I get a reliable tenant who'll take care of the property. You get more space for your family at a rent you can afford. Rachel gets a home where she can be happy with the people she loves. Blake studied the rental agreement, looking for hidden clauses or special conditions. He found none. It was a straightforward lease at a rate that was actually slightly below what they'd been budgeting for. Why would you do this? Douglas's expression grew serious. Because I've spent 6 months watching my daughter be happier than she's been in years. Because I've seen how you and Emma have helped her heal from trauma that all my money couldn't fix. Because family means supporting each other's happiness, even when it looks different than what we initially expected. Blake looked at the house photos again, imagining Rachel and Emma decorating bedrooms, imagining family dinners in a real dining room instead of their small kitchen table. There's one more thing, Douglas said. An apology I need to make to Emma. Blake's expression grew wary. What about Emma during the custody battle? I allowed her to become collateral damage in a conflict between adults. She was scared, confused, caught in the middle of something she didn't understand. I want to make that right. Douglas reached into his jacket one more time and pulled out a small, wrapped gift. It's a book about dragons and princesses who save themselves. Rachel helped me pick it out. Blake felt something soften in his chest. You bought Emma a book. I wanted her to know that I see her as family, not as an obstacle or a complication. Rachel loves her, which makes her important to me. I'd like permission to be the grandfather figure she doesn't have otherwise. Blake looked at this man who'd once threatened to destroy his life, who was now asking to be part of Emma's life in a positive way, and realized that people really could change when they were motivated by love instead of fear. She'd like that, Blake said. Emma doesn't have much extended family. She'd probably love having a grandfather. Douglas's smile was genuinely warm. Good, because I've been looking forward to hearing about this volcano science project Rachel keeps mentioning. As they shook hands again this time, as future family members rather than former enemies, Blake felt a weight lifting from his shoulders. The opposition to his relationship with Rachel was finally over, replaced by support from the person whose opinion mattered most to her. One last thing Douglas said as they walked toward the garage exit. The wedding. I'd like to pay for it if you'll let me. Not as charity, but as a father who wants to celebrate his daughter's happiness properly. Blake started to object, but Douglas held up a hand. I've missed too many important moments in Rachel's life because of my own mistakes. I don't want to miss this one because of pride, yours or mine. Let me give her the wedding she deserves with the man she chose, surrounded by the people who love her. Blake thought about Rachel, about the quiet way she'd mentioned that she'd always dreamed of a garden wedding, about how she'd downplayed her own desires to accommodate his financial limitations. She'd like that, Blake said finally. She'd really like that. Douglas nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Good. Then let's start planning a celebration that's worthy of what you two have built together. As Blake watched Douglas's car disappear from the garage parking lot, he realized that the final obstacle to his future with Rachel had just transformed into its strongest supporter. Douglas Whitmore wasn't just accepting Blake into the family. He was embracing him as someone worthy of his daughter's love. It had taken 6 months, a custody battle, and a lot of hard-learned lessons, but Douglas had finally understood what Blake had known from the beginning. Rachel deserved to be loved completely, supported unconditionally, and allowed to choose her own path to happiness, even if that path led her to a mechanic's arms instead of a mansion's ballroom. Rachel stood before the full-length mirror in her childhood bedroom, but instead of avoiding her reflection as she had for 18 months, she was studying herself with the careful attention of someone taking inventory. The scars were still there, of course. They always would be. The skin along the left side of her face remained discolored, raised in places clearly marking her as someone who'd survived something terrible. But as Rachel examined her reflection, she realized that what she saw had fundamentally changed. Instead of damage, she saw survival. Instead of ugliness, she saw strength. Instead of something to hide, she saw evidence of a life that had been tested and had refused to break. The transformation hadn't happened overnight. It had been gradual, built through months of Blake's unwavering acceptance, Emma's innocent wisdom, and her own slow journey back to believing she deserved love and happiness. But standing here now, 6 months into her relationship with Blake, and 2 months into their engagement, Rachel finally understood what it meant to see herself through the eyes of people who loved her. She was getting ready for her first public speaking engagement since the accident, a presentation to a burn survivor support group about recovery and relationships after trauma. 6 months ago, the thought of standing before strangers and discussing her injuries would have sent her into a panic attack. Now she felt nervous, but confident, ready to share what she'd learned about healing. Rachel had chosen to wear her hair pulled back, scars fully visible, with a simple blue dress that made her feel comfortable and professional. No mask, no concealing clothing, no apologetic posturing. Just herself, exactly as she was. The doorbell interrupted her preparation. Rachel glanced at the clock. Blake was early to pick her up, probably as nervous about her presentation as she was. But when she opened the door, it wasn't Blake standing on her doorstep. It was Margaret holding a bouquet of white roses from their garden. "I wanted to give you these before your presentation," Margaret said, her eyes bright with pride. "You look absolutely radiant, sweetheart." Rachel accepted the flowers, surprised by the gesture. Thank you. They're beautiful. Margaret stepped closer, studying Rachel's face with wonder. Do you know what I see when I look at you now? Rachel shook her head. I see the confident young woman you were before the accident, but stronger. I see someone who's been through hell and came back with wisdom and grace and an unshakable sense of her own worth. Rachel felt tears prick her eyes. I don't always feel that strong. None of us do, Margaret said gently. But strength isn't about feeling invincible. It's about feeling scared and doing what needs to be done anyway. And that's exactly what you're doing today. Rachel looked at her stepmother, this kind woman who'd been in the car that terrible day, who'd carried her own trauma from the accident while trying to support Rachel through hers. Margaret, I owe you an apology, Rachel said. For the past 18 months I've been so focused on my own pain that I never asked how you were dealing with everything. The accident hurt you too, and I never acknowledged that. Margaret's expression grew soft. Oh, honey, you don't owe me any apologies. You were fighting for your life, then fighting to rebuild your sense of self. I understood. But you were fighting too, Rachel insisted. You had nightmares, anxiety about driving your own scars and fears. I should have been there for you the way you tried to be there for me. Margaret reached out and touched Rachel's cheek, her fingers gentle against the scarred skin. You're here now. That's what matters. Blake arrived 20 minutes later looking handsome in a button-down shirt he'd clearly bought specifically for this occasion. Emma bounced beside him carrying a handmade card she'd created to wish Rachel luck. You look beautiful, Blake said, kissing Rachel gently. And brave. And ready to change some lives today. Emma handed over her card, which featured a drawing of Rachel speaking to a group of stick figures. I drew you being a teacher, Emma explained, because you're good at explaining things and making people feel better. Rachel knelt down to Emma's level, careful not to wrinkle her dress. Thank you, sweetheart. This is perfect. As they drove to the community center, where the support group met, Rachel found herself thinking about the journey that had brought her here. 18 months ago, she'd been a broken woman hiding in her bedroom, convinced she was too damaged to deserve love or connection. Now she was engaged to a wonderful man, part of a family that chose each other daily and preparing to help other people navigate their own healing. Nervous Blake asked, glancing at her as they pulled into the parking lot. Terrified, Rachel admitted, but also excited. 6 months ago, I couldn't imagine talking to strangers about my accident. Now I can't imagine not sharing what I've learned. The community center's meeting room was filled with about 20 people of various ages, all bearing the visible signs of burn injuries in different stages of healing. Some were recent survivors, their scars still angry and red. Others had been living with their injuries for years, their skin bearing the softer marks of old trauma. Rachel's presentation was scheduled to last 30 minutes, followed by a question and answer session. She'd prepared notes, but as she stood before the group, she realized she didn't need them. She knew this story by heart, not just the facts of her accident and recovery, but the emotional journey from self-hatred to self-acceptance. 6 months ago, Rachel began, I wouldn't have been able to stand in front of you like this, not because of physical limitations, but because I was convinced that being seen was the same thing as being judged. I believed that my scars defined me, that they made me unworthy of love, friendship, or normal human connection. She gestured to her visible scars, making no effort to hide or minimize them. I spent 18 months hiding from the world because I thought that was what people like us were supposed to do. I thought accepting isolation was the same thing as accepting reality. A young man in the front row, probably in his early 20s with burns covering one arm, leaned forward with obvious interest. What changed? He asked. Rachel smiled, thinking of that day at the mall when Emma had touched her scars and seen a dragon fighter instead of a victim. I met people who saw me differently than I saw myself. A 7-year-old girl who looked at my scars and saw evidence of bravery instead of damage. A man who took my hand in a crowded coffee shop without shame or hesitation. People who taught me that healing isn't about looking the same as before. It's about learning to live fully again. Rachel talked about the difference between surviving and thriving, about the journey from victim to survivor, to someone who could help others navigate similar paths. She shared practical strategies for dealing with stares and whispers, for dating after trauma, for rebuilding confidence in social situations. But mostly she talked about the revelation that had transformed her life, that their worth as human beings had nothing to do with their appearance, and everything to do with their character, their capacity for love, their ability to contribute to the world around them. "I'm not going to tell you that scars don't matter," Rachel said near the end of her presentation. "They do matter because they're part of our stories. But they don't define us unless we let them. They don't limit us unless we accept limitation. They don't make us unlovable unless we decide we're unworthy of love." The question and answer session lasted almost an hour, with participants sharing their own struggles and victories, asking for advice about returning to work, dating, social situations, family relationships. Rachel answered each question with honesty and compassion, drawing from her own experience while acknowledging that everyone's journey was unique. An older woman near the back raised her hand. "How do you handle people who stare, who make comments, or ask invasive questions?" Rachel smiled, thinking of all the times she and Blake had navigated public spaces together. All the moments when his quiet confidence had helped her feel strong enough to face curiosity with grace. "I've learned that most people stare out of curiosity rather than malice," Rachel said. "And I've learned that I have a choice about how to respond. I can let their stares make me feel ashamed, or I can let them see someone who's comfortable with herself, someone who refuses to apologize for existing." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "I also learned that having people in your life who see you completely, scars and all, and love you anyway, makes other people's opinions matter less. When you're surrounded by genuine acceptance, random strangers' judgments lose their power to hurt you." As the meeting concluded, several participants approached Rachel to thank her for her honesty and share their own stories. A teenage girl with facial scarring hugged her and whispered, "You made me feel like maybe I could go to prom after all." An older man whose hands had been burned in an industrial accident said, "My wife has been trying to get me to come to these meetings for months. This was my first time. Thank you for helping me understand that I'm not the only one figuring out how to live with this." On the drive home, Rachel sat quietly beside Blake, processing the emotions of the afternoon. "How do you feel?" Blake asked. Rachel considered the question carefully. "Useful. Like my experience means something beyond just what I survived. Like maybe everything I went through can help other people avoid some of the isolation and self-hatred I lived with for so long." Emma turned around from the front seat. "Are you going to do more presentations because you're really good at helping people feel better about themselves?" Rachel laughed. "You know what, Emma? I think I am. I think this might be something I want to do more often." That evening, as Rachel sat in Blake's living room planning their upcoming wedding and discussing their future together, she caught sight of herself in the mirror across the room. The woman looking back at her was confident, engaged, alive. Someone who'd not only survived trauma, but had learned to thrive because of the strength that survival had given her. Rachel Whitmore had spent 18 months believing she was broken beyond repair. Now she understood that being broken was just the first step in becoming whole in ways she'd never imagined possible. The scars would always be there, but they were no longer the most important thing about her. They were simply part of the story of a woman who'd fought her way back to life and love, and who was now strong enough to help others do the same. Emma Morrison had been planning this conversation for weeks, waiting for the perfect moment when both her father and Rachel would have time to listen to something important. The perfect moment arrived on a lazy Sunday morning when all three of them were making pancakes together in Blake's kitchen floor scattered across every surface and laughter filling the small space. As Blake flipped pancakes and Rachel mixed fresh batter, Emma climbed onto her chair at the kitchen table and announced, "I have something serious to tell you guys." Both adults looked up immediately attentive to Emma's tone. At 7 years old, she rarely declared things serious unless they truly were important to her. "What's on your mind, sunshine?" Blake asked, setting down his spatula. Emma looked between the two people she loved most in the world, her expression thoughtful in the way that always reminded Blake how much wisdom she'd developed beyond her years. "I've been thinking about our family," Emma began, "and I want to make sure you both understand something really important." Rachel sat down across from Emma, giving her full attention. "We're listening." Emma took a deep breath, clearly having rehearsed this speech. "Some kids at school have been asking me about Rachel's scars and about why my daddy is marrying someone who looks different. And I've been explaining it to them, but I think maybe you need to hear what I've been saying." Blake felt his chest tighten with protectiveness. "Are kids being mean to you about Rachel?" "No," Emma said quickly. "They're just curious because most of their parents don't have scars. But I've been teaching them about what scars really mean." Emma climbed down from her chair and walked over to Rachel, studying her face with the frank attention that only children could manage without causing offense. "When I first met you, Emma said I thought your scars looked like you had fought a dragon and won. And I still think that, but now I know more about what that means." Rachel felt tears beginning to gather in her eyes as Emma continued. "Dragons aren't just big lizards that breathe fire. Dragons are anything that tries to hurt you or make you give up. Like when people are mean to you, or when you feel scared and alone, or when you think you're not good enough for anything." Emma looked at Blake. "Daddy fought dragons too when Mommy left, and he had to take care of me all by himself. He was scared and sad, but he kept fighting because he loves me." Blake knelt down to Emma's level, amazed by his daughter's understanding of their family's struggles. "And Rachel fought a really big dragon," Emma continued, "a dragon that hurt her face and made her think she wasn't pretty anymore. But she won because she didn't let it make her mean or angry. She learned how to love people again and how to let people love her back." Emma looked between her two favorite adults. "That's why I know you're perfect for each other. You both know how to fight dragons, and you both know how to help other people fight dragons too." Rachel wiped tears from her eyes. "Emma, that's the most beautiful thing anyone has ever said about me." "It's true," Emma said matter-of-factly. "And I want people to know that our family is special because we chose each other. We didn't just get stuck together because we have the same last name. We picked each other because we make each other happy and strong." Emma climbed back onto her chair, clearly not finished with her presentation. "So when kids at school ask me if I'm embarrassed about Rachel's scars, I tell them that's a silly question. Why would I be embarrassed about someone who's brave and kind and smart? Why would I be embarrassed about someone who reads me bedtime stories and helps me with homework and makes my daddy smile more than he's smiled in years?" Blake felt his throat close with emotion. His 7-year-old daughter had articulated something he'd been struggling to express, that their family worked not despite their differences and challenges, but because of how they'd all learned to support each other through difficult times. "And when they ask if I wish Rachel looked more normal," Emma continued, "I tell them that normal is boring. I tell them that interesting people have interesting stories, and Rachel has the most interesting story of anyone I know." Emma paused, making sure she had both adults' complete attention. "But the most important thing I tell them is that families aren't about looking the same or having the same problems. Families are about loving each other even when things are hard, about helping each other be brave, about choosing to stay together, because being together makes everything better." Rachel reached across the table and took Emma's hand. "Do you really feel that way about our family?" "Of course," Emma said, as if the question was unnecessary. "You and Daddy love each other, and you both love me, and I love both of you. We take care of each other and have fun together and help each other when we're sad or scared. That's what families do." Blake looked at his daughter, marveling at the way she'd reduced the complexities of their situation to its most essential truth. They loved each other and chose to be together. And that was what mattered. "Emma," Blake said, "you're the smartest kid I know." "I know," Emma replied with typical 7-year-old confidence. "That's why you should listen to me more often." Rachel laughed through her tears. "What else should we be listening to?" Emma's expression became serious again. "You should get married soon because I'm excited about being a real family officially. And you should have the wedding here in Phoenix so all my friends can come. And Rachel should definitely wear her hair up so everyone can see how pretty she is with her scars showing." Blake and Rachel exchanged glances, both thinking about how Emma's simple wisdom had cut through months of their own anxieties about public perception and social acceptance. "Anything else?" Blake asked. Emma considered this carefully. "You should have a really good cake at the wedding, and maybe we could get a dog afterward, since we'll have a bigger house and everything." "We'll consider the dog," Blake said diplomatically. "But definitely the good cake," Emma insisted. As they finished making breakfast together, Blake reflected on what his daughter had just shared with them. Emma had been fielding questions from classmates about their unconventional family handling curiosity and potential judgment with a maturity that amazed him. More than that, she'd been actively defending and explaining their choices to other children, helping them understand that different didn't mean wrong. Emma, Blake said as they sat down to eat their pancakes. "I'm proud of you for standing up for our family at school." "Why wouldn't I stand up for us?" Emma asked. "We're a good family. We're a happy family. Other people should know that." Rachel reached over and smoothed Emma's hair, her heart full of gratitude for this child who'd accepted her so completely from the very beginning. "You know what, Emma? You're right about everything. We should get married soon, we should celebrate properly, and I should definitely wear my hair up so everyone can see exactly who I am." Emma beamed with satisfaction. "See, I told you I was smart." As they cleaned up breakfast together, Blake watched Rachel and Emma work side by side, chattering about wedding plans and debating cake flavors, and realized that his daughter had given them something invaluable, the confidence to embrace their story completely, without apology or hesitation. Emma didn't see their family as something that needed defending or explaining. She saw it as something to celebrate, something to be proud of, something worth fighting for. Her innocent wisdom had reminded them both that love really was that simple, and that the opinions of people who couldn't see their happiness didn't matter. Sometimes it took a 7-year-old to remind 2 adults that the most important truths were also the simplest ones. Families were built on love, not expectations. Strength came from supporting each other, not from avoiding challenges. And happiness was something you chose every day, not something you waited for perfect circumstances to provide. Emma Morrison might have been the youngest member of their family, but she was clearly the wisest. And Blake couldn't wait to see what other insights she'd share as they all grew into this new life together. Blake had been planning this for 3 weeks, ever since Emma had announced that they needed to get married soon, and Rachel had agreed that she wanted to celebrate their engagement properly, with both their families present. The original proposal in his living room had been perfect for them. But Blake wanted to give Rachel something more, a moment that included everyone who mattered to them, a celebration that honored what they'd built together. The location had been Emma's idea, Papago Park, where they'd had their first official family picnic 6 months earlier. The same spot where Emma had taught Rachel to fly a kite, where Blake had watched his daughter and his fiancée laugh together in the desert sunshine, where he'd first allowed himself to believe that their unconventional family could actually work. Douglas had offered to arrange something elaborate at one of Phoenix's luxury venues, but Blake had politely declined. This needed to be about them, their story, their journey, their choice to build something real rather than something impressive. So Blake had planned a simple picnic with the people they loved most. Emma, Douglas, Margaret, even Mrs. Chen from their apartment complex, and Tony and several co-workers from the garage. He'd asked each of them to share what Blake and Rachel's relationship had meant to them, to help celebrate not just their engagement, but the healing and growth they'd all witnessed over the past 8 months. The weather was perfect, one of those rare Phoenix days when the temperature was comfortable and the sky was clear blue from horizon to horizon. Blake arrived early to set up spreading blankets under the ramada they'd reserved, arranging flowers that Emma had helped him choose, setting up the simple sound system that would let everyone hear the short ceremony he'd planned. Rachel arrived with Douglas and Margaret, completely unaware that this was anything more than a casual family picnic. She wore a simple sundress in the blue that Emma had declared was her most beautiful color, and her hair was pulled back in the style that had become her signature. Confident, unashamed, exactly herself. "This is lovely," Rachel said, admiring the setup Blake had created. "Although it seems awfully elaborate for just a picnic." Emma ran over from where she'd been helping Tony unpack folding chairs, her face bright with barely contained excitement. "It's not just a picnic," she announced. "Daddy has something special planned." Rachel looked at Blake with curiosity and growing suspicion. What kind of something special Blake took, her hands feeling nervous despite having done this once already. "Rachel, when I proposed to you in my living room, it was perfect because it was just us, our small family making a private commitment to each other." Rachel nodded, wondering where this was leading. "But I realized that our relationship isn't just about us anymore. It's about everyone who's watched us heal and grow together. Everyone who's supported us through the challenges, everyone who's celebrated our happiness with us." Blake gestured to the small group gathering around them, Emma bouncing with excitement, Douglas and Margaret watching with proud smiles, Mrs. Chen wiping her eyes with a tissue. Tony and the other mechanics looking slightly uncomfortable in their clean clothes, but clearly happy to be there. "So I wanted to propose to you again officially this time, in front of the people who've been part of our journey from the beginning." Rachel's breath caught as understanding dawned. "Blake, you don't need to." "Yes, I do," Blake said firmly. "Because I want everyone to know how proud I am to love you, how grateful I am that you chose us, how excited I am to build a future together." Blake dropped to one knee in the desert sunshine, still holding Rachel's hands, and the small gathering fell completely silent. "Rachel Whitmore, 8 months ago you were a stranger who helped my daughter when she was scared and lost. Today you're the woman I can't imagine living without, the person who's helped both Emma and me remember what it means to be truly happy." Rachel felt tears beginning to flow as Blake continued. "You've shown me that healing doesn't mean forgetting the past. It means learning to carry it with grace. You've shown Emma what real strength looks like, what it means to fight for yourself and win. You've shown all of us that love isn't about perfection. It's about accepting each other completely, scars and all." Blake pulled out a different ring box than the one he'd used for their first engagement. This one held a wedding band to match her engagement ring, simple and elegant, and clearly chosen with care. "So I'm asking you again in front of everyone who loves us, will you marry me? Will you let us be your family officially? Will you build a life with us that's based on choosing each other every single day?" Rachel was crying openly now, but she was also smiling with pure joy. "Yes," she said loud enough for everyone to hear. "Yes, absolutely yes." As Blake slipped the wedding band onto her finger next to her engagement ring, their small audience erupted in cheers and applause. Emma ran over and threw herself at both of them, wrapping her arms around their necks in a three-way hug that nearly knocked them all over. "Now we're really engaged," Emma announced with satisfaction. "With witnesses and everything." Douglas stepped forward, his own eyes suspiciously bright. "Blake, thank you for giving my daughter back her happiness. Rachel, thank you for showing all of us what real courage looks like." Margaret hugged Rachel tightly, whispering, Your parents would be so proud of the woman you've become and so happy about the family you've chosen." Mrs. Chen pressed a small, wrapped gift into Rachel's hands. "For good luck in your new life," she said, "and for remembering that the best families are the ones that choose each other." Tony cleared his throat awkwardly before addressing the group. "I ain't good with speeches, but I've watched Blake for 6 years, and I've never seen him as happy as he's been since Rachel came into his life. That's all that matters. Happiness." As the afternoon continued with food and conversation and laughter, Blake watched Rachel interact with everyone who'd gathered to celebrate their relationship. She listened to Mrs. Chen's stories about her own marriage, discussed art with Margaret, talked shop with Tony about the business aspects of running a garage, and let Emma paint her nails with polish. Douglas had clearly been persuaded to purchase for the occasion. But what struck Blake most was how comfortable Rachel had become in her own skin. She wore her scars without shame, laughed without self-consciousness, engaged with everyone naturally and warmly. The woman who'd hidden in her bedroom for 18 months had transformed into someone who could anchor a celebration with grace and confidence. As the sun began to set, and their guests prepared to leave, Emma made one final announcement. "Before everyone goes, I want to tell you all something important," she said with the seriousness that meant she'd been thinking about this carefully. The group gathered around to listen to whatever wisdom their youngest member wanted to share. "I know some people think our family is weird because Rachel looks different and Daddy didn't have a lot of money, and I only have one parent," Emma began. "But I want everyone to know that we're not weird. We're special." Blake felt his throat tighten with pride and love for his extraordinary daughter. "We're special because we found each other when we all needed family the most," Emma continued. "Rachel needed people who could see how beautiful and strong she is. Daddy needed someone who could love him for being kind instead of caring about money. And I needed someone who could be my mom without trying to replace my real mom." Emma looked around at all the faces focused on her words. "So when people ask you about us, you can tell them that we're a family that proves love is stronger than anything else. We're proof that broken people can help each other become whole, that different kinds of people can make the best families, and that happiness is something you can choose if you're brave enough." The silence that followed Emma's speech was profound. Blake looked at his 7-year-old daughter and realized she'd just articulated the meaning of their entire journey, better than any adult could have done. Emma Douglas said quietly, "That might be the wisest thing I've ever heard anyone say about families." "I know," Emma replied with typical confidence. "I'm very smart about love." As they cleaned up from the celebration, Blake and Rachel worked side by side, both thinking about how far they'd traveled from that first meeting at the mall to this moment of public commitment surrounded by people who supported their happiness. "Thank you," Rachel said, as they packed up the leftover food. "For doing this, for including everyone, for making me feel like someone worth celebrating." Blake stopped what he was doing and looked directly at her. "Rachel, you are absolutely worth celebrating. This relationship is worth celebrating. The family we've built together is worth celebrating." He gestured to Emma, who was helping Douglas fold chairs while explaining something about dragon princesses and wedding planning. "Look at her. Look at how confident and happy she is. Look at how easily she talks about love and family and choosing each other. That's what we've given her. The security of knowing that real love exists, that it's possible to build something strong and lasting, that families can be created through choice as well as birth." Rachel watched Emma chattering with Douglas, saw the genuine affection that had developed between the billionaire grandfather and his chosen granddaughter, and felt overwhelmed with gratitude for the complicated, imperfect, beautiful family they'd all created together. "We did it," she said softly. "We actually did it. We built something real. We did." Blake agreed, pulling her into his arms as the desert sunset painted the sky in shades of gold and pink. And this is just the beginning. As they drove home together, Blake, Rachel, and Emma in their small car with wedding plans to make and a future to build, Rachel thought about the journey from that terrible day when her world had exploded into fire and pain to this moment of complete happiness and acceptance. She'd learned that healing wasn't about returning to who you were before trauma struck. It was about becoming someone stronger, someone who could carry the weight of what had happened while still believing in the possibility of joy. Blake and Emma had taught her that love wasn't about finding someone who completed you. It was about finding people who saw you as already complete, already worthy, already enough exactly as you were. And Emma, with her 7-year-old wisdom and unshakable faith in the power of chosen families, had shown them all that the most important truths were often the simplest ones. Love was stronger than fear. Families were built on choice as much as biology. And happiness was something you created together. One ordinary moment at a time. The morning of the wedding dawned clear and bright with the kind of perfect Arizona weather that made Blake grateful they'd chosen to marry in the desert, rather than attempting something elaborate indoors. The botanical garden they'd selected as their venue was in full spring bloom, with wildflowers adding splashes of color to the desert landscape, and the mountains in the distance providing a dramatic backdrop for their celebration. Blake stood in the small preparation area, adjusting his tie for the 10th time, trying to calm nerves that had nothing to do with doubts and everything to do with the magnitude of this moment. In a few hours, he would officially become Rachel's husband, and she would officially become Emma's stepmother, and their small, chosen family would be legally recognized as the unit they'd already become in their hearts. "You look good, man," Tony said, helping Blake with his cufflinks. "Nervous," terrified, Blake admitted. "But the good kind of terrified. The kind that means something important is happening." Emma burst through the door, radiant in her flower girl dress, a simple blue sundress that matched the color scheme Rachel had chosen. Her hair was adorned with small white flowers that Margaret had helped her arrange, and she carried a small basket of rose petals with the seriousness of someone who took her ceremonial duties very seriously. "Daddy, you look very handsome," Emma announced. "Rachel is going to be so happy when she sees you." "How is Rachel doing?" Blake asked. "Is she ready?" Emma nodded enthusiastically. "Margaret is helping her with her dress, and she looks like a real princess. But better than a regular princess because she's a dragon-fighting princess who's getting married for love instead of just because it's expected." Blake laughed, amazed by his daughter's ability to reduce complex situations to their essential truth. "Are you ready to be in a wedding, sunshine? I've been ready for months," Emma said matter-of-factly. "I've been practicing walking slowly and not running to the front. And I remember all my jobs. Scatter petals, stand still during the ceremony, and help Rachel with her dress if it needs fixing." The guest list was small but meaningful, about 40 people who'd been part of Blake and Rachel's journey together. Blake's co-workers from the garage, Rachel's support group from the burn survivor community neighbors who'd become friends, and the family they'd chosen along the way. Douglas had wanted to invite dozens of business associates and social contacts, but Rachel had gently insisted on keeping the celebration intimate. "I want to be surrounded by people who know our story," she'd told her father. "People who've watched us grow together, not people who feel obligated to attend because of the family name." The ceremony was scheduled for 4 o'clock, when the desert light would be at its most flattering, and the temperature would be comfortable for their guests. Blake took his position at the altar they'd arranged, beneath a natural archway of blooming desert trees, with his chosen officiant, a friend of Douglas's who'd gotten ordained specifically to perform this ceremony. The seating was simple but elegant, rows of white chairs arranged on the desert floor with an aisle marked by luminarias that would be lit as the sun began to set. Douglas had wanted something more elaborate, but Blake and Rachel had insisted on understated beauty that reflected their values rather than their budget. As the music began, a simple acoustic guitar played by one of Emma's music teachers, Blake watched their guests take their seats. Mrs. Chen from his apartment complex, dressed in her best outfit and carrying a small gift wrapped in tissue paper. Tony and several mechanics from the garage, looking uncomfortable in their dress clothes, but clearly happy to be there. Rachel's burn survivor support group, many of whom had become close friends over the past few months. Douglas and Margaret sat in the front row, both looking proud and emotional. Douglas wore a perfectly tailored suit, but had chosen a simple boutonniere that matched the wildflowers in Emma's hair. Margaret clutched a handkerchief, already crying with anticipation. Emma appeared at the back of the aisle, walking slowly and carefully, as she'd practiced scattering rose petals with the concentration of someone performing brain surgery. She'd insisted on walking alone rather than being accompanied by an adult, declaring that she was old enough to handle important jobs by herself. Blake watched his daughter make her way toward him, this umsang little person who'd been the center of his world for 7 years and who was now gaining a mother who would love and protect her as fiercely as he did. When Emma reached the front, she took her position beside Blake and whispered loudly enough for the front row to hear, "Perfect petal scattering, Daddy. Rachel's going to love it." Then the music changed, and Rachel appeared. Blake's breath caught in his throat. She wore a simple, elegant dress in cream-colored silk that draped beautifully without being ostentatious. Her hair was styled up, as Emma had suggested, with small white flowers woven through the arrangement. Her scars were completely visible, and she wore them like jewelry, part of her beauty rather than something to be hidden. But what took Blake's breath away wasn't how Rachel looked, though she was radiant. It was the expression on her face. Pure joy, complete confidence, absolute certainty about the choice she was making. This was a woman who knew exactly what she wanted and was walking toward it with her head held high. Rachel walked down the aisle alone, having declined both Douglas's offer to escort her and the traditional symbolism of being given away. "I'm not being given away," she'd explained to Blake during their planning discussions. "I'm choosing to join your family, and I want to walk toward that choice under my own power." When Rachel reached the altar, she took Blake's hands and smiled at him with such radiance that he forgot there were other people watching. For a moment, it was just the three of them, Blake, Rachel, and Emma, making their commitment to be a family. The officiant began with words they'd chosen together. "We gather today not to witness the joining of 2 separate lives, but to celebrate the family that Blake, Rachel, and Emma have already created through love choice and commitment to each other." Blake had written his own vows, and he spoke them directly to Rachel, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "Rachel, when I met you 8 months ago, you were helping my daughter find her way back to safety. Today I realize you were also helping me find my way back to believing in love, in partnership, in the possibility of building something beautiful together." He paused, looking at Emma, who was watching with rapt attention. "You didn't just fall in love with me. You fell in love with us, with Emma, with our small life and our big dreams. You saw a family where others might have seen complications, saw potential where others might have seen obstacles." Blake's voice grew stronger as he continued. "I promise to love you not just as my wife, but as Emma's chosen mother, as someone who makes our family complete, in ways we didn't even know we were incomplete. I promise to support your healing, to celebrate your strength, to see your beauty every single day for the rest of our lives." Rachel's vows were equally personal, equally meaningful. "Blake, you taught me that healing isn't about returning to who you were before trauma. It's about becoming someone stronger, someone who can carry the weight of the past while still believing in the joy of the future." She looked at Emma, who beamed back at her. "Emma, you taught me that families aren't just about biology. They're about choice, about showing up for each other, about seeing the best in people, even when they can't see it in themselves. You've been my daughter in my heart since the day we met, and I'm so proud to make it official." Rachel turned back to Blake, her voice clear and strong. "I promise to build a life with you that's based on love, rather than fear, on possibility, rather than limitation. I promise to be Emma's mother, not by trying to replace what she's lost, but by adding to what she already has. I promise to choose you both every single day, for all the days we have together." When the officiant pronounced them husband and wife, the kiss they shared was gentle, joyful, and completely unself-conscious. Emma cheered from beside them, throwing the remaining rose petals in the air like confetti. The reception was held in the same garden, with tables arranged under string lights and music provided by the same acoustic guitarist who'd played it during the ceremony. The food was simple but delicious, a barbecue buffet that reflected Blake and Rachel's preference for unpretentious celebration over formal dining. Blake's father-in-law gave a toast that surprised everyone with its warmth and sincerity. "6 months ago, I thought my job as Rachel's father was to protect her from making mistakes," Douglas said, raising his champagne glass. "Today, I understand that my job is to support the choices that make her happy, even when those choices challenge my own assumptions about what her life should look like." Douglas looked directly at Blake. "Blake, you've given my daughter something I couldn't provide with all my resources and good intentions. The belief that she deserves to be loved completely exactly as she is. Thank you for seeing her strength when the rest of us were focused on protecting her from her perceived weaknesses." Emma had insisted on giving her own toast, standing on a chair, to address the gathered guests. "I'm really happy that Rachel is officially my mom now," Emma announced with her characteristic directness. "She's been taking care of me and Daddy for months, but now it's official, which means she can't change her mind and leave us." The guests laughed, but Emma continued seriously. "I want everyone to know that our family proves that love is the most important thing, not having the same last name, or looking the same, or having lots of money. We chose each other because we make each other happy and strong, and that's what real families do." As the evening continued, Blake watched Rachel move through their celebration with grace and confidence. She talked easily with his co-workers, shared stories with his neighbors, laughed at Tony's awkward jokes, and helped serve cake to guests with the natural hostess skills that came from genuine care for others' comfort. During their first dance, to a song Emma had helped them choose, Blake held his wife close and marveled at how far they'd all traveled from that first meeting at the mall. "No regrets," Blake whispered as they swayed together. Rachel smiled, looking out at their guests, at Emma, dancing with Douglas at the life they'd built together against all odds and expectations. "Only one regret," Rachel said. Blake's heart skipped. "What's that we waited 8 months to make this official?" Rachel said, laughing at Blake's expression of relief. "I've been ready to be your wife and Emma's mother since our first family dinner together." As the celebration wound down and guests began to leave, Blake and Rachel stood together watching Emma demonstrate her flower girl walk for anyone who would pay attention. She'd made friends with several of the adults, charmed Douglas into promising to teach her about business, and convinced Tony to show her how car engines worked. "She's going to be okay," Rachel said softly. "Whatever challenges come up, whatever adjustments we all have to make, Emma's going to be just fine." "We all are," Blake replied, putting his arm around his wife's shoulders. "We've already survived the hard part. Learning to trust each other, building something real together, proving that love really is stronger than the obstacles people throw at it." As they drove home together, Mr. and Mrs. Morrison and their daughter Emma, Rachel thought about the journey from that terrible day when her world had exploded into fire and pain to this moment of complete happiness and belonging. She'd learned that healing wasn't linear, that strength could come from vulnerability, that families could be created through choice as powerfully as through birth. She'd learned that love wasn't about finding someone who completed you, but about finding people who saw you as already complete. already worthy, already enough. Most importantly, she'd learned that sometimes the most broken people were exactly the right ones to help each other heal. Blake had been wounded by abandonment and financial struggle. She'd been wounded by trauma and isolation. Emma had been wounded by loss and instability. But together they'd created something stronger than the sum of their individual damage. They'd created a family that chose each other daily, that supported each other's healing, that celebrated each other's strength. A family that proved love really could overcome the differences that seemed impossible to bridge from the outside. As they pulled into the driveway of the house Douglas had helped them rent, all three of them tired but happy from their perfect day, Rachel realized that fairy tales didn't always look like what people expected them to look like. Sometimes they looked like a mechanic and a burn survivor, and a 7-year-old girl who believed in the power of chosen families. Sometimes they looked like ordinary people building extraordinary love from broken pieces. Sometimes they looked exactly like this. The kitchen of their rental house on Maple Street smelled like Sunday morning, coffee brewing pancakes on the griddle, and the indefinable scent of a home filled with love and laughter. Blake stood at the stove flipping pancakes, while Rachel sat at the kitchen table helping Emma with a school project about family trees. "So this is you and me, Emma," said carefully, drawing stick figures on her poster board. "And this is Rachel, who became my mom when she married you. And this is Grandpa Douglas and Grandma Margaret, who are my grandparents because they're Rachel's parents." Rachel smiled, watching Emma navigate the complexity of chosen family with the matter-of-fact acceptance that had become her trademark. "Don't forget Mrs. Chen," Rachel reminded her. "You said she's like your grandmother, too." "Oh, right," Emma said, adding another stick figure. "Mrs. Chen is my apartment grandmother, and Tony is my car uncle because he teaches me about engines." Blake laughed from the stove. "Car uncle? Well, what would you call him?" Emma asked reasonably. "He's family, but he's not actually related to us. So he's our chosen uncle who happens to know about cars." 6 months of marriage had settled into a rhythm that felt like they'd been doing this for years instead of months. Blake still worked at Morrison's Auto Repair, but the financial pressure had eased significantly. Rachel's trust fund provided security they'd never had before, but more importantly, her presence provided emotional stability that had transformed their day-to-day life. Rachel had started working part-time at a non-profit that supported burn survivors using her experience to help others navigate recovery and reintegration. She loved the work, loved feeling useful in ways that went beyond just surviving her own trauma. Emma was thriving in ways that amazed both her parents. She'd gained confidence from having 2 adults who supported her completely, from living in a house with enough space for all her projects, from being part of a family that celebrated differences rather than hiding them. "Are you nervous about your presentation?" Blake asked Rachel as he served pancakes around the table. Rachel was scheduled to speak at a medical conference about patient experience during trauma recovery. It was her biggest speaking engagement yet, addressing doctors and nurses rather than just other survivors. "A little," Rachel admitted, "but also excited. I want medical professionals to understand that healing involves more than just physical recovery, that patients need their emotional and social needs addressed too." "You're going to be great," Emma said confidently. "You're really good at explaining things to people who don't understand about scars and feelings." After breakfast, they worked together in the garden they'd planted behind the house. Rachel tended her vegetables while Blake and Emma built a treehouse in the large oak that had been one of the reasons they'd chosen this rental property. The treehouse had been Emma's idea, but Blake and Rachel had embraced it as a family project. They spent weekends measuring boards, painting walls, and arguing good-naturedly about the best color for the interior. "It needs to be purple," Emma declared from her perch on the ladder. "Purple is the color of royalty, and this is going to be my castle." "What about blue?" Blake suggested. "Blue is peaceful." Purple, Emma said firmly. Dragon princesses live in purple castles. Rachel laughed from the garden where she was harvesting tomatoes for lunch. Purple it is. The dragon princess gets to choose her own castle colors. As the afternoon wore on, Douglas and Margaret arrived for their weekly family dinner. It had become a tradition, Sunday dinners where all three generations gathered to share food conversation and the ordinary joys of family life. Douglas had transformed as much as anyone over the past months. The controlling billionaire who'd once threatened Blake had become a doting grandfather who carried pictures of Emma in his wallet and bragged about her intelligence to anyone who would listen. How's the treehouse a-coming? Douglas asked, examining Blake's construction work with the critical eye of someone who'd built a business empire on attention to detail. It's going to be amazing, Emma announced. Purple walls, a rope ladder, and windows that look out over the whole yard. Want to see? As Emma gave Douglas and Margaret the grand tour of her still-under-construction castle, Blake and Rachel worked side by side in the kitchen, preparing dinner for their chosen family. Happy Blake asked, watching Rachel season the roast she'd been cooking all afternoon. Rachel paused in her preparations and looked around their kitchen, at Emma's artwork covering the refrigerator at the family photos they'd taken on their honeymoon to the Grand Canyon at the evidence of a life fully lived rather than just survived. Completely, she said. 6 months ago, I wasn't even sure I knew what happiness felt like. Now I can't imagine being anywhere else or with anyone else. Blake kissed her forehead, tasting salt and sunshine and the ordinary sweetness of domestic contentment. Even when Emma insists her treehouse needs to be purple, especially then, Rachel laughed. Her confidence, her certainty about what she wants, her ability to make everyone around her happier just by being herself. Those are the best parts of being her mother. During dinner, Emma regaled the table with stories from her third-grade class, where she'd apparently become the unofficial expert on different kinds of families. Tommy Martinez's parents got divorced, and he was really sad because he thought that meant his family was broken, Emma reported. So I told him about us, about how families can change, and still be good families, about how sometimes people need different things to be happy. Douglas smiled. What did Tommy think about that? He felt better, Emma said. And then he told me about his dad's girlfriend, who's really nice and makes good cookies. I told him that sounded like his family was getting bigger, not broken. Rachel felt her chest warm with pride. Emma had become an ambassador for unconventional families, helping other children understand that love came in many different forms. Speaking of families, Margaret said I have something to share. She pulled out a small wrapped package and handed it to Rachel. I've been working on this for months. Rachel unwrapped the gift carefully, revealing a beautifully bound photo album. The cover read, The Morrison Family, a love story in elegant script. Inside were pictures documenting their entire journey together. From early photos Blake had taken of Emma as a baby through candid shots from their first family dinners to professional wedding photos to recent pictures of their life in the new house. But interspersed with the photographs were letters. Notes Margaret had written documenting their relationship from her perspective as someone who'd watched Rachel transform from a broken, isolated young woman into a confident wife and mother. Margaret. This is beautiful, Rachel said, tears filling her eyes as she flipped through pages that told their story with love and care. I wanted Emma to have something that showed her how her family came together, Margaret explained. So when she's older, she'll understand that the best families aren't always the ones you're born into. Sometimes they're the ones you choose. As the evening wound down and Douglas and Margaret prepared to leave, Emma made her weekly request for one more story before bedtime. This had become Rachel's favorite part of their routine. Sitting on Emma's bed in her purple-painted bedroom, making up stories about Dragon Princess and brave fathers and little girls who helped their families find each other. Once upon a time, Rachel began, There was a dragon princess who thought she was too scary for anyone to love. But she wasn't scary at all. Emma interjected, as she always did. She just looked different because she'd fought a really big dragon. That's right. And one day the dragon princess met a little girl who was lost and scared. And the little girl knew right away that the dragon princess was really beautiful and kind. Emma continued taking over the story, as she often did. And then the little girl's daddy came to find her, and he saw how nice the dragon princess was to his daughter. Rachel smiled, letting Emma tell their story in her own words, listening to the 8-year-old's version of how their family had come together. And they all decided to live together and take care of each other and be happy every day, Emma concluded with satisfaction. The end. Perfect story. Rachel agreed, tucking Emma's blankets around her. Sweet dreams, my brave little girl. As Rachel and Blake settled into their own bed that night, both tired but content from another day of ordinary happiness, Rachel thought about how much her definition of success had changed over the past year. A year ago, she'd measured her worth by her appearance, her social status, her ability to meet other people's expectations. Now, she measured it by simpler things. Emma's laughter during breakfast, Blake's smile when he came home from work, the satisfaction of helping other burn survivors find their confidence. "What are you thinking about?" Blake asked, noticing Rachel's contemplative expression. "Just how different everything is," Rachel said. "A year ago I thought my life was over because I didn't look the same as before. Now I realize it wasn't over. It was just beginning. The real beginning where I got to choose who I wanted to be instead of just accepting who people expected me to be." Blake pulled her closer, marveling at the woman beside him, confident, content, completely comfortable in her own skin. "Any regrets?" he asked. Rachel considered the question seriously. "I regret the time I lost hiding from the world. I regret not understanding sooner that healing was possible. But I don't regret anything that led me to you and Emma. Even the accident." Rachel was quiet for a moment. "I wouldn't choose to go through that again. But if it was necessary to lead me here to this life, to this family, then I can make peace with it." She turned to face Blake in the darkness of their bedroom, reaching out to touch his face the way she had that first night when he'd helped her understand she wasn't responsible for her own trauma. "Blake, do you know what the best part of our love story is?" "What's that?" "It's not a story about someone saving someone else. It's a story about people who were all a little broken, finding ways to help each other heal. Emma needed parents who could show her that families could be built on choice. You needed someone who could see your strength instead of just your struggles. I needed people who could love me completely, scars and all." Rachel smiled in the darkness. "We saved each other, and we did it not by being perfect, but by being exactly ourselves." As they drifted off to sleep in their home on Maple Street with Emma's purple treehouse waiting for completion in the backyard and family photos covering every surface of their house, Rachel felt the deep contentment of someone who'd found exactly where they belonged. Sometimes the most beautiful love stories weren't about perfection or wealth or social status. Sometimes they were about ordinary people building extraordinary love from broken pieces, creating families that celebrated differences rather than hiding them, choosing each other every single day, despite the obstacles that tried to keep them apart. Sometimes they were about a mechanic and a burn survivor and a little girl who believed in dragon princess and happy endings. And sometimes, if you were very lucky, they looked exactly like this. 2 years after their wedding, Blake, Rachel, and Emma returned to the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall on a Saturday afternoon in October. They weren't there for any special reason, just the ordinary family errands that filled weekend afternoons. Emma needed new school shoes, Rachel wanted to look at paint colors for their kitchen renovation, and Blake had promised to buy Emma a birthday present for her friend's party. But walking through the mall with his wife and daughter, Blake couldn't help remembering another October afternoon when Emma had gotten lost in this same building, when Rachel had been a stranger hiding behind masks and sunglasses, when their lives had been separate stories of survival rather than one story of love. "Can we get lunch at the food court?" Emma asked, tugging on Blake's hand. At 10 years old, she'd grown tall and confident, her personality a perfect blend of Blake's steady strength and Rachel's fierce determination. "Sure," Rachel said, checking her watch. "We have plenty of time before your art class." Emma had developed a passion for painting over the past year, inspired partly by Rachel's own return to artistic pursuits and partly by her natural creativity. She attended weekend art classes at a local studio where she created elaborate works featuring dragon princess and brave families and all the themes that had shaped her young life. As they walked toward the food court, Rachel caught sight of their reflection in a store window and felt the familiar moment of surprise that still occasionally caught her. The woman in the reflection was confident, relaxed, completely comfortable in her own skin. She wore her hair pulled back, scars fully visible, and moved through the world like someone who belonged wherever she chose to be. 2 years of marriage had only deepened the transformation that had begun when she'd first met Blake and Emma. Rachel now served on the board of 2 non-profit organizations supporting burn survivors, spoke regularly at medical conferences, and had even been featured in a magazine article about recovery and resilience. But more than professional success, she'd found personal peace. The woman who'd hidden in her bedroom for 18 months now filled every day with purpose, joy, and the kind of love that made challenges feel manageable rather than overwhelming. "Remember when we first met here?" Emma asked as they found a table in the food court. "When I got lost, and Rachel helped me find you." Blake smiled, remembering that day with crystal clarity. "I remember being terrified when I couldn't find you. And I remember thinking Rachel was the prettiest lady I'd ever seen." Emma continued. "Even with her mask and sunglasses, I could tell she was special." Rachel laughed, reaching over to smooth Emma's hair. "I remember thinking you were the bravest little girl in the world, touching a stranger's scars and telling her she looked like she'd fought a dragon." "Well, you had," Emma said matter-of-factly. "And you won." As they shared pizza and watched the familiar chaos of weekend shoppers, Blake reflected on how much their lives had changed and how much had stayed the same. He still worked at Morrison's Auto Repair, though he'd been promoted to shop supervisor. They still lived in the rental house on Maple Street, though Douglas had hinted about helping them buy it when they were ready. Emma still told elaborate stories and asked impossible questions and saw the world with the kind of clear-eyed wisdom that made adults remember what really mattered. Rachel still had nightmares, occasionally still carried the physical reminders of her trauma, still worked every day to maintain the confidence and peace she'd fought so hard to achieve. But they'd all learned that healing wasn't about returning to some previous version of themselves. It was about becoming stronger, kinder, more capable of love than they'd been before life had tested them. "You know what?" Emma announced, finishing her pizza. "I'm glad you got lost that day, Daddy." Blake raised an eyebrow. "You're glad you got lost?" "Well, not the scared part," Emma clarified. "But if I hadn't gotten lost, Rachel wouldn't have helped me and you wouldn't have met her, and we wouldn't be a family now." Emma paused, considering this logic. "Sometimes bad things happen, so good things can happen later. Like when Mummy died, it was really sad, but it meant you and I got to be a special family together. And when Rachel got hurt, it was really bad, but it meant she could help other people who got hurt too." Blake felt his throat tighten with emotion. His 10-year-old daughter had just articulated something it had taken him years to understand. That trauma could be transformed into purpose, that pain could become the foundation for deeper compassion, that the worst moments of life could somehow lead to the best ones. "You're very wise," Rachel told Emma. "Wiser than most adults I know." "I know," Emma replied with her characteristic confidence. "Daddy says I get it from both my moms. My first mum who taught me to be brave, and you who taught me to be kind." As they finished lunch and continued their errands, Blake noticed how naturally Rachel moved through the world now. Sales clerks treated her like any other customer, rather than someone to be pitied or stared at. Emma's friends from school greeted her enthusiastically when they encountered them in stores, clearly seeing her as a beloved parent rather than someone to be curious about. The transformation was complete, not just in Rachel herself, but in how the world responded to her confidence and peace. In the bookstore, Emma picked out novels for her advanced reading level, while Rachel browsed art books, and Blake looked for something to help with Emma's science fair project. They moved through the store like any other family, discussing purchases and debating choices and navigating the ordinary negotiations of people who knew each other completely. "Can I get this one about dragons?" Emma asked, holding up a thick fantasy novel. Blake checked the reading level and content. "Isn't that a little advanced?" "I'm a very good reader," Emma said. "And besides, I'm an expert on dragons. I've been living with a dragon princess for 2 years. Rachel laughed, wrapping an arm around Emma's shoulders. "In that case, you're definitely qualified for advanced dragon literature." As they left the mall that afternoon, carrying their purchases and planning their evening, Blake felt the profound gratitude that had become his default emotional state. Not gratitude for dramatic gestures or life-changing events, but gratitude for the ordinary happiness of family life, for the daily choice to love and be loved, for the simple miracle of belonging somewhere completely. They drove home through the Phoenix suburbs, past the billboard advertising the burn center, where Rachel now served as a patient advocate, past the elementary school, where Emma had learned to read and make friends and explain complicated family structures to curious classmates, past all the landmarks of the life they'd built together. At home, Blake and Emma worked on her treehouse, now complete with purple walls, a rope ladder, and windows that looked out over their garden. Rachel painted at her easel in the converted garage studio that had become her sanctuary for artistic expression. As the sun set over their neighborhood, painting the Arizona sky in shades of gold and pink, the Morrison family gathered for their Sunday evening tradition, dinner together followed by Emma's bedtime story about dragon princesses and brave families. Once upon a time, Rachel began settling onto Emma's bed, while Blake sat in the chair beside them. There was a little girl who got lost in a big, crowded place. But she wasn't really lost. Emma interjected, as she always did. She was just finding her way to the right family. That's right. And when she found them, they all realized they'd been looking for each other without even knowing it. Emma smiled, snuggling deeper into her blankets. And they lived happily ever after, because they chose each other every single day. The end, Blake and Rachel said together, their voices blending in the familiar conclusion to the story that had become their family's origin myth. As they turned off Emma's lights and closed her bedroom door, Blake and Rachel stood in the hallway of their home on Maple Street, surrounded by family photos and Emma's artwork, and all the evidence of a life built on love rather than obligation. Happy Blake asked the same question he'd asked Rachel on their wedding day on countless evenings since then, whenever the contentment of their ordinary life felt almost too good to be true. Completely, Rachel replied the same answer she'd given then, and meant even more deeply now. They walked to their own bedroom, past Emma's purple treehouse visible through the window, past the garden they'd planted together, past all the markers of the life they'd chosen to build, despite the obstacles that had tried to keep them apart. In the darkness of their bedroom, Rachel reached for Blake's hand the same way she had that first night when he'd shown her the evidence that freed her from 18 months of misplaced guilt. "Do you know what I learned today?" Rachel asked. "What's that?" "That healing isn't a destination you reach. It's a choice you make every single day. The choice to see yourself as worthy of love, to treat each day as a gift rather than a burden, to believe that good things are possible even after terrible things have happened." Blake squeezed her hand, thinking about his own journey from the desperate single father who'd barely been surviving to the man who now felt wealthy beyond measure in all the ways that mattered. "What else did you learn?" Rachel smiled in the darkness. "That families aren't about perfection or meeting other people's expectations. They're about showing up for each other, about choosing love over fear, about building something together that's stronger than anything trying to tear it apart." And Blake prompted, knowing there was more, and that sometimes the most broken people are exactly the right ones to help each other heal. We didn't just fall in love despite our scars. We fell in love because of the strength those scars represented, because of the wisdom that came from surviving, because of the depth of compassion that only comes from having experienced real pain. As they drifted off to sleep in their home on Maple Street, surrounded by the evidence of a life fully lived and deeply loved, Rachel thought about the journey that had brought them here. From the worst day of her life, trapped in a burning car, her face on fire, her future seeming to disappear in smoke and pain, to the best days of her life filled with purpose and love and the kind of happiness that came from being seen completely and accepted fully. Blake had been right that first day in the coffee shop when he'd told her that sometimes people needed to be reminded they were worth seeing. But what he'd helped her discover was that she'd always been worth seeing. She'd just forgotten how to see herself clearly. Emma had been right when she'd declared that their family proved love was stronger than anything else. They'd proven that broken people could help each other become whole, that different kinds of people made the best families, that happiness really was something you could choose if you were brave enough. And Douglas had been right when he'd finally understood that protecting someone didn't mean hiding them from the world. It meant helping them become strong enough to face whatever the world brought their way. But most of all, Rachel had learned that her accident hadn't been the end of her story. It had been the beginning of the chapter where she learned who she really was when everything artificial was stripped away, where she discovered what mattered when all the superficial things were taken, where she found the kind of love that saw scars as evidence of survival rather than reasons for shame. Sometimes the most beautiful love stories weren't about perfection or wealth or meeting society's expectations about what couples should look like. Sometimes they were about a mechanic and a burn survivor and a little girl who believed in dragon princesses and happy endings. Sometimes they were about ordinary people building extraordinary love from broken pieces, creating families that celebrated differences rather than hiding them, choosing each other every single day, despite everything trying to keep them apart. And sometimes, if you were very lucky and very brave, they looked exactly like this. If this story reminded you that real love sees beyond the surface, that courage comes in many forms, and that sometimes the most beautiful families are formed by choice rather than chance, please subscribe to our channel for more stories that lift the spirit and restore faith in love's power to heal. Share this with someone who needs to remember that their worth isn't determined by their appearance, that healing is possible, and that the right people will love them completely, scars and all. Because sometimes the person who saves you is the one you least expect, and sometimes the most broken moments create the most beautiful beginnings.